Chapter 1. We agreed on a fake divorce. Are you serious about it? Jong Yun Law Firm. In the reception room. Lin Yun's slender legs wrapped in black stockings were gently folded together, her left hand resting on her chin, her beautiful eyes widened as the man opposite her described, and her long and curly eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. This beautiful lawyer graduated from the law department of Jiangcheng University. She has been in the industry for 4 years and has handled hundreds of cases, both large and small, including some bizarre or shocking cases. But this case still shocked her because she had only seen similar cases on the news. Mr. Yang, you mean that you agreed on a fake divorce at the beginning, but now your wife? Well, your ex-wife actually did it, right? Lin Yun briefly outlined the description of the parties involved. Yes. Yang Hao nodded slightly. He was in a very bad condition at the moment. His face was pale as if he had stayed up late, and there were a lot of red bloodshot in his eyes. It was obvious that he had not rested well or had been working continuously at a high intensity. You're asking for a redivision of the property, right? Lin Yun continued to ask. Yang Hao nodded weakly. Mr. Yang, I regret to tell you that it is almost impossible to redistribute the property in this situation. Because the divorce agreement you signed is protected by law, your ex-wife obviously consulted a professional lawyer before drafting this divorce agreement. In other words, this divorce agreement was drafted with the help of a professional lawyer. Therefore, there is no loophole in this agreement. The house, car and savings all belong to your ex-wife, and you will be left with nothing. After saying this, Lin Yun picked up the coffee cup in front of her and took a sip, then cast a sympathetic look at the man in front of her. After 3 years of marriage, they divorced. From a 3-have young man with a house, a car, and a wife, he has directly turned into an old man with nothing. It's really pitiful. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. How do I pay for the consultation? I sweep you? This result was within Yang Hao's expectations, because Lin Yun was the 3rd lawyer he had consulted, and the first 2 lawyers said the same thing. No. It didn't help much. Lin Yun waved her hand gently. This man had been miserable enough, so she decided to waive the 200 yuan consultation fee. After all, they only talked for a dozen minutes in total. Thanks. Since the other party didn't want to take the money, Yang Hao, who was already short of money, didn't insist. He stood up, nodded slightly to the kind-hearted lawyer Lin opposite him, then turned and walked out of the meeting room. Just as Yang Hao left, a woman with short, neat hair and a sky-blue professional suit walked into the reception room wearing 7-centimeter high heels. She moved closer to Lin Yun and, relying on her long legs, tiptoed to sit down at the conference table. Yo-ho! You don't even charge for the consultation. Are you attracted to her? The short-haired woman is Lin Yun's partner and the director of Jong Yun Law Firm. Her name is Jiang Man. She rested her butt on the conference table, her long legs crossed, and teased her best friend with a smile. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. This is sympathy, okay? Lin Yun rolled her eyes. In his current situation, a consultation fee of 200 yuan should be a lot of money. You're really considerate of others. Jiang Man crossed his arms, squinted his eyes and looked at his friend, then said mysteriously, actually, I was the one who drafted the divorce agreement. Ah? Lin Yun opened her mouth slightly, her delicate oval face full of surprise. So it's you who are aiding and abetting the evil. She cursed, then reached out and pinched Jiang Man's thigh. Hiss. You're really trying hard. Jiang Man rubbed her pinched thigh and explained with a pout, the client asked me to help draft a divorce agreement. How could I know that she wanted to use this divorce agreement to cheat people? I see. Lin Yun snorted softly. She also knew that what her friend said was true. The client paid you to help draft a divorce agreement. As a lawyer, there was no reason not to accept the job. After all, for them, this job was like picking up money. It was just a coincidence that Mr. Yang's wife found her best friend Jiang Man to draft a divorce agreement, and Mr. Yang, who was cheated, found their law firm for consultation. This case is unsolvable, right? Lin Yun looked at her best friend, who was 3 years older than her, had entered the industry earlier, and had more experience. There have been many cases of fake divorces becoming real divorces in recent years, but even if the case is brought to court, most of the cases are very unfriendly to the party who was deceived into a divorce. As far as I know, only a very small number of cases have been ruled to have the divorce annulled. In one of these cases, 2 key pieces of evidence were found. One was an indoor surveillance video recording the conversation between the two, and the other was that the woman's cheating partner appeared in court to testify. Jiang Man glanced out the window and spoke while thinking about the relevant cases in her mind. Indoor surveillance, and the cheating partner testifying in court? Lin Yun touched her smooth jade-like chin, and then her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Well, I'll go ask Mr. Yang if there is any indoor surveillance at home, and then ask his ex-wife if she has cheated on anyone. After saying that, Lin Yun quickly stood up and chased after him. No. You really like him. So caring. Seeing her best friend disappear in a flash, Jiang Man couldn't help but complain. The lobby on the first floor of Guangming Building. Yang Hao walked towards the door in a daze. He just celebrated his 30th birthday last month. On his birthday, his wife Sun Jie told him the good news that he was going to be a father. Double happiness. Yang Hao was naturally very excited. At his birthday party, Sun Jie proposed to buy a school district house, but according to Jiangqing City's housing purchase policy, if a couple already has real estate under their name, buying another house will be considered a second home, and the loan interest will be much higher. So Sun Jie proposed a fake divorce, and then bought a house in Yang Hao's name, thus avoiding the problem of high interest on the second home. Many couples have used this method. Yang Hao thinks there is nothing wrong with it since it is just a fake divorce. So, a few days later, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures, and Yang Hao also signed the divorce agreement that his wife Sun Jie downloaded from the internet. From a legal perspective, the two people are already two separate individuals. For the next month, everything went on as normal. The couple still went to get off work and came home as usual, and they also looked at several school district houses together, but Sun Jie was not very satisfied with any of them. She said that buying a school district house was a big deal and they needed to look around more. Yang Hao thought it made sense and didn't think much about it. But once the 1-month cool-off period for divorce was over and their divorce procedures were completed, everything changed. Sun Jie took advantage of Yang Hao's business trip to sell their house. When Yang Hao returned from a business trip, the room was empty. When Yang Hao contacted Sun Jie again, he was told that they had divorced and asked her not to bother him anymore. Such a change was like a bolt from the blue for Yang Hao. At first, he did not believe that his wife Sun Jie could do such a thing. He thought she was being coerced or someone was instigating her behind the scenes. It was not until he heard that Sun Jie had a man outside that Yang Hao woke up from his dream. It turned out that everything was premeditated. He is just a big idiot who was played by others. The green and stupid kind. Chapter 2. Here it comes, here it comes. Mr. Yang, wait a moment. As soon as Yang Hao stepped out of the building, the beautiful and kind-hearted lawyer Lin chased him out breathlessly. Because she was jogging all the way, her chest rose and fell violently, drawing thrilling arcs, making it difficult to look away. Such magnificent scenery was a bit of comfort to Yang Hao, who was in a bad mood. Well, there are still many good people in this world. For example, this rich lawyer Lin is not as generous as those female anchors on the internet. If they just get a little bit of the upper hand, they can gain millions of fans. Lawyer Lin, is there anything else? Yang Hao put aside his distracting thoughts and looked at the beautiful lawyer who had specially followed him. When you and your ex-wife were negotiating a fake divorce, was there a third person present, or was there any surveillance equipment in your home that recorded your conversation at the time? Lin Yun asked. No. Yang Hao shook his head decisively. He had already thought about this problem. There was no surveillance in their home. When talking about this topic, he had absolute trust in his ex-wife Sun Jie and did not secretly record any conversation. However, there may be a recording. It was when he and Sun Jie were on their way back from the Civil Affairs Bureau. They were chatting in the car and talked about the fake divorce. The dashcam in the car should have recorded the conversation between the two at that time. But the problem is that the car has been sold by Sun Jie, and no one knows where it went. And even if the car is found, the capacity of the dashcam's memory card is limited, and the chat content is likely to have been automatically deleted. So after thinking about it, it seems that the recording cannot be found. Then is it possible that your ex-wife's cheating partner could testify in court? Although Lin Yun felt that the possibility of this was almost zero, it was a way to solve the problem after all, so she still asked. This is impossible. Yang Hao smiled helplessly. His ex-wife Sun Jie must have discussed the fake divorce and property seizure with the adulterer. The two were in the same boat, so it was impossible for him to testify in court. If that's the case, there's really nothing we can do about it. Lin Yun sighed softly. She really wanted to help this poor man, but the evidence did not allow it. In fact, when she chased him out, she also thought that these two conditions would most likely not be met, but she was just unwilling to give up. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she wanted to give it a try, just in case she could turn the situation around. If you have any new evidence, send me a WeChat message anytime. Lin Yan shook the phone in her hand again. Okay, thank you, Lawyer Lin. Of course Yang Hao could feel the kindness of this beautiful lawyer. Even for a frustrated man like him, such kindness was like a ray of sunshine suddenly falling from the gloomy sky, making him feel a moment of warmth. Everything will get better and better. Come on. Although she failed to help the other person, Lin Yan still gave heartfelt encouragement and a peaceful smile. Thanks. Yang Hao thanked her again and waved goodbye to the beautiful lawyer. Soon his figure disappeared in the vast crowd. Looking at the man's lonely back, Lin Yan always felt upset. He had struggled until he was 30 years old, but ended up with nothing because he chose the wrong woman. What a poor man. Guangming Building is only about 300 meters away from Guangming Road Metro Station. Yang Hao took the elevator into the subway station like a zombie. Is it really possible to turn things around? Lin Yan's words of encouragement involuntarily emerged in my mind. Alas, that's a bit bullshit. I actually took this chicken soup seriously. Yang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, in the 4 words bad times will bring good times, he actually accounted for the bad times. Well, that means I have completed 50% of the KPL. Grass. It's already this late and I'm still thinking about the terminology at work. Yang Hao cursed in his heart. Bite. Helping girls for fun, the system is being activated. The target person is detected to meet the binding criteria. Bite. Congratulations on becoming the honorable host of the Helping Women for Fun system. Just as Yang Hao was cursing silently, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. What? Just when he was getting off the elevator, Yang Hao stumbled and nearly fell. Sir, are you okay? Along with a gentle voice, a hand grabbed Yang Hao's arm from behind, which saved him from falling flat on his face. It's okay, thank you. After standing firm, Yang Hao hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and only then did he realize that the person who helped him at the critical moment was actually a tall beauty. She was dressed fashionably and sexy, with a white sports vest with a black jacket on the upper body, and black shorts on the lower body. Her pair of white and slender legs were completely exposed to the air, making it difficult for people to look away. As a normal man, Yang Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances, and the beautiful woman seemed to have noticed Yang Hao's gaze. She rolled her eyes in disdain, and then walked towards the platform with her glowing white long legs. Bite. Discover goals that can help. Name, Shin Euro. Age, 25. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Current demands. I need a fake boyfriend to deal with my mother's urging to get married. Rewards for helping girls. Stage 1, Red Envelope Small 1. Note, the Red Envelope Small can randomly give out 10,000 to 1 million cash. Second stage, Red Envelope Small 2, Information Kit 1. Note, the Information Kit can obtain the key information needed by the host. Phase 3, to be launched. Another series of mechanical prompt sounds. It took Yang Hao a while to recover from his shock. He was still wondering what the Helping Girls for Fun system was, but less than a minute after the system was activated, the first task came. And Yang Hao also roughly understood the Helping Girls for Fun system from this task. It is similar to the literal information, which means that you can get rewards by helping the target person. As for this target person, they should all be women, otherwise it cannot be called the Helping Women for Fun system. Only. Is this system really reliable? Yang Hao had only seen this in novels before, and he never expected that when he was at his lowest point in life, he would actually activate a system that could change his life, just like the protagonists in some novels. Is it true that good times have come? Yang Hao couldn't help but think of the words of the beautiful lawyer just now. She was right. If this system can really help me turn my life around, I must thank that kind-hearted lawyer. As Yang Hao was thinking, a subway train came roaring in. Accompanied by the beep-beep sound, the door slowly opened. It was not rush hour, so there were not many passengers on the subway and there were a few empty seats. After searching the carriage, Yang Hao soon found Shin Euro sitting in the adjacent carriage, and there was an empty seat next to her. Yang Hao hesitated for a moment, then strode over. If he wanted to complete the task of helping his girl, he had to take the first step. Chapter 3 Auntie, I'm Shiro's boyfriend. A beauty of Chin Yuro's level will always be the focus of attention wherever she appears, and this is no exception now. While Yang Hao noticed the empty seat next to her, there were also two men who had just gotten on the bus, eyeing the empty seat covetously. It's just that the two of them were rather timid and didn't dare to sit next to the beauty. While they were hesitating, Yang Hao had already sat down next to the beauty who had been haunting them. Oh shit. Well. One of them cursed silently in his heart, while the other sighed softly, regretting why he didn't just sit over there. Even if nothing happens, it's a pleasure to sit with such a stunning beauty. She is so beautiful and has such a great figure. I can't even imagine how delicious it would be to sit next to her. This was indeed the case. After Yang Hao sat down next to Chin Yuro, he smelled a faint scent of perfume. The scent was not strong, but it smelled very pleasant when he inhaled it into his nose. Although Yang Hao didn't know much about perfume, he could smell that the perfume the other person was wearing was probably from a big brand, and it was very different from the cheap perfumes worn by the actors in the club. Chin Yuro glanced at Yang Hao, who was sitting over with the corner of her eye. She still remembered this man whom she had helped, but he was obviously ungrateful. It would have been fine if he had just spied on her, but now he was sitting over her again. This inevitably reminded her of the image of the pervert in the Sakura movie. She subconsciously moved her butt to the side to create as much space as possible between herself and Yang Hao, and then started fiddling with her cell phone. Thank you so much for what you did just now. If you hadn't helped me, I would probably be lying in the hospital right now. Although Chin Yuro had already expressed her attitude through body language, Yang Hao had no choice but to strike up a conversation with her in order to complete the task. He forced a warm smile on his face and tried his best to make himself look more open. I just reacted subconsciously, don't take it to heart. Chin Yuro replied without even raising her head. What she said was the truth. Most people would subconsciously reach out to help Yang Hao if they encountered a situation like Yang Hao just now. What's more, Chin Yuro's job is a flight attendant. When she works on the plane, she would occasionally encounter passengers who accidentally tripped and were in risk of falling. So her reaching out to help Yang Hao was really just a conditioned reflex. But now she was a little regretful about meddling in other people's business because she didn't expect that this man would stick to her because of this. Thank you anyway. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Although the combined balance of Yang Hao's bank card and WeChat account was only over 2,000 yuan at the moment, he had to bite the bullet and send out the dinner invitation in order to complete the task. After hearing what Yang Hao said, Chin Yuro frowned slightly, and couldn't help but silently complain in her heart. It turns out that he repays kindness with enmity. I shouldn't have helped him. Chin Yuro was about to refuse when her cell phone suddenly rang. Someone sent her a WeChat voice call request. The other party's avatar was a blooming lotus, and the note was, Teacherly. After seeing the voice message from Teacherly, Chin Yuro's slightly frowned brows suddenly twisted into a knot. She did not answer the voice message, but pressed the mute button, letting the phone screen continue to flash the light brought by Teacherly. After a long while, the avatar of Teacherly on the screen finally disappeared. Chin Yuro had just taken a breath when Teacherly's voice call request came in again. Chin Yuro sighed helplessly, and could only press the answer button. However, when she pressed the answer button, she did not put the phone to her ear, but directly placed it on her tightly clasped thighs, as if she had already anticipated what the other party was going to say. Xiaoro, you've gone too far this time. The guy your aunt introduced to you was so good, but you ran away after just 5 minutes of meeting him. Although Chin Yuro had turned the volume of her phone to the minimum, Yang Hao could still vaguely hear the voice on the phone, and from the other party's rapid-fire output, he could judge that the Teacherly on the phone should be Chin Yuro's mother. Judging from Chin Yuro's reaction, she had already predicted what state her mother would be in. After about 2 minutes of powerful output, Teacherly's voice weakened. Chin Yuro then took the phone from her fair thigh and put it to her ear. Teacherly, please inform my enthusiastic elders that I already have a boyfriend, so please don't introduce me to anyone else. Well, let's do this for now. I'm on the subway and the signal is not good. After saying that, Chin Yuro hung up the call directly, without giving her mother a chance to react. However, she obviously underestimated the power of her words, I already have a boyfriend. In the next few minutes, Teacherly directly started a series of deadly calls. She first sent a voice message on WeChat, but when Chin Yuro didn't answer, she called her directly instead. Chin Yuro obviously didn't expect that her once and for all solution would lead to such serious consequences. In the end, she couldn't stand her mother's series of life-threatening calls and had no choice but to answer the phone. Chin Yuro, please explain yourself clearly. When did you get a boyfriend? How old is he? What does he do? What's your family situation? As expected, after the call was connected, Teacher Lee started checking the household registration. Shin Yuro just wanted to use the lie that she had a boyfriend to turn down those messy blind dates. She hadn't thought about her boyfriend's personality yet. She was speechless under her mother's bombardment and didn't know how to respond for a while. Just when she was about to throw in the towel and tell her mother that she didn't want to fall in love for the time being, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Auntie, hello, my name is Yang Hao, I'm Shiro's boyfriend. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Well, you." As soon as Yang Hao said this, the other end of the phone immediately fell silent. Shin Yuro, who was holding the phone, was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Yang Hao with her beautiful eyes wide open. Her lipstick-coated red lips opened and closed several times, but she didn't say a word. This man is sick. Do you dare to respond to anything? Do you think this is an idle drama? Shin Yuro was complaining crazily in her heart, and her frowning brows were twisted into knots in an instant. She glared at Yang Hao fiercely and was about to scold him for talking nonsense, but her mother's voice rang out from the phone again, and the voice was completely different from the previous one. "Hello, Xiao Yang, right? Hey, I didn't know you were with Xiao. This girl is the same. She didn't even tell me she had a boyfriend. Auntie, we haven't been together for long. Xiao wants to tell you after things get stable." Yang Hao responded without changing his expression. "Oh, so how long have you been together?" 1 month. 1 month? That's not long. Xiao Yang, how old are you this year? What job do you do? Auntie, I am exactly 30 years old this year. I work at Xing Yuan Group as a sales manager. Yang Hao told the truth about his situation. Anyway, according to the system prompt, Shin Yuro needed a fake boyfriend and there was no need to satisfy Shin Yuro and her family. He simply told the truth. Whether they were satisfied or not was not something he should consider. 30 years old. Sales manager. After Yang Hao told his situation, Teacher Lee on the other end of the phone silently repeated these two key pieces of information in his mind. His age matched his daughter's, and as for the position of sales manager, it could only be said to be okay. The main reason is that there are too many so-called managers nowadays. Although they are all called managers, some have an annual salary of 1 million, while others only have an annual salary of tens of thousands. The gap is too big. Mom, the subway has arrived and we still need to transfer. Let's talk about it tonight. Just as Teacher Lee was about to continue questioning, Shin Yuro came to her senses and quickly interrupted, then hung up the phone. This time, Teacher Lee didn't insist on calling her again. Instead, he sent her a WeChat message. "Xiao, your father and I are going to Jiangcheng this weekend. You can ask Xiao Yang to have dinner with us then." Shin Yuro raised her eyebrows subconsciously when she saw the WeChat message sent by her mother. She originally wanted to complain about Yang Hao meddling in her affairs, but she swallowed the words back. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the mission. Reward, red envelope small 1. Yes, no, open the red envelope immediately? At this moment, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Yang Hao's mind. Yang Hao, who was originally thinking about how to complete the first stage of the task, suddenly lit up his eyes. Yes. This has to be it. Yang Hao gave feedback immediately. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the red envelope small. Randomly obtained 660,000 R coins. Note, all system rewards come from legal channels, please feel free to use them. Beep. Your Alipay account has received 660,000 renminbi. The system notification tone had just echoed in Yang Hao's mind when a voice familiar to most people suddenly came from Yang Hao's phone. The sound was so loud, and the amount of 660,000 yuan immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. 660,000 may not be a penny on the internet, but in real life, 660,000 is a huge sum of money for most people. According to the latest data from the central bank, depositors with deposits of more than 500,000 yuan account for 0.37%. Based on a population of 1.4 billion, this is approximately 5.18 million people. But now, a notification sound came from Yang Hao's mobile phone that 660,000 yuan had arrived in his Alipay account, and everyone around him was naturally surprised. Even Shin Yuro subconsciously glanced at Yang Hao. Her job was a flight attendant, commonly known as stewardess. Although this job was considered a good job in the eyes of many people, the monthly salary was actually only more than 10,000 yuan. 660,000 yuan was equivalent to her salary for 5 years. Chapter 4. Do you think a monthly subscription is okay? Feeling the gazes from all directions, Yang Hao couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He remembered that other people's systems would directly transfer rewards to bank cards, but his system did it in such a high-profile way. However, as long as the reward is received, it doesn't matter how. Yang Hao quickly opened Alipay to check, and sure enough, there was 660,000 yuan in the balance. The dad is awesome. Yang Hao subconsciously clenched his phone and roared silently in his heart. The arrival of the system is like turning on a cheat in life for an ordinary person like him. With the help of the cheat daddy, isn't it just a matter of minutes for him to reach the peak of his life? Divorced? Yang Hao now just wants to say that it's better to get divorced. He can't wait to see his ex-wife Sun Jeja's expression when she learns about his rapid success. Well, it must be exciting. Brother, your cell phone ringtone is quite unique, can you send me a copy? Just as Yang Hao was daydreaming, a man with a shaved head came up. He held the ring hanging from the roof with one hand and carried an LV handbag with the other. Perhaps worried that Yang Hao and Qin Yuro beside him couldn't see the brand of his handbag clearly, he deliberately raised his arm higher to let the handbag dangle in front of them. Qin Yuro sneered at his clumsy pretentiousness. As a flight attendant, she had seen too many ways of showing off wealth, and the one shown by the guy with the flat head was the lowest kind. What's more, what the other party took out to show off was an LV handbag whose authenticity was unknown. It was so ridiculous that you didn't even know how to write a story about a wealthy man. Yang Hao works in sales. He travels all over the country and has met all kinds of people. He was speechless about the behavior of the guy with the flat head. This beep is so LWO. However, the bald man's rather sarcastic question resonated with the men who also coveted Qin Yuro's beauty, and they all looked at her with anticipation. They also didn't believe that the voice broadcast of 660,000 yuan received in Alipay was true. It must be a means for the man to attract the attention of the beautiful woman next to him. Therefore, people even admire the bald guy for having the courage to expose Yang Hao's true face as a liar. Of course, they were mostly there to watch the fun. Whether it was Yang Hao or the bald guy who got humiliated, it would provide some topics of conversation in their boring lives. It's easy to get this ringtone. Just ask someone to transfer 660,000 yuan to you through Alipay. Yang Hao shrugged lightly, then wiped the bright screen of his mobile phone with his sleeve. The guy with the flat head was subconsciously guided by Yang Hao's actions, and then he saw the Alipay balance displayed on the mobile phone screen. His eyes suddenly widened, and he silently counted the string of zeros after 66 in his mind. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Holy shit, it's really 660,000. The flat-headed man cursed secretly in his heart, then smiled awkwardly at Yang Hao. Excuse me. After saying that, he quickly fled to other carriages with his handbag between his legs. Seeing this, the onlookers who were waiting to watch the fun were disappointed. The imagined conflict did not happen, and the short-haired guy actually got scared. This was really boring. Qin Yuro, who witnessed the whole process, was quite surprised. The bald man's defeat showed that Yang Hao really had 660,000 yuan in his Alipay account. Of course, this amount was not enough to shock Qin Yuro. Due to her good image and strong working ability, she had recently been transferred to work in the first class, and the passengers she served were all rich people. Once, an old man deliberately showed off his bank card balance of several million in order to show off his wealth in front of her. So Qin Yuro would not change her opinion of Yang Hao because of the 660,000. At most, she felt that this man did not use the voice packaging of 660,000 received from Alipay and she misunderstood him. At this moment, Qin Yuro received another WeChat message from her mother. Teacherly, don't use the excuse of overtime or anything like that to fool us. If we don't see Xiao Yang on the weekend, your dad and I want tea leave. This. After reading the WeChat message sent by her mother, Qin Yuro rolled her eyes in frustration. It was true that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Qin Yuro was just thinking of finding an excuse to work overtime, but her mother had already thought of it and blocked her way. Qin Yuro subconsciously turned her head to look at Yang Hao. After struggling for a while, she said, "Do you have time later? I want to talk to you." Can. Yang Hao had no reason to refuse. He still wanted to continue to take advantage of Qin Yuro, the leg beauty. 20 minutes later. Starbucks on the first floor of Longqing Plaza. Qin Yuro found an empty corner and ordered a matcha frappuccino for herself, while Yang Hao ordered an iced American coffee which he usually used to sustain his life. Shin Euro treated her to the coffee, saying it was to thank Yang Hao for his generous help on the subway. My name is Shin Euro, I work for China Eastern Airlines as a flight attendant. Shin Euro held her cup of matcha frappuccino in both hands and introduced herself in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yang Hao had already learned the information she mentioned from Guadi, but he pretended that he had just learned about it and briefly introduced himself after the other party introduced himself. It was a bit abrupt on the subway just now, but I also wanted to help Miss Chin resolve the dilemma of being urged to get married. Yang Hao briefly explained his behavior just now. But now my parents want to see you. Shin Euro said helplessly. Well. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, with a surprised expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. The first stage of the task was successfully completed. He was worrying about how to complete the second stage or even the third stage, which had not yet been opened. As a result, Shin Euro's parents came to the rescue. Here's what I think. You pretend to be my boyfriend, but I won't let you work in vain. If you meet my parents or relatives and friends, it will be 500 each time. If I need you to answer the phone or WeChat video call, it will be 100 each time. What do you think? In fact, Shin Euro had already thought about finding a fake boyfriend to fool her parents, but she hadn't found a suitable candidate before. In fact, she didn't think Yang Hao was suitable, but things happened to come to this point, so she had no choice but to force the issue. After hearing what Shin Euro said, Yang Hao couldn't help but laugh secretly. This girl is definitely his lucky star. If things go according to the script planned by Shin Euro, completing the second phase of the task will be just around the corner. Although he was happy in his heart, as an experienced salesman, Yang Hao had an embarrassment on his face. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. I think the per-use charge is not suitable for you. How about a monthly subscription? Well. Shin Euro opened her mouth slightly, with a look of astonishment on her pretty face. Monthly subscription? Do I cover you? Because of her outstanding appearance, many people wanted to support her since college, but Shin Euro rejected them all. However, the old man in front of her now asked her to support him. This is simply going against the will of heaven. Chapter 5 Men should also protect themselves. Shin Euro blinked her beautiful eyes and looked Yang Hao up and down. She had never looked at this man carefully before, but now she realized that he was actually quite good looking, with regular features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He was a typical tough guy. However, he looked very haggard, with a yellow face, untidy beard, and messy hair, as if it had just been blown by a strong wind. But it could be seen that he had a good foundation, with three-dimensional facial features and a height of over 180 centimeters. If he dressed up well, he would be considered a handsome man. If he were a few years younger, he would have the capital to be a gigolo. But the problem is that this gigolo actually fell into the hands of Shin Euro, which is a bit ridiculous. In comparison, Shin Euro is obviously the one who has more capital to live off her. I think I've overthought. This monthly subscription is the fee for pretending to be a boyfriend. But, can you please speak properly? Do we have to use such an ambiguous method? Shin Euro glared at Yang Hao with a rather resentful look, and then asked, how much do you want for a monthly subscription? How much do you think is appropriate? Yang Hao asked back calmly. As an experienced salesman, he would not easily reveal his bottom price. Even if his bottom price in this negotiation is 0. Even a negative number. After all, in order to complete the task, he would have to do it even if it cost him money, let alone make money. Shin Euro majored in flight attendant in college, and joined China Eastern Airlines for an internship before graduation. She didn't have much contact with the outside world, and had no negotiation experience. Yang Hao's rhetorical question directly brought her into the other party's rhythm, and she started to think along the lines of Yang Hao's question. She tapped her slender white fingers rhythmically on the wall of the matcha frappuccino cup, silently calculating the price she could accept. Among ordinary workers, Shin Euro's income is actually considered high. After all, she can get a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Of course, those who earn over 10,000 yuan a month may be labeled as poor on the internet, but the reality is that among the country's 1.4 billion people, there are only about 7.84 million people with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, accounting for 0.56% of the total population. Even though this data is not very accurate, the number of people with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan will definitely not exceed 1% of the total population. In other words, Shin Euro's income has actually surpassed 99% of working people. But even so, the money she can save every month is very limited. Girls all love beauty, especially Chin Euro lives in an environment where the spirit of comparison is prevalent. Even if she is very restrained, she will occasionally buy some luxury goods within her means. Therefore, after working for 3 years, her savings are actually only 50,000 yuan. Don't underestimate these 50,000 yuan. In fact, most workers spend all their money paycheck to paycheck. Let alone saving money, they'd be lucky if they don't owe tens of thousands on their credit cards. How about 3,000? After considering for a moment, Chin Euro carefully quoted a price she could afford. She was not sure how long their kept relationship could last. With a monthly salary of 3,000, her savings would be enough to support her for a year. Even if she didn't have the money to continue the relationship, she could explain to her parents that they had broken up. After all, they had been dating for a year, so it is not surprising to break up if they are not suitable. Make a deal. Yang Hao didn't continue acting and just agreed. While continuing the mission, I can also earn 3,000 yuan every month, which is a huge profit. However, seeing him so straightforward, Chin Euro felt a little depressed. The first thought that flashed through her mind was, it's too high. It's like when you are shopping in a clothing wholesale market and you see a piece of clothing you like, the price tag is 499, and you bargain it down to 200, thinking it can't be sold at this price. As a result, the boss sold it to you while cursing at you. Do you think your boss is really complaining that your price is too low? Of course not. The boss is helping you find psychological balance and making you feel that you are getting the better deal. Chin Euro frowned slightly, somewhat regretting her offer, but now that the two had already reached a verbal agreement, she couldn't go back on her word. 3,000 per month, on call, 24 hours a day, rest assured, it's absolutely worth it. Yang Hao's words and the wholesale market boss's swearing lines have the same effect, both of which help people who pay money to find psychological balance. After hearing his words, Chin Euro's mood improved. A monthly salary of 3,000 was really low in Jiangcheng, not to mention that the other party was a laborer in his prime. Words are not enough, sign a contract. If you breach the contract, you will have to pay 10 times the compensation. After a brief silence, Chin Euro spoke again. No problem. Yang Hao shrugged indifferently, you draft the contract and send it to me. Well, wait a minute. Chin Euro naturally had no such experience. She searched the internet but couldn't find the boyfriend's rental contract. However, she found several girlfriends' rental contracts. She looked at the contents and then modified them according to the actual situation. In fact, Chin Euro was only worried about two things, safety and confidentiality. She and Yang Hao had just met, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they were strangers. Who knew what kind of person this guy was, whether he was greedy for her body, and what if he took advantage of her under the guise of being her boyfriend? So safety was the top priority. Then there is the matter of confidentiality. Although Chin Euro's purpose is to fool her parents, she cannot publicly announce that the two are a fake couple. Once it gets to the ears of relatives and friends, her act will be ruined. After revising for a while, Chin Euro finally finished the first draft of the boyfriend rental agreement. She read it carefully twice and felt that there were no mistakes. Then she looked up at Yang Hao again, the agreement is finished, I will send it to you. Use your mind to send it? Yang Hao smiled and shook the phone in his hand. I'll sweep you. Chin Euro pursed her lips slightly, while silently complaining in her heart, just tell me if you don't have any WeChat friends, you are so sarcastic. The two immediately added each other as WeChat friends. Then Chin Euro sent the prepared boyfriend rental agreement over. Yang Hao received and checked. The contract is quite formal. The title on the first line is enlarged and bolded, and the 6 words boyfriend rental agreement are very eye-catching. Since it was a template downloaded from the internet, the terms of the agreement were quite detailed. The two most critical points are, one is that there can be no physical contact without the permission of the employer party at Chin Euro. Another thing is that Yang Hao cannot inform any third party about this agreement. Once breach of contract, compensation will be 100 times. If you have anything to add, you can also ask? When Yang Hao had almost finished looking, Chin Euro asked. Yang Hao took a sip of coffee slowly, then pointed at his phone screen and said, Rule 1, no physical contact without the employer's permission. I think this rule should be changed to, no physical contact without mutual consent. When you go out, not only women need to protect themselves, but men too. What do you think? Chapter 6, Men's Money is for Women to See. Chin Euro raised her thin eyebrows and subconsciously responded to Yang Hao with a roll of her eyes. Look, this is human language. She actually treated herself as a female pervert and spoke as if she would take advantage of this man. Although she was extremely disdainful in her heart, Qin Yuro didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, Yang Hao's request was reasonable and based on the principle of fairness and justice. This agreement should not only bind Yang Hao, the party B, but should also bind her, the party A. Okay, I'll modify it as you said. Qin Yuro nodded unhappily and modified the agreement according to Yang Hao's request. After reading the second draft, Yang Hao no longer had any objections. Qin Yuro immediately went to the copy shop next door to print 2 copies of the agreement, and then the two signed the agreement. Boss Qin, happy cooperation. After signing the contract, Yang Hao stretched out his right hand with a smile. Qin Yuro, who was putting the contract into her bag, was stunned for a moment. She was obviously not used to the title Boss Qin. I'm not some boss. Qin Yuro muttered something speechlessly, but still stretched out her fair hand and shook hands with Yang Hao. Of course the person who pays me is the boss. Yang Hao held Qin Yu's soft, tender little hand with a bright smile on his face. In fact, shaking hands was just an instinct for him as an old salesman. After the contract is signed, both parties should shake hands to express their pleasant cooperation. So Yang Hao had no other thoughts before shaking hands, but after holding Qin Yuro's small hand, feeling the soft and smooth touch, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel moved. As an experienced salesman, socializing is a compulsory course. No matter he is on a business trip or receiving clients at the company headquarters, Yang Hao has been to various entertainment venues. It is inevitable that he will have some fun, and he has held the hands of many girls, but he has never had the impression of anyone touching as well as Qin Yuro. That's all for today. I'll call when I need you. Qin Yuro noticed something was wrong and quickly pulled her hand back, then glared at Yang Hao fiercely. Article 1 of the agreement, Mr. Yang, please respect yourself. Cough cough. I'm just very happy, that's all. Yang Hao gave an awkward explanation, but it was totally unconvincing. Qin Yuro snorted softly and didn't continue the topic. In fact, she felt a little regretful at this moment, and the more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. It is ridiculous that I signed such an agreement with a strange man. Is it still too late to cancel the contract now? What does the agreement say about breach of contract? Well, it seems like the compensation is 100 times the monthly salary. 100 times 3,000 is 300,000. After coming up with the penalty figure in her mind, Qin Yuro couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't afford the penalty of 300,000. Forget it, let us observe for a while first. Xiaoro, it's really you. Just as Qin Yuro was thinking silently, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She subconsciously turned her head and saw a woman in a yellow halter dress walking towards her with a smile. The dress was semi-tight and the upper part fit her body very well, showing her figure. Her faintly visible cleavage attracted the attention of the men around her. Cece, why are you here? Qin Yuro asked in a panic. The woman was her college classmate and colleague Cece. Both of them graduated from Jiangcheng Aviation University. They were classmates when they were in college. Later, they joined China Eastern Airlines together and were very familiar with each other. But the two of them were only familiar with each other and did not become real friends. The reason can be summed up in one sentence: people with different ideals cannot work together. Cece is the kind of woman who puts money first, a typical gold digger. She also has a rather decadent private life. During her college years, she had a record of dating 3 boyfriends at the same time. One on campus, one off campus, and one in a different location. Qin Yuro is a relatively conservative person. She cannot agree with Cece's values, so naturally the two of them cannot get along well. However, since they are college classmates and colleagues, the two seem to have a good relationship on the surface. I made an appointment with Meng Meng to go shopping, and she will be here soon. Xiaoro, who is this? Cece had already seen Yang Hao and had quickly assessed the value of his outfit, initially estimating that it was no more than 2,000 yuan. Only the Tizot watch on his wrist is worth a little, about 5 or 6,000. This kind of man is not in Cece's eyes, but she is very curious about the relationship between this man and Qin Yuro. Among the group of beautiful stewardesses, Qin Yuro is the one with the most outstanding appearance and figure. The suitors around her are of very high quality, which makes Cece both envious and jealous. However, Qin Yuro has never had a boyfriend. 2 days ago, when she rejected a first-class passenger, she said that she had a boyfriend. Isn't this it? Cece became more and more curious about Yang Hao, who appeared beside Qin Yuro. Before Qin Yuro could respond, she couldn't wait to ask, boyfriend? Xiaoro, you said you had a boyfriend a few days ago. I thought you were just looking for a random excuse to reject Mr. Zhao, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hello handsome guy, my name is Isisi, Xiaoro and I are colleagues and friends. Seeing that Qin Yuro didn't seem to have any intention of introducing Yang Hao to her, Isisi simply skipped her and took the initiative to step forward and greet Yang Hao. Hello, Yang Hao. This kind of situation was nothing to Yang Hao, an experienced salesman. He responded calmly but did not take the initiative to admit his relationship with Qin Yuro. Of course, he did not deny it either. This can be considered a little trick when chatting, which can be used for both offense and defense. Where is brother Yang employed? Hisisi was very curious about this boyfriend that Qin Yuro had hidden, so she asked immediately. Xin Yuan Group. Yang Hao did not give accurate job information like he did to Qin Yuro's mother. After all, he didn't know what the relationship between the other party and Qin Yuro was, so there was no need to respond in detail. Xin Yuan Group, a big company. Brother Yang is obviously a leader at first glance. Hisisi tried to continue to trick Yang Hao into talking, wanting to find out his background, but this little trick didn't work on Yang Hao at all. He just smiled and didn't give a positive response. But Hisisi didn't give up. She turned to look at Qin Yuro again and said, Xiaoro, you guys are here to go shopping, right? How about walking around together? Just consider it as accompanying me. Meng Meng just sent a WeChat message saying that there is a traffic jam, so I don't know when I will arrive. While speaking, she also pulled Qin Yuro's arm and shook it like a spoiled child. Qin Yuro frowned. She naturally had no intention of going shopping. Just as she was about to refuse, Hisisi looked at Yang Hao again. Brother Yang, do you mind if I act as a light bulb for a while? Bite. Discover goals that can help. Name, Hisisi. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Current demands. She wants the host to stay and go shopping with her. Rewards for helping girls. Double cash back on shopping purchases. Note 1, the consumption limit is not more than 660,000. Note 2, the consumption objects are limited to the host and the object being helped. Just when Yang Hao was about to refuse, Guadi's voice rang in his mind again. He was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his face. Of course I don't mind, it's more lively with more people. Xiaoro and I were just about to go for a walk anyway. Hey, sorry to bother you. Hisisi was overjoyed and immediately took Qin Yuro's arm. What I was thinking was, I want to see what kind of boyfriend you are. At this time, Yang Hao was thinking about how to spend 660,000 yuan. According to the rules, the 660,000 yuan can only be spent on him or the person being helped, Hisisi. It seems like this is a multiple choice question with two choices, but in fact there is no choice at all. He and Hisisi just met for the first time, why should he spend money on her? Is it because she wears revealing clothes and has a deep cleavage? What a joke. Didn't he say so on the internet? A man's money is for women to see, not to spend. Chapter 7 I was wrong. He is the real God. Why did you agree? I'm not actually very familiar with Hisisi. In the LV store on the first floor of the mall, Hisisi's attention was attracted by a tote bag. The female shopping guide was introducing it to her enthusiastically. Qin Yuro took the opportunity to call Yang Hao aside and questioned him with a stern face. I was thinking of using her as a practice. If I mess up in front of her, I won't have to go see your parents this weekend. Yang Hao spread his hands gently. He had already thought of his excuse. Oh. Qin Yuro was originally angry at Yang Hao for taking the initiative, but after hearing this explanation, she felt that it made some sense. After all, they were not professional actors, and pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend did require some adjustment. Xiaoro, what do you think of this bag? I think it suits your temperament. At this time, Hisisi came over carrying the tote bag she liked, and the saleswoman serving her added with a smile, this bag is very versatile and fits your temperament very well. Xiaoro, give it a try. Hisisi immediately handed the bag over her arm to Qin Yuro. At the same time, she glanced at Yang Hao out of the corner of her eye, wanting to see his reaction. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. The bag that Hisisi took was worth 32,000 yuan. Although she didn't ask Yang Hao to buy it, her reaction could roughly tell her other party's spending level. However, what disappointed Cece was that Yang Hao looked normal and there was no change in emotion on his face. Pretending to be calm? Or is it that a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan is nothing in his eyes? Cece decided to test it further. After she put the bag on Qin Yuro's arm, she turned around and asked Yang Hao, "Brother Yang, what do you think?" "It's pretty good looking." Yang Hao nodded with a smile on his face. "It's mainly because I'm good looking, so any bag I carry will look good on me." What the gentleman said is absolutely right. With the looks of the two young ladies, any bag will look good on them. The female salesperson quickly agreed with a smile on her face. At the beginning, she didn't take Yang Hao seriously at all. Although the female salespersons of luxury brands would not look down on people as described in some melodramatic novels, they would still silently evaluate customers in their hearts after they come to their store. Her assessment of Yang Hao was that this man was not a customer with purchasing power, so she naturally focused her service on Cece, who was obviously a potential customer. However, Yang Hao's praise was in line with her interests at this moment, and she immediately had a better impression of Yang Hao. Although this man probably cannot afford the things in the store, he will still give emotional value, unlike some men whose girlfriends will just give it a try, and then he will be so embarrassed that they are afraid of asking him to pay the bill. It looks good, but it's a bit expensive. But this bag really matches Sharo. At this time Cece spoke again. She touched the tote bag with a disappointed expression on her face, but her eyes turned to Yang Hao again, waiting for his reaction. A gold digger like Cece would not mindlessly mock or attract hatred. What's more, she and Yang Hao had just met. She was just curious about Qin Yuro's underground boyfriend and wanted to find out more about him. If the other person was just an ordinary man with average financial situation, Cece would feel better. She would also feel a little comforted as she had always been suppressed by Qin Yuro in school and at work. So what if you are pretty and have a good figure? It's because you found a mediocre boyfriend. Just as Cece expected, Yang Hao, whose entire outfit including his watch cost no more than 10,000 yuan, did not respond. Instead, he turned his head to look at the men's bag next to him, pretending to be attracted by the handbag in the window. It turned out that I was just pretending to be calm. Cece curled her lips slightly, but she was still very happy in her heart. After all, Qin Yuro was not as good as herself in choosing men. Cece's goal has always been to successfully get rich by hooking up with a rich man. Although she has not succeeded yet, there are many men who bought her LV bags in the past. This alone makes her much stronger than Yang Hao. "Sir, this handbag is a new product of the season and it matches your temperament very well." Seeing that Yang Hao seemed interested in the handbags in the window, the bored female salesperson in the men's bag section immediately came up to him with a smile on her face to introduce them. She also knew that Yang Hao probably couldn't afford the handbag in the window, but she had nothing to do anyway, so she came here to show her presence and let Yang Hao, an ordinary customer, feel the warm service of a luxury brand salesperson. Maybe he would have a good experience this time and become her customer after he had money. As human beings, we should always take a long-term view. Another saleswoman in charge of the men's bag area didn't think so. Seeing her colleague trying to please Yang Hao, who obviously had no purchasing power, she shook her head in disdain and approached a tall saleswoman and whispered, "Sister Yan is really dedicated. When you get older, you probably can't sit still and want to find someone to chat with." The tall female salesperson echoed this, and then both of them looked like they were enjoying a good show. On the other side, Yang Hao picked up the handbag in the window and looked at it in front of the mirror, then said to the enthusiastic saleswoman, "Give me the invoice." "Ah?" Su Yan was shocked and looked at Yang Hao in disbelief, thinking she had heard it wrong. "Didn't you hear clearly? Still need to distribute goods?" Yang Hao was actually very satisfied with the saleswoman's reaction, and even felt a sense of pleasure from her. "You think I can't afford it? But I'm going to ask you to go and get the ticket. Are you surprised? Sir, this bag doesn't need to be matched. I'll go get the tickets now." Su Yan came back to her senses and was overjoyed, replying with a smile on her face. Originally, she had no hope for Yang Hao, because the way he was dressed didn't seem like someone who could afford LV. If Yang Hao was looking at a wallet or a handbag worth just over 10,000 yuan, there might be hope, but the handbag he was looking at was worth 75,000 yuan, which was considered expensive in their store. However, no one expected that Yang Hao just stood in front of the mirror, took a look and placed the order. Seeing this, the two female salespeople who were waiting to see the show were stunned. "He bought the handbag? It seems so. That bag is 75,000 yuan. Can he afford it? Who knows? But Sister Yan really went to issue the tickets.
Did I make a mistake? He's just being low-key? The two saleswomen were whispering in shock.
At the same time, Hisisi, Chin Euro, and the female salesperson with short, neat hair who greeted them were also stunned.
Xiaoro, your boyfriend seems to have bought a bag? No, what's wrong with him? He didn't buy you a bag, but bought one for himself?
While Hisisi was talking, her eyes were fixed on the counter, wanting to see if Yang Hao really bought the bag.
Chin Euro was more surprised to see Yang Hao's action.
She thought Yang Hao was just an ordinary office worker, but he bought an LV bag without blinking an eye. Although she didn't know how much the bag cost, such a big handbag, considering the style of LV, would cost at least 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. The short-haired female salesperson was surprised and speechless at the moment. She had always focused her service on Hisisi and Chin Euro, but in the end, the man she ignored bought a new handbag of the season without saying a word. But she knew the price.
That bag cost 75,000. I was wrong.
It turns out that he is the real god.
Chapter 8. It's nice to have money.
Under the complicated gazes of the women, Yang Hao calmly paid the bill. Yang Hao is quite satisfied with this handbag. He can carry it in his hand or carry it on one shoulder. It is just right for use when he is on a business trip. In the past, Yang Hao was not interested in luxury goods, and even thought that those who spent a lot of money on them were being cheated. But now Yang Hao had to admit that he was narrow-minded before. That's just the sour grapes mentality. Just at this moment, the female salespeople in the store looked at him with undisguised flattery in their eyes, and the way Hisisi and Chin Euro looked at him also underwent subtle changes. Everyone has vanity, and Yang Hao is no exception. At this moment, this feeling is something Yang Hao has never experienced in the previous 30 years of his life. He couldn't help but sigh, it's so good to be rich.
Brother Yang, do you still need a briefcase?
Our briefcases are of very good quality. When Yang Hao was sighing silently in his heart, his eyes happened to look towards the area where briefcases were displayed. Su Yan thought that this low-key guy wanted to buy a briefcase, so naturally she didn't want to miss this opportunity to sell it. Yang Hao glanced in the direction of her finger and saw several briefcases neatly placed on the shelf. He immediately waved his hand and said, "The third one on the left, pack it up." For someone like Yang Hao who travels frequently, a decent briefcase is very necessary, so he simply splurged on it.
Okay. Su Yan couldn't stop smiling.
Working at LV, she dealt most with rich people.
She had met many wealthy customers, but not many were as straightforward as Yang Hao.
This briefcase was sold for 25,000, plus the previous 75,000. It was exactly 100,000. In other words, in just a few minutes, Yang Hao spent 100,000 yuan, which made the female salesperson who had previously sneered at Yang Hao regret it very much. The tall female salesperson was gloating, Lingling, if you take the initiative, this high-quality customer will be yours.
Who knew he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger?
The saleswoman named Lingling said with a sad face, the outfit was no more than 10,000 yuan, but he spent 100,000 yuan in a few minutes.
How can there be such a person?
On the other side, Hisisi, who had recovered from her shock, took Chin Euro's arm and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Xiaoro, I was wondering why you hid your boyfriend. It turns out he's an invisible rich man.
You're afraid that we'll snatch him away, right?"
Hisisi's tone was sour. She was in a very complicated mood at the moment. She thought she was better than Chin Euro in choosing men, but she didn't expect that the other party had quietly found a low-key wealthy boyfriend.
Chin Euro didn't know how to respond.
She naturally didn't expect that Yang Hao was so rich that he spent 100,000 yuan in a few minutes. She couldn't help but think of the notification sound of Alipay received 660,000 on the subway. Before, she thought it was just an isolated case. Maybe the other party received a large sum of money from paying for goods or selling a house, but that was definitely not a normal situation. But now she has to change her mind, maybe that is someone's daily pocket money. But judging from Yang Hao's dress, he really doesn't look like a rich man, not to mention that he just signed a boyfriend rental agreement with her for a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan.
So, my boyfriend who spends 3,000 new Taiwan dollars a month on rent is actually a hidden rich man? This is too magical. Even online novels don't dare to write like this. Brother Yang, do you need storage or delivery service?
After Yang Hao finished paying, Su Yan asked again considerately, the packaging of these two bags is very large, it is naturally not very convenient to carry them while shopping.
Let's deposit it first.
Yang Hao still had more than 500,000 yuan to spend, so he simply left the two bags in the store and would pick them up after he finished spending.
But just as he finished speaking, Cece came up to him with a smile and said, "No need to deposit it. Brother Yang, I'll help you carry it. It's not very heavy." Well. Yang Hao was stunned and looked at Cece with surprise. For a moment he didn't quite understand what this woman was doing. However, since someone volunteered to be a laborer, Yang Hao had no reason to refuse, so he nodded immediately and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Miss He." "Brother Yang, you are too polite. It's not that hard." Cece replied with a smile, then picked up the 2 oversized LV shopping bags. "Miss Qin, do you want to wrap this bag?" Seeing that Yang Hao spent 100,000 yuan easily, the female salesperson hurriedly started to promote the tote bag that was still hanging on Qin Yuro's arm, thinking to herself that your boyfriend is so rich, as long as you nod, buying him a bag will be no problem at all. However, the saleswoman obviously miscalculated. After hearing her question, Qin Yuro came to her senses and quickly handed the bag back. "No need." Qin Yuro couldn't afford a bag that cost more than 30,000 yuan, and it was even more impossible for her to be so shameless as to ask Yang how to pay for it. It was not something she could do. "Cece, let's go. Go take a walk around the side." Qin Yuro felt very pressured to visit the LV store, which was not in line with her spending power. After returning the bag, she quickly called Cece to leave. After leaving the LV store, she let out a long breath and relaxed completely. "Xiaoro, what's wrong with you? That tote bag just now obviously suits you very well. Let Brother Yang buy it." Cece whispered as she glanced at Yang Hao, who was being asked for his WeChat by a female salesperson in the store. "It's too expensive." Qin Yuro shook her head. "It's just over 30,000 yuan. It's nothing to Brother Yang." Cece shook the 2 shopping bags in her hand. These 2 bags cost 100,000, and Brother Yang didn't even blink. "Xiaoro, don't feel any psychological burden. He is your boyfriend, so it's normal for him to buy you a bag." Qin Yuro didn't say anything, but subconsciously glanced at Yang Hao. Not to mention that the other party was just a fake boyfriend. Even if he was really her boyfriend, she would not take the initiative to ask him to buy her a bag. However, at this moment, she really couldn't understand this boyfriend whom she rented for 3,000 yuan, and her mood was very complicated. It was obviously just a random shield, but she found out that this shield was pure gold, and it might even be inlaid with precious gems, which was priceless. "Xiaoro, I'm telling you, you have to keep an eye on a boyfriend like Brother Yang, or he'll be snatched away by other women in a matter of minutes." At this time, Cece gave another kind reminder, but her reminder sounded a bit like the thief crying "Stop thief." It was obvious that she was the one who had this idea, and she even secretly cursed the 2 female saleswomen who asked Yang Hao for his WeChat information as bitches. Qin Yuro still knew Cece's character, and couldn't help but silently complain in her heart, "It was you who had this idea." Chapter 9, Encounter with My Ex-Sister-in-Law. While Yang Hao was being harassed by the female salesperson, Cece took a few selfies with 2 LV shopping bags in one hand and her phone in the other. Then she chose the one she was most satisfied with from several selfies, skillfully edited it and posted it on WeChat Moments, with the caption, "So tired B." Her circle of friends seems to be complaining about being tired from shopping, but in fact she is inadvertently showing off her harvest. Of course, Qin Yuro will be blocked in this circle of friends to avoid embarrassment. In fact, this way of showing off is not clever at all, but it is very useful in Cece's circle. As soon as she posted it on WeChat Moments, several of her fake girlfriends left messages expressing their envy. Meng, who was stuck in traffic, even bombarded her with a wave of messages. "Meng, Cece, what is going on? Are you starting to go shopping now? Meng, did you catch the big brother while waiting for me? Meng, TSK, can this big brother be shared carat o carat?" Cece was very satisfied with the reactions of her fake girlfriends, but the last message from Meng made her curl her lips involuntarily. This Meng, whose full name is Zhao Meng, is also a flight attendant of China Eastern Airlines. She is a colleague of Cece and Qin Yuro, but she and Cece belong to the same type of people. They soon became good girlfriends and often went out for meals and shopping together. But fake besties like them are wary of each other. If they have a good man, they have to hide him. How can they share him with others? "Xiaoro, how long have you been talking to Brother Yang? This confidentiality work is really good." After dealing with Zhao Meng, Cece began to inquire about Yang Hao's news in a roundabout way. If the other party and Qin Yuro had not been together for a long time, then her success rate in poaching him would be higher. Of course, for someone like Cece, no matter how long Qin Yuro and Yang Hao have been together, she will give it a try.
It's just that there are ways to deal with a short relationship and a long relationship. She can be considered a semi-professional player in poaching. This question really stumped Chin Euro. She and Yang Hao had just signed a lease agreement and many details were not yet complete. However, she quickly thought of the conversation Yang Hao had just had with her mother on the subway and immediately replied, "Not long, just 1 month."
That's what I said. Not at all.
Upon hearing that the two had only been together for a month, Hisisi couldn't help but feel secretly happy. The short time they had been together meant that their relationship was still unstable, making it easier for someone to take advantage of the situation. But this period of time also has disadvantages for her. According to the normal rhythm of love, being together for a month should still be considered the passionate period, and it is not easy to really break up the two. Well, I still have to find an opportunity to test Brother Yang. Hisisi thought silently in her heart and glanced at Yang Hao again.
At this moment, the latter had gotten rid of the entanglement of the female salesman and walked towards her with big strides.
To be precise, he should be walking towards his girlfriend Chinyoro, but Hisisi just thought that Yang Hao was looking for her.
She smiled and greeted him and asked, "Brother Yang, what else do you want to buy next? I am quite familiar with Longqing Plaza. Just wander around. It's mainly to accompany Xiaro."
Yang Hao replied with a smile, and then pouted at Chinyoro who was standing beside him.
"Xiaro is so happy."
Most men are quite resistant to shopping, but Brother Yang is so patient. Hisisi flattered him again. It must be said that she was quite good at making men happy. Even if he knew that she was complimenting him, he would not feel disgusted.
This should be the emotional value that some women often talk about.
In the past, Yang Hao was always an exporter of emotional value, providing so-called emotional value to his wife, clients, and leaders to make them feel comfortable. Today, Yang Hao enjoyed himself for once. It was a very comfortable feeling. He even understood why the leader wanted to use this subordinate even though he knew that he was a flatterer. Because this flatterer can provide enough emotional value to the leader and make the leader happy.
Isn't the purpose of life to be happy?
Seeing Hisisi and Yang Hao chatting enthusiastically, Chinyoro frowned subconsciously. She knew what Hisisi was thinking. She originally thought that she should not have any emotional fluctuations. After all, Yang Hao was just her rented boyfriend, and who he was willing to be with was none of her business. However, when she saw Yang Hao and Hisisi being so affectionate, she actually felt a little jealous. He is clearly my boyfriend who I rented for 3,000 yuan.
Shouldn't he at least keep a distance from other women when working and have a sense of boundaries?
Bite. The cashback reward of 200,000 has been received. When Yang Hao was chatting with Hisisi, the voice of Guadi suddenly rang in his mind.
Ugh, so fast.
Yang Hao was slightly startled, then he realized that this was the cashback reward for the 100,000 yuan he spent at the LV store. He thought he would get the cashback after spending all the 660,000 yuan, but he didn't expect the cashback to come so quickly.
That's very nice.
Moreover, this time the cashback reward was directly transferred to the bank card instead of being sent to Alipay, which avoided embarrassment on the subway.
Brother Yang, there's a Huawei Experience store over there. How about going to take a look? There's a trifold phone that's just been launched recently.
Hisisi pointed to the Huawei Experience store nearby and suggested with a smile.
Okay. Yang Hao had no objection.
After all, the main purpose was consumption and it didn't matter where he consumed it. Besides, the mobile phone he was using was bought 3 years ago. With electronic products being updated so quickly, it was indeed time to change the phone.
Today is not the weekend, and there are not many people in the mall. There are also few customers in the Huawei Experience store.
When a customer came in, a female salesperson immediately greeted him with a smile on her face.
"Beautiful lady, would you like to check your phone?"
The female salesperson first greeted Hisisi who was walking in front of her. The other party was holding 2 LV shopping bags, and her purchasing power was unquestionable.
"Well, the trifold model is in stock, right?" Hisisi asked casually as she walked into the store. "You are talking about Mate XT Extraordinary Master, right? It's in stock. Come this way, please."
At present, this mobile phone is not as popular as when it was first released. After all, the audience for a mobile phone that costs more than 20,000 yuan is still too small. As the female salesperson responded, her eyes subconsciously looked at Yang Hao who was following behind Hisisi, and then she was suddenly stunned.
"Sister, brother-in-law?"
The saleswoman stammered, looking panicked and shocked. Yang Hao was actually quite surprised to see the female salesperson, because she turned out to be his sister-in-law, or to be more precise, his ex-sister-in-law. At the moment, Yang Hao can't find his ex-wife's son Jieja, but he unexpectedly meets his ex-wife's sister Sun Tingting here. Chapter 10, My brother-in-law has a new girlfriend, and my former sister-in-law is shocked. Sun Tingting is 22 years old. After graduating from university last year, she went to an internship in a foreign company, but was fired as soon as the internship period was over. In the following 6 months, she changed 3 jobs. After suffering a series of social beatings, she finally faced the reality that it is too difficult for a second-rate undergraduate like her to find a relatively decent job with high income. 2 months ago, she was introduced by a classmate and joined this Huawei authorized experience store as a salesperson. Although this job is not decent, the income is still good. A salesperson with good performance can earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month, which is comparable to the income of ordinary white-collar workers.
Brother-in-law? Brother Yang, are you married?
Before Yang Hao could speak, He exclaimed. She looked at Yang Hao and then at Qin Yuro, and finally figured out why Qin Yuro was so low-key after having a rich boyfriend. It turned out that her rich boyfriend was a married man.
In fact, to ECC, it doesn't matter whether one is married or not.
As long as the other party can meet her material needs, it doesn't matter whether one is married or not. However, being unmarried is definitely a plus. After all, there will be no hassles when dating. If you are dating a married man, you need to be more cautious.
For example, when asking for money, only take cash and don't transfer money.
Otherwise, if you fall out with him later, his wife can sue and the transferred money can be recovered. If she isn't careful, she might end up being taken advantage of for free. This kind of thing has happened in the socialite group she hangs out with, so she naturally wants to take it as a warning. Qin Yuro, who was walking behind Yang Hao, was also startled by Sun Tingting's call of brother-in-law. Her beautiful eyes widened and she cast a questioning look at Yang Hao, while she silently complained in her heart, it turns out that cheap goods are not good. No wonder he can accept a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, it turns out he is a married man.
Pooh. Scumbag. You have a wife and you still do this kind of thing. Qin Yuro cursed inwardly, thinking that she would have to cancel the agreement with Yang Hao soon.
If the other party was single, it would be okay for him to pretend to be her boyfriend.
It is absolutely not possible if you have a wife.
Although their relationship is fake, it is easy to be misunderstood.
Once you are regarded as a mistress, there is no way to defend yourself. Well, the agreement must be terminated.
Qin Yuro was just thinking about it when she heard Yang Hao say, "Your sister has divorced me, so you'd better stop calling me brother-in-law. Also, tell your sister that you don't have to hide from me anymore.
Let's put the past behind us." Well, do you really think so?
Sun Tingting looked at Yang Hao in disbelief. She knew what her sister had done to her ex-brother-in-law. Even she, the younger sister, felt that her sister had gone too far. Moreover, her brother-in-law had been looking for her sister like crazy these days to settle the score.
For this reason, her parents had temporarily moved out of their old house.
Therefore, at this moment Sun Tingting seriously suspected that this was Yang Hao's delaying tactic. He said that the matter was over, but in fact he just wanted to trick his sister out. Of course it's true. Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, then reached out and pulled Qin Yuro's arm. "Look, I already have a girlfriend.
How do you think she compares to your sister?" Well, girlfriend?
Sun Tingting subconsciously looked at Qin Yuro. In fact, when the three of them entered the store, she noticed Qin Yuro, whose figure and appearance were better than ECC. It was just that ECC was carrying 2 oversized LV shopping bags in her hands and seemed to have stronger purchasing power, so she focused more on ECC. When she heard Yang Hao say that this beautiful woman with a look and figure comparable to that of a female star was actually the current girlfriend of her former brother-in-law, she suddenly lost her composure and her eyes were full of disbelief. After listening to the conversation between the two, ECC and Qin Yuro also sorted out the relationship between them. It turns out that Yang Hao is just the ex-brother-in-law of this female salesperson. In other words, Yang Hao is indeed single now, but he has a history of marriage. For a woman like ECC who can accept being married, having a history of marriage is not a problem at all. This is much better than being married, because as long as you are single and spend money on her, there is no problem of transferring marital property. If you transfer money, you can just indicate that it is a voluntary and free gift. Qin Yuro, who had originally been thinking about canceling the agreement with Yang Hao, also changed her mind. She only needed a fake boyfriend, so it didn't matter whether Yang Hao had been married before, as long as he was single now. So when Yang Hao introduced himself to Sun Tingting, she nodded in agreement. Hello, Qin Euro.
Hello. My name is Sun Tingting. After a slight hesitation, Sun Tingting also gave her name.
At the same time, she looked at Qin Euro very carefully. The other party was tall and beautiful. She was one of those rare hexagonal beauties who had almost no shortcomings. It was estimated that those female stars on TV might not be able to compete with her in real life.
But why would such a stunning beauty follow her brother-in-law? This is not scientific.
Sun Tingting and Yang Hao are actually quite familiar with each other. She went to college in Jiangcheng and would occasionally stay at her sister's house. Her brother-in-law Yang Hao was also very nice to her and often took her out to eat delicious food. However, Sun Tingting, like her sister Sun Jejia, is a materialistic woman. So even though her brother-in-law treats her well, Sun Tingting doesn't look down on her brother-in-law Yang Hao, who has average earning ability. So, although what her sister did this time was excessive, she also felt that her sister had no bottom line, but at the same time, she felt that her brother-in-law Yang Hao was not without problems. If you earn more and allowed your sister to live a better life, she would not betray you. After all, it's just that you are incompetent. Since we are acquaintances, you have to give us a bigger discount later. At this time, Cece jumped out again to show her presence. While speaking, she pulled Sun Tingting's arm, and then asked half jokingly and half seriously, "Beauty, your sister has high standards.
She doesn't even want a man as outstanding as Brother Yang.
She may not know that men like Brother Yang are still very popular. I don't really know much about their affairs." Sun Tingting said perfunctorily, then turned her head to look in the direction of the cashier, and waved to a female salesperson who was fiddling with her phone with her head down. "Zhu, please help me receive the customers.
I'm going to the bathroom."
"Oh, okay." Zhuing didn't pay attention to the situation here and didn't know what happened.
She responded and then came over with a smile. "Three of you, what do you want to buy? I'll introduce it to you."
"Sister, Brother Yang, I need to go to the bathroom first." Sun Tingting almost called him brother-in-law again. After all, she had been calling him that for several years, and she was not used to changing her name all of a sudden.
Yang Hao nodded slightly and didn't say much.
Sun Tingting quickly fled the scene, but after walking a little further away, she quickly took out her cell phone, took a photo of Yang Hao and Qin Euro and sent it to her sister Sun Jejia.
Chapter 11, Ex-Husband Has a New Love?
"Sister, I met my brother-in-law in the store. He has a girlfriend, and she is very pretty. He also said that your relationship is over and you don't need to hide from him anymore." Sun Tingting sent several WeChat messages to her sister in succession, then took photos of Yang Hao and Qin Euro from different angles and sent all the photos to her. At the same time, inside the Hilton Garden Hotel, Sun Jejia was wrapped in a bathrobe, arguing with a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "You said you would marry me, but you haven't divorced yet."
"Lu Songlin, what do you mean?
"If you dare to play tricks on me, I will confront your wife. Since you won't let me live an easy life, then no one else will live an easy life." Sun Jejia's face was ferocious. For this man, she even used despicable means to divorce her husband. The two had agreed to divorce together, but the man hasn't divorced yet. Lu Songlin took off his glasses, stretched out his hand and squeezed his brows, and comforted her. "Jia, my situation is different from yours. I have a child, and the division of property is also a big problem. If you want to hurry, you can only leave the house with nothing."
"Is this the result you want to see?" Lu Songlin knew Sun Jejia's weak spot.
The reason why the other party pounced on him was because of his rich family property, otherwise how could she have divorced so decisively? Sure enough, when Sun Jejia heard Lu Songlin say that he would be kicked out of the house with nothing, her excitement suddenly eased a lot. Of course, she could not accept that Lu Songlin would be kicked out of the house with nothing. This man was already 40 years old.
Did she have to accompany him to make a comeback?
What a joke! The purpose of finding such an old man is to reap the benefits and live the life of a rich wife. So, this matter cannot be rushed. I have already been secretly transferring my assets, but this will take time. Seeing that Sun Jejia's mood had eased a lot, he reached out and hugged her in his arms, and continued to speak sweetly. "Jejia, you have given so much for me, I have seen it all. Don't worry, when I have almost transferred all the property, I will go through the divorce procedures immediately. I have no feelings for that yellow-faced woman at home any longer."
"How long will it take?"
"I don't want to live this kind of sneaky life for even one more day." Sun Jejia stared into Lu Songlin's eyes and asked.
"If it's slow, it's half a year. If it's fast, it's 3 months.
Lu Songlin answered casually, saying that as an old hand in the world of women, he was more than capable of dealing with Sun Jejia. As for divorce, he had never thought about it at all. His previous promise to Sun Jejia about divorce was just a show. Who knew that this woman actually took it seriously? Lu Songlin is currently going through immigration procedures, and all the procedures will be completed within half a year at the latest. By then, his whole family will immigrate to Australia, and Sun Jejia won't be able to find anyone if she wants to make trouble. During the time he was processing immigration procedures, he could continue to take advantage of this silly woman for free. Although her IQ was questionable, she had a good figure and looks, and good skills, so she was still very qualified to be a poker partner. Beep beep beep. Sun Jejia was about to continue urging Lu Songlin to hurry up when several WeChat messages suddenly popped up on the phone on the coffee table. Since she had used despicable means to divorce Yang Hao, she had changed her phone card in WeChat, so few people knew this WeChat and she rarely received messages. Suddenly receiving so many messages, she quickly took out her phone to take a look. After she finished reading the WeChat messages sent by her sister, she was stunned. Impossible, this is impossible. How did he find such a beautiful girlfriend? Sun Jejia muttered to herself as she clicked on one of the photos to take a closer look. The woman in the photo with her ex-husband Yang Hao was tall and fashionably dressed, with a pair of long, white and even legs that made it hard to look away. What's wrong? Lu Songlin also came up curiously, and his eyes were immediately attracted by Qin Yuro's beautiful legs. He swallowed subconsciously and asked, "Who is this?" Yang Hao and his new girlfriend. Sun Jejia was still shocked that Yang Hao had a new girlfriend, and didn't notice Lu Songlin's reaction at all. She continued to complain, "How is this possible? He only has a few thousand yuan left at most, how can he find such a young and beautiful girlfriend? Maybe they're just ordinary friends. You should know Xiao Yang's friend too, take a closer look." At this moment, Lu Songlin really wanted to know the identity of the beautiful woman next to his subordinate Yang Hao. That's right, Yang Hao is his subordinate. Lu Songlin is the general manager of the sales department of Xingyuan Group. He and Sun Jejia met at the wedding of a vice president of the sales department. At that time, Lu Songlin and Yang Hao both brought their wives to the wedding. Originally, this was just an ordinary social interaction, but it ended up leading to an affair between Lu Songlin and Sun Jejia. In fact, Lu Songlin has a lot of women outside. He is the kind of SLP who can't walk when he sees a woman who is even slightly pretty. He will flirt with her whenever he gets the chance to see her reaction. The wives of subordinates like Sun Jejia have even more buffs, so after meeting each other at the wedding, he tried to make contact with her. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite enthusiastic, so the two quickly developed into card-playing friends. Sun Jejia had time to deal with the house she lived in with Yang Hao, and Lu Songlin also contributed. If he hadn't arranged a one-month business trip for Yang Hao, Sun Jejia would not have had time to deal with the house even if she wanted to. No, I have never seen this woman before. Sun Jejia's teeth were grinding. Although she got a sum of money by despicable means, she was very worried about her ex-husband's new love. Especially since this new love's appearance is far superior to hers. This made Sun Jejia wonder if Yang Hao had also cheated on her during their marriage, otherwise how could he have a new love so quickly? Yes, that must be the case. MD. Scumbag. He's having sex with another woman behind my back while married. Brother Lu, do you think Yang Hao has been with this vixen for a long time? He travels a lot, so he has time for this kind of thing. Sun Jejia angrily asked Lu Songlin for confirmation. It's hard to say. For people like us who work in sales, it's normal to go on business trips and socialize, and it gives us the opportunity to meet girls. However, this girl is so good, how could she be interested in Xiao Yang? At this moment, Lu Songlin was full of jealousy. Damn it, is Yang Hao worthy of a beauty of this level? He also told me that I didn't need to hide from him anymore and that the past was over. Brother Lu, do you think Yang Hao is trying to trick me out? Sun Jejia looked at the content of the WeChat message sent by her sister again, and then asked Lu Songlin for his opinion. It's hard to say. Lu Songlin touched his chin and analyzed, this could also be a trap set by Xiao Yang. He asked someone to pretend to be his girlfriend and act as if he doesn't care anymore, just to let you down. Well, that must be it. Sun Jejia nodded repeatedly. Even though she was the one who cheated first, she couldn't accept that her ex-husband found a new love in such a short time. Although this is very hypocritical, there are many people like this in reality. Chapter 12: The Gold Digger Takes Action. Inside the Huawei Experience Store. Zhu didn't know the relationship between Yang Hao and his good friend Sun Tingting. As usual, she enthusiastically introduced the very popular Mate XT Extraordinary Master, which is the three-fold phone that has a surface no matter how it is folded. As the phone is very popular, many customers come to the store to inquire about the product, but most of them come just to see it for fun. Not many actually place orders. After all, it costs more than 20,000 yuan, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. However, what surprised Zhu was that Yang Hao bought a top-of-the-line version with 16 GB plus 1 TB without even listening to her introduction. Zhu was naturally very happy to meet such a generous customer. After Yang Hao paid the money, she took the initiative to help activate the phone and helped Yang Hao import the data from the old phone to the new one. "Brother Yang, there's a lot of data on your phone, so it might take about 10 minutes. Wait a moment in the lounge, I'll get you a glass of water." After the data transmission between the new and old mobile phones was established, Zhu spoke enthusiastically again. "No. I'll go check out the car." Yang Hao pointed to two Wenjie brand cars parked in the experience store. One was the Wenjie M7 and the other was the Wenjie M9. Both cars are equipped with Hongmeng Intelligent Driving System and Huawei's AD's Intelligent Driving System. They are brands that are deeply bound to Huawei, so some large Huawei authorized experience stores also sell Wenjie brand cars. As for men, there is almost no one who doesn't like cars. Yang Hao is no exception. He and his ex-wife Sun Jiejia bought a second-hand Audi A4L. They could not afford it with their budget, but Sun Jiejia bought it for the sake of face. Although the car was second-hand, it had the four-circle logo after all, which satisfied Sun Jiejia's vanity to a certain extent. However, the development momentum of new energy vehicles has been very strong in recent years, and the sales of traditional fuel vehicles have continued to decline. BBA has also fallen from the altar, especially in the price range of less than 500,000 yuan. BBA no longer has any advantages. The Wenjie M9, which is priced at 4 or 500,000 yuan, can be considered a challenger to BBA. After all, this price range has always been dominated by BBA in the past. "Sir, please get on the bus and feel it. I will explain it to you in detail." The bored female salesperson had already noticed Yang Hao and his two companions. Firstly, there were really not many customers in the store, and secondly, the combination of the three of them was eye-catching enough. To be precise, it should be the two beauties Qin Euro and Cici who are eye-catching enough. With their figures and looks, they will attract more attention wherever they go. In addition, Yang Hao just bought a Huawei tri-fold mobile phone without blinking, which also made him very visible. The female salesperson felt that this guy should at least be a potential customer. After listening to the female salesperson's words, Yang Hao didn't say anything, but sat in the driver's seat silently. Just like what he saw when he was watching short videos online, the interior of this M9 looks very grand and the seats are comfortable enough to sit on. "Sir, this exhibition car is the ultra-extended version, with a pure electric range of 233 kilometers and a comprehensive range of about 1,400 kilometers. The female salesperson sat in the passenger seat. She was wearing a light gray professional suit with black stockings on her legs. In terms of figure and appearance, she was certainly not comparable to Qin Euro and Cici, but she was also considered a little beauty. When she sat in the passenger seat, the hem of her skirt involuntarily moved up slightly, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were inadvertently exposed to Yang Hao's sight. In a relatively closed space like a car, beautiful legs in black stockings are still quite attractive. Of course, Yang Hao was in no mood to flirt with the other party at the moment. His mind was on completing the task. After all, making money is the top priority. "How much does this configuration cost?" Yang Hao asked while touching the steering wheel. 529,800. "The price is the same across the country, but if you can place an order with me, the number of maintenance times and gifts will definitely satisfy you." "Yes." Before the saleswoman finished speaking, Yang Hao had already made the decision. "Well, sir, do you mean to buy it?" The female salesperson looked at Yang Hao in disbelief and said, "When the M9 was at its most popular, there were indeed many customers who placed blind orders. But now the popularity is not as high as it was in the previous few months. Sales have stabilized and other brands have also launched competing models. Therefore, it is very rare to see customers who place orders so readily." "Yes, full payment. Can I pick up the car today?" Yang Hao asked while playing with the steering wheel. "If there is a car in stock, it should be possible to pick it up. But I still need to ask the leader." The female salesperson didn't dare to say anything definite. "Go ask."
If I can pick up the car today, I'll place the order. After saying that, Yang Hao closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat. At this moment, he was very emotional. In the past, he could only think about a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, but now he can pay for it without blinking an eye. All I can say is, this guy is awesome. Reaching the peak of life is really just a matter of minutes. Brother Yang, do you want to buy a car?
The female salesperson went aside to make a phone call to her leader, and Sisi took the opportunity to sit on the co-pilot seat. Her long legs were much longer than the female salesperson's. When she sat on the co-pilot seat, she deliberately tilted her thighs towards Yang Hao's side. It can be said that she deliberately put her white thighs under Yang Hao's eyes. Well, I heard this car is pretty easy to drive, so I bought it for fun. With money in his pocket, Yang Hao obviously felt much more confident and could easily show off in front of a gold digger like Sisi. However, due to the foreshadowing of the LV bag and the trifold mobile phone, Yang Hao's words did not sound like pretense to Sisi, but rather the daily life of rich people. Look! Rich people buy cars just like they buy toys. Sisi sighed silently in her heart. A gold digger like her naturally knew the Wenjie M9. Someone in her celebrity group had long said that you should never look down on people who drive the Wenjie M9. Although this car is only about 500,000 yuan, the people who drive this car are likely to have families with million-level luxury cars. People are tired of driving traditional fuel vehicles and just want to experience new energy. The main one is playing. The words of the sisters in the group just happened to correspond to Yang Hao's attitude at the moment. I bought a big toy worth more than $500,000 just like that. He is really rich and willful. I also heard that this car is easy to drive, but unfortunately, I can't afford it. It's too expensive. Sisi sighed tenderly, then she winked at Yang Hao and lowered her voice and said, Brother Yang, when you get the car, can you take me for a ride? Don't worry, I won't tell Xiao. Without waiting for Yang Hao's response, Sisi added that she had not originally intended to take action against Yang Hao so quickly. After all, they had just met today, and she still wanted to be reserved. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. This brother Yang is so rich. More than 600,000 yuan was spent in just a few minutes. The financial resources are unfathomable. Therefore, she had to act quickly and take down the other party quickly. Chapter 13, Shock from the former sister-in-law. Yang Hao didn't expect that Sisi would seduce him so blatantly, although he had long seen that this woman was a gold digger who only cared about money. But she is nominally Qin Yuro's friend after all, and her current identity is Qin Yuro's boyfriend. It can be seen that a gold digger like her has no moral bottom line. As long as you have enough main in your pocket, she can ignore all ethics and morals. Sisi's reaction made Yang Hao feel the charm of money once again. He had only heard of the existence of such women before, but today he had experienced it personally. In the past, he could only look at beauties of Sisi's level, but now she had become a dog that actively knelt down and licked him. As long as Yang Hao is willing, he can take the other party to the hotel to play poker. Brother Yang, the leader said that we can pick up the car today. Just as Yang Hao was silently sighing, the female salesperson who had finished the phone call came back. When she saw Sisi sitting in the passenger seat, she tactfully sat in the back seat. Well, place the order then. Yang Hao waved his hand angrily. Okay, brother Yang. Then come with me to the VIP room to sign the contract. The female salesperson was overjoyed, with a bright smile on her face. She was naturally very happy that she had sold an M9 so easily. Sisi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had bright eyes. A gold digger like her liked the sight of men spending money the most. Yang Hao followed the saleswoman to the VIP room. As companions, Qin Yuro and Sisi were naturally also invited. The female salesperson first brought coffee and snacks, and then handed the contract to Yang Hao for his review. This type of car purchase contract is a fixed template. Yang Hao just asked the saleswoman to write down the promised gifts, and then he signed it readily and followed the saleswoman to the finance department to make the payment. Xiao Rou, brother Yang is at least at the vice president level, right? He just casually spent over 600,000 yuan. He's really extravagant. After Yang Hao left, Sisi started to get his information from Qin Yuro again. Well, sort of. Qin Yuro answered perfunctorily absent-mindedly. In fact, she was quite curious about Yang Hao's identity at the moment. As for the position of sales manager that he had told her mother before, Qin Yuro naturally didn't believe it. If he was just an ordinary sales manager, it would be impossible for him to have such amazing spending power,
so she thought that Yang Hao must have made up a position at random. However, this speculation does not seem to be true. What is the point of him fabricating his identity information? If you want to hook up with me, shouldn't you just reveal your real identity? Positions such as group vice president, director, or even president should be more attractive to women. However, Yang Hao concealed his identity and signed a rental agreement with himself with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Is it the bad taste of rich people? Xin Yuro was completely puzzled at the moment, her mind was in a mess, and of course she had no intention of answering He Cici's question. Xiaoro, you want to hide brother Yang? Don't worry, I won't compete with my friends for men. We have known each other since freshman year. He Cici smiled and took Xin Yuro's arm, saying something that seemed to be trying to cover up the truth. Didn't they say it online? It's better not to have a boyfriend who can be snatched away. Xin Yuro replied indifferently. This was a sentence she saw when she was browsing Douyin. Yes, that's the truth. He Cici nodded in agreement, but added silently in her heart, it is also said on the internet that there is no such thing as a girlfriend who cannot be poached, there are only mistresses who don't work hard. In the business hall, Sun Tingting, who had gone to the bathroom, found that Yang Hao and the other two were gone, so she returned. Zhu Zhu, is the guest gone? Sun Tingting walked up to Zhu Ying and asked as if nothing had happened. No, I went to the VIP room. Tingting, thank you for giving me such a high-quality customer. I'll treat you to spicy hot pot after get off work. Zhu Ying responded with a smile. Ah? Went to the VIP room? Sun Tingting subconsciously glanced towards the VIP room, which was the place for receiving clients from world-class brands, and those who were invited in were at least potential clients. That Yang brother is so rich, he bought a trifold without blinking an eye. No, the data hasn't been imported yet. Zhu Ying pointed to the two mobile phones placed in front of her. What? You mean my brother-in-law bought a Mate XT Extraordinary Master? Sun Tingting was shocked and her eyes widened. Brother-in-law? Zhu Ying was confused now. Brother Yang is your brother-in-law? It's my ex-brother-in-law. He divorced my sister. Although Sun Tingting had a good relationship with Zhu Ying, she did not mention her sister's divorce from Yang Hao. After all, her sister's behavior was despicable and somewhat shameful. Ah? Divorced? Zhu Ying was shocked. I remember you said your sister's wife was very nice and treated your sister well, why did they divorce? Oh. I see. Your brother-in-law must have become rich and has other women outside. Bah, scumbag. Zhu Ying quickly imagined a plot that is often seen in melodramatic TV dramas. The woman accompanied the man through the most difficult times of starting a business, but when the man became successful in his career, he abandoned his wife. Well, that must be the case. Those two women are more slutty than the other. Did he really buy a Mate XT Extraordinary Master? Sun Tingting did not continue Zhu Ying's topic because she did not want to talk about her sister's divorce. What she was more concerned about was whether Yang Hao really bought a trifold phone worth more than 20,000 yuan. Her sister had told her before that after the divorce, all the assets of her brother-in-law would be only a few thousand yuan at most. How could he afford such an expensive mobile phone? Could it be that this brother-in-law actually had a backup plan and secretly accumulated a considerable amount of savings? This is fake. Zhu Ying pouted, I've already paid the money. I helped activate the phone. Look, the data has been transferred, too. However, if I had known that he was the kind of scumbag who abandoned his wife, I would not have been kind to him. Zhu Ying added indignantly. Sun Tingting still didn't respond. Instead, she took a photo of Yang Hao's new phone and sent it to her sister Sun Jejia, and also sent a few messages at the same time. Sister, he bought a trifold phone in our store. This phone costs more than 20,000 yuan. He must have secretly saved a lot of money. Since he has also saved some private money, I don't think there's any need for you to hide anymore. You both have plans for yourselves anyway. The other side. Sun Jejia was still looking at the photos sent by her sister. She zoomed in on Xin Yuro and observed the woman very carefully. Although she felt that it was impossible for her ex-husband Yang Hao to find such a high-quality beauty as his girlfriend, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. At this moment, news about her sister Sun Jejia popped up again. She clicked on the message to check, and her already ugly expression suddenly became even colder. Chapter 14. Who is Yang Ji's girlfriend? What happened again? Seeing that Sun Jejia's face suddenly became extremely ugly, Lu Songlin came over and asked.
Tingting said he bought one of those popular trifold phones. Sun Jiajia said as she enlarged the photo her sister had just sent her.
It's just over 20,000. If you like it, I'll give you one too.
Lu Songlin patted Sun Jiajia on the shoulder disapprovingly. He was the general manager of the group's sales department, with a guaranteed annual salary of over 1 million, and even several million when performance was good. A 20,000 yuan cell phone was nothing to him. He should be poor, so why would he buy such an expensive phone? Maybe it was paid with a credit card.
20,000 is not a lot. A mobile phone worth more than 20,000 yuan could not change Lu Songlin's mentality.
He habitually reached one hand into Sun Jiajia's collar and fumbled around. But Sun Jiajia was obviously not in a good mood at the moment. She twisted her body hard and said while struggling, before the divorce, he was reluctant to buy me a mobile phone worth 10,000 yuan. Now that we have just divorced, he bought me a mobile phone worth more than 20,000 yuan.
Maybe he really hid some private money before the divorce. How much money does he make in a month?
You are his leader, so you should know, right? Seeing that Sun Jiajia was not cooperating, Lu Songlin pulled his hand out in dismay, thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yang's level is sales manager, with an annual salary of about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. I need to look at the performance table for details.
Then there shouldn't be any place to hide any private money.
Maybe it was a credit card payment. Sun Jiajia was in a slightly better mood. Overdraft consumption by swiping a credit card can only give you a temporary pleasure, as you have to pay it back in the future.
Moreover, the interest on credit cards is actually not low. If you cannot repay the full amount, the money you owe will only grow more and more. In Huawei authorized stores.
Zhuing whispered to Sun Tingting again, by the way, Tingting, your scumbag ex-brother-in-law not only bought a trifold phone, he also bought an M9. It's a car worth more than 500,000 yuan. You bought it just like that. You, the scumbag ex-brother-in-law, are really rich.
What? He actually bought an M9?
Sun Tingting, who was already immersed in shock, was even more surprised. Her already big eyes widened even more.
The price of a trifold mobile phone is more than 20,000 yuan. If ordinary people really want to buy it, they can still afford it by swiping a credit card. But it is different for the M9.
A car worth more than 500,000 yuan is not something that can be purchased with a few credit cards. Firstly, it is impossible for ordinary people to have such a high credit card limit. Secondly, even if you scrape together money to buy a car with a loan, you still cannot afford to pay back the loan. Although a car worth more than 500,000 yuan may not seem like a big deal on Douyin, in reality, there are definitely only a few people who can afford a car worth more than 500,000 yuan. Sun Tingting had been beaten by society, so she naturally understood the value of the Wenjie M9. Especially after working in this Huawei authorized store, she also came into contact with several customers who came to buy the Wenjie M9. It was obvious from their clothes and conversation that those people had some social status.
She even heard from the salesperson selling the Wenjie that there was also a well-known local entrepreneur. Aren't we going to sign the contract?
I heard Sister Qian called her boss and said that the other party seemed to still pay the full amount.
Tingting, what does your scumbag ex-brother-in-law do?
Although he has a bad character, he is really rich. Zhuing is a little curious about her best friend's scumbag ex-brother-in-law.
He's a salesperson for a big company. Well, it seems to be the sales manager. In fact, Sun Tingting didn't know much about Yang Hao's job.
She just heard about it from her sister once. She said that the income was pretty good, with an annual salary of about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. But this annual salary is obviously not compatible with the Wenjie M9 car. If it is a loan, I can barely afford it, but if I pay in full, it is impossible. After all, Yang Hao had just divorced his sister. According to his sister, her ex-brother-in-law had only a few thousand yuan in his pocket. Where could he get more than 500,000 yuan to buy a car?
Sales manager? That must be some huge deal, the kind that makes you rich instantly.
Zhuing speculated quietly, and then complained, he probably knew that he was going to get a huge commission, so he filed for divorce. And the commission money he earned does not belong to the marital property. It's really depressing.
Damn scumbag.
Zhuing has a very rich imagination and she immediately imagined a story about a scheming scumbag who deliberately abandoned his wife.
I don't know anything about them. Sun Tingting shook her head.
Although she felt that her sister's behavior was despicable, she had no intention of defending Yang Hao. On one side is her biological sister, and on the other side is Yang Hao, her former brother-in-law. She still knows who she should favor.
That's what I think. Or maybe I won the lottery.
Zhu Ying said as she picked up the trifold phone that had just transferred the data. A phone, a car, and 550,000 yuan in less than half an hour.
This money is like the wind blowing in. Maybe I really won the lottery. Did he really pay full price for the M9?
Sun Tingting still couldn't believe it and felt that this was too outrageous.
Anyway, that's what I heard Sister Qian say on the phone.
Hey, Sister Qian is out, why don't you ask her?
While the two were talking, Ma Qianqian, the salesperson serving Yang Hao, came out of the VIP room.
She was there to answer the phone, but it was probably something unimportant, so she said a few words quickly and hung up. Just as she was about to return to the VIP room, Sun Tingting came up to her and said, Sister Qian, Zhu said that the gentleman just paid in full for the Wenjie M9.
Is it true?
Well, it's all paid for.
Ma Qianqian nodded, then smiled and teased, Zhu has a pretty sharp ear. That's normal, Brother Yang is also her client. By the way, has Brother Yang's phone data been transferred yet?
I'll bring it to him.
Ah. It's really the full amount.
Sun Tingting was so surprised when she got a positive answer that she opened her mouth so wide that she forgot to respond to Ma Qianqian for a moment.
What's so surprising about this?
I tell you that the proportion of customers who buy Wenjie M9 in full is very high, and the proportion of those who take out loans is relatively small.
What Ma Qianqian said was true.
Most of the customers who bought Wenjie M9 were not short of money. Unless there were activities like zero-interest loans, most of them would pay full price for the car.
Has Brother Yang's mobile phone data been transferred?
Seeing Sun Tingting standing there in a daze without saying a word, Ma Qianqian asked again.
It's finished.
Sun Tingting came back to her senses and nodded dully. My ex-brother-in-law, who was tricked by my sister, actually paid the full price for an M9.
Did he really win the first prize in the lottery?
Well, I'll take it in for Brother Yang.
Ma Qianqian walked to the counter and took Yang Hao's two mobile phones from Zhu Ying. Sister Qian, which of those two beauties is Brother Yang's girlfriend? Why don't I understand? Zhu Ying asked curiously.
Although according to Yang Hao, Qin Yuro was his girlfriend, the beautiful woman carrying two LV shopping bags was obviously closer to him.
I don't understand it either.
This question really stumped Ma Qianqian. She shook her head and lowered her voice and said, the world of rich people is something we can't understand.
Maybe we can't understand either of them.
Of course, it could be both.
Chapter 15, My ex is doing well, which is more painful than killing me.
After saying that, Ma Qianqian strode back to the VIP room with her cell phone in hand.
Zhu Ying was pondering the words she left behind, maybe it's neither, or maybe it's both. Well, he is indeed a scumbag.
After becoming rich, he not only abandoned his wife, but also acted so wildly. One girlfriend couldn't satisfy him anymore, so he found two at the same time. The same goes for those two beauties. Their looks and figures are comparable to those of celebrities. Why did they follow such a divorced man?
Is it because he is rich? Alas, the world is really going downhill.
Zhu Ying sighed silently in her heart, then picked up her mobile phone and used it as a mirror. It's a pity that I don't have such outstanding looks as others, so I can only sell mobile phones with great difficulty. Sun Tingting once again sent a WeChat message to her sister, telling her in detail how her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao had bought a Wenjie M9 in full.
Inside the hotel,
Sun Jiajia's mood had just improved a little, and she was about to pull Lu Songlin aside for an in-depth discussion, but her sister sent her another WeChat message. She clicked on the message to check, and her mood, which had just improved, suddenly fell to the bottom.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Sun Jiajia murmured, her face full of disbelief.
What happened again?
Good things were interrupted one after another, and Lu Songlin became a little impatient.
Tingting said Yang Hao bought a Wenjie M9, paying in full.
Sun Jiajia directly handed the phone to Lu Songlin. If I remember correctly, the M9 costs more than 500,000 yuan.
Well, the high-end version costs more than 500,000.
Lu Songlin glanced at the chat history between the two sisters and said with disdain, but this is unlikely. Xiao Yang can't afford this car with her income. You should ask your sister where she heard this news.
This is outrageous.
Good things were interrupted one after another, and Lu Songlin had lost all interest. After he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and went to the window to smoke. Sun Jiajia made a voice call directly to her sister. If it was just a trifold phone, she could still accept it, but if her ex-husband Yang Hao really bought a car worth more than 500,000 yuan with full payment, she naturally could not accept it. It's only been a few days since the divorce. Where did he get the money? Did you conceal or transfer the marital property? Ting, are you sure he really paid for the car in full? Is it possible that he made a fake order to show off in front of you? After the voice call was connected, Sun Jiajia immediately expressed her guess. Sister, it's not true. Actually, brother-in-law, Yang Hao didn't show off in front of me on purpose. He asked the saleswoman Qian about buying the car in full. Now he is still waiting in the VIP room to pick up the car. Just now, Sister Qian called me and I specifically checked with her. Yang Hao bought the car in full and has already paid for it. Sun Tingting spoke in a relatively low voice, and it could be heard that she must have gone to some secluded corner. I have already paid and am waiting to pick up the car? How is this possible? Where did he get so much money? After getting a positive answer from her sister, Sun Jiajia was furious. She thought she had taken away all the property, but it turned out that Yang Hao still had enough money to pay for the M9 worth more than 500,000 yuan. Doesn't that mean she didn't take all the property away, and Yang Hao might have hidden a larger amount of property? He actually dared to hide the money. Playing tricks on me. Sun Jiajia's teeth were grinding. There are always people jokingly saying on the internet, knowing that my ex is doing well is more painful than killing me. Yang Hao was not just my ex, but my ex-husband. One can imagine how Sun Jiajia feels at this moment. In her expectation, Yang Hao should have a miserable life after the divorce, living in a rented house, eating cheap takeout, and then his adulterer Lu Songlin would use the power in his hands to kick him out of the company. In short, the other person cannot live better than you, and when you meet him her again one day, you will still feel superior to him her. And at that time, the two were no longer from the same class. However, the script did not seem to develop in the direction she expected. It had only been a short time since they divorced. Yang Hao actually bought a Wenjie M9 worth more than 500,000. You have to know that when they were together, they couldn't afford such an expensive car. To put it another way, if Yang Hao could afford such an expensive car when they were together, she would not have divorced him. Sister, Yang Hao not only bought a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, but also had two beauties around him. They seemed to be his girlfriends. Sun Tingting's voice came from the phone again. What? Two girlfriends? Those two women are blind. Sun Jiajia couldn't help but curse. I don't know if she's his girlfriend or not, but they seem to be very close. Sister Qian also said she wasn't sure which one was his girlfriend. Maybe it was both of them, or maybe it was neither of them. In short, it feels like he is different from before. Sis, you're both divorced anyway, so it's none of your business what happens to him, just pretend you don't know. Sun Tingting's voice came from the phone again. In fact, she wanted to add, after all, you got the better deal in the divorce, but considering her sister's temper, she didn't say it. What's okay? How can it be okay? It's a car worth more than 500,000 yuan. He just bought it without hesitation. Who knows how much marital property he has hidden? I have to get to the bottom of this. If he really has hidden his marital property, I have to get my share back. Sun Jiajia screamed hysterically, her eyes turning red. She sold her house and car and took away her savings, leaving only 860,000 yuan. However, Yang Hao casually spent more than 500,000 yuan, how could she not be jealous? He's in your store right now, right? Sun Jiajia asked angrily again. Yes, in the VIP room. Sister, don't be impulsive. Although he paid for the car in full, the specific situation is still unclear. You'd better not show up rashly. Sun Tingting knew what despicable thing her sister had done. Although it seemed that her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao was not short of money now, if she put herself in Yang Hao's shoes, she would not have forgiven her sister so easily. Therefore, if his sister suddenly showed up, a beating from Yang Hao would probably be considered a light punishment. After all, it was her elder sister who took away all the other person's belongings. I'm not a fool. I won't let him find me. I just want to see if he really bought the car. And what's going on with the two women around him. That's it for now. Keep me updated on his progress. After ending the call, Sun Jiajia quickly put on her clothes for going out, and also put on sunglasses and a mask to avoid being exposed. Chapter 16, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. You're going to go find him? Lu Songlin put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at Sun Jiajia with a frown.
I'm going to see if this is true. If it's true, he must have hidden his assets. I have to get my share back.
Sun Jiajiao said, gritting her teeth.
Well, it is necessary to find out where he gets the money. Lu Songlin nodded slightly.
He didn't care about the threefold folding phone that cost more than 20,000 yuan, but the next M9 that cost more than 500,000 yuan was different. After all, more than 500,000 is a lot of money for him. By the way, dear, how are you doing about getting Yang Hao fired? Lu Songlin had long promised to kick Yang Hao out of the company, which could be considered as clearing the obstacles for the two to be together. After all, if Yang Hao stayed in the company, it would not be conducive to their long-term development. I've already said hello, HR will talk to him soon.
Lu Songlin naturally found Yang Hao an eyesore.
As a leader, he knew Yang Hao relatively well. If this subordinate knew that he had stolen his wife, he would definitely not let him go.
At the very least, he would be beaten up.
If the other party lost his mind, there might be more serious consequences.
Moreover, Yang Hao was not his confidant.
After kicking him out of the sales team, he can arrange for his own people to take his place, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Sun Jiajia felt a little better after getting a positive answer. She left the hotel fully armed and went straight to the Huawei authorized store in Longxing Plaza where her sister Sun Tingting worked. On the way, thinking that she was alone and helpless, Sun Jiajia called her best friend Wang Ying again, briefly told her the situation, and then the two made an appointment to meet at Starbucks.
Half an hour later,
Sun Jiajia and her best friend Wang Ying sat in the corner of Starbucks.
Coincidentally, the place where the two of them were sitting was exactly where Yang Hao and Qin Yuro had sat not long ago.
Jiajia, please tell me in more detail how Yang Hao became so rich.
How could he have the money to buy such an expensive car? Could he have set you up?
Wang Ying and Sun Jiajia were roommates in college. They had a very good relationship when they were in school and it has continued to this day. The reason why their relationship has always been good is mainly because they have the same values.
They are both the kind of people who will do anything for money. Moreover, Wang Ying's thoughts are even more extreme.
Sun Jiajia had chosen to marry Yang Hao because he was a good man, but her best friend Wang Ying would not marry unless he was rich. She had been dreaming of catching a rich husband since college.
However, Wang Ying's own conditions are limited.
Although her figure and appearance are above average and she is also very popular among ordinary men, her target is rich men. For rich men, beautiful women are not a scarce resource. She does not have a wealthy family background or super high personal qualities, so it is naturally difficult for her to get what she wants. Today, 28-year-old Wang Ying is still single and is still dreaming of the domineering president falling in love with me.
Even Sun Jiajia's divorce was actually due to her contribution.
If she hadn't sent Sun Jiajia some inspirational articles every day and belittled Yang Hao from time to time, Sun Jiajia wouldn't have hooked up with Lu Songlin so quickly. I don't know the details, but Tingting said that Yang Hao first bought a trifold phone, and then bought a Huawei M9 worth more than 500,000 yuan.
Now he is in the VIP room of the Huawei authorized store.
Oh, by the way, Tingting also said that there were two beautiful women around him, and they seemed to be his girlfriends. Sun Jiajia told Wang Ying the known situation in detail.
$550,000 spent in just a few minutes? He didn't win the lottery. Wang Ying showed an expression of disbelief on her face.
She knew the financial situation of her best friend's ex-husband. If the other party had the financial resources to spend 550,000 yuan in a minute, she would have already been the first to get the moon because of being close to the water. In Wang Ying's opinion, her conditions are not worse than Sun Jiajia's, and it should not be difficult to snatch a man from her. However, a worker like Yang Hao who earns 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year is not in her eyes at all. Wang Ying, who had just graduated from school, set a goal for herself that her future husband should have an annual income of at least 20 million yuan. As she had not been able to achieve her wish for many years and she was getting older, she lowered her goal a bit to an annual income of around 10 million yuan. For those with a good appearance and age, an annual income of more than 5 million yuan is also acceptable. I now suspect that he has concealed his assets, so I need to confirm whether he really bought a car worth more than 500,000 yuan. If it is true, it would be best to find out the source of his money. Sun Jiajiao expressed her demands again.
I understand. How about this?
I'll go explore the way first and meet up with Tingting.
Wang Ying is quite positive about this matter.
She also wants to know whether Yang Hao is really rich. If he is really rich, then it means that all the wealth will be kept within the family.
It's not shameful to take over a task from your best friend.
Anyway, such things are not uncommon in reality, otherwise why there is the saying beware of fire, theft, and best friends.
Well, I'll wait for you here.
Sun Jia nodded, then took out a Bluetooth headset from her bag and handed it to Wang Ying. Put on the headset and we can talk in real time.
Okay.
Wang Ying put on her headphones and left Starbucks to meet Sun Tingting. As soon as she walked into the Huawei authorized store, she saw Yang Hao walking out of the VIP room surrounded by 3 women. The woman walking in front was wearing a black suit and looked like a salesperson, so Wang Ying's eyes simply passed over her. But when she saw Qin Yuro and Cici walking behind her, she was stunned. Beauties of this level are all around Yang Hao. It is conceivable that the ex-husband of this best friend is probably really rich.
I thought about it for a moment.
Wang Ying tidied her hair and then greeted him with a smile on her face. Brother Hao, what a coincidence.
Are you here to buy a cell phone too?
Wang Ying and Yang Hao naturally knew each other, and could even be said to be quite familiar with each other. After all, she was Sun Jiajia's best friend, and the 3 of them often had meals together. Yang Hao didn't expect to meet Wang Ying here. He was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately realized that it was definitely not a coincidence that the other party appeared here at this time. It should be his former sister-in-law Sun Tingting who tipped off. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen in such a big city like Zhangcheng? What's more, Wang Ying lives quite far from Longqing Square.
Yeah, just wandering around.
Yang Hao replied casually, but at this moment he was playing with the tri-fold phone he had just gotten. It was always a bit novel to use a tri-fold phone for the first time. Wang Ying looked at the tri-fold phone in Yang Hao's hand. It was obvious that this phone was the one he had just bought. I bought a 3-folding phone for over 20,000 yuan.
Did I really get rich?
Wang Ying thought to herself, and then glanced at Qin Yuro and Cici, and asked with a smile, Brother Hao, who are these 2?
It's only been a few days since we last met. You don't know if you have a girlfriend? Chapter 17, Prosecution. He must be prosecuted.
The phone in Wang Ying's pocket was always in conversation with Sun Jia, so Sun Jia, who was in Starbucks, could hear the conversation between Wang Ying and Yang Hao.
When Wang Ying asked about his girlfriend, Sun Jia couldn't help but sit up straight and prick up her ears.
She was naturally curious whether her ex-husband really had a girlfriend. On the other side, facing Wang Ying's question, Yang Hao smiled and pointed at Qin Yuro. My girlfriend, Qin Yuro.
Xiaoro, this is my ex-wife's best friend, Wang Ying. Yang Hao directly pointed out Wang Ying's identity so that Qin Yuro could respond. Hello?
Qin Yuro nodded slightly as a greeting, but she was a little speechless at the moment. She had obviously spent money to hire a boyfriend, but in the end she had to do more work. First she had to deal with Yang Hao's ex-sister-in-law, and now she had to deal with Yang Hao's ex-wife's best friend.
Who hired whom?
Hello. Wang Ying replied politely, and then teased Yang Hao with a smile. Brother Hao, your new girlfriend is so beautiful. She deliberately added the word new in front of the word girlfriend, and then secretly looked at Qin Yuro's reaction. As a result, the beautiful woman looked normal, with no change in her expression, as if she didn't hear it. Xiaoro was the school beauty when she was in school, and now she is the most beautiful in our entire crew department.
She and Brother Yang are a perfect match.
Cici took over the conversation with a smile.
How could a smart woman like her not see Wang Ying's intention? Moreover, Yang Hao had just specially emphasized her identity.
The other person was Yang Hao's ex-wife's best friend, so she had to give her brother Yang a good reputation in front of Wang Ying. So while talking, she naturally took Yang Hao's arm and said, with such an excellent man like Brother Yang, I really can't understand why your friend got divorced. It's a pity that I don't know your friend, otherwise I would definitely go get a number plate and queue up first.
Puff.
Cici's voice was transmitted to Sun Jiajia's ears while she was drinking coffee through the headphones. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of coffee, followed by a violent coughing fit.
Miss, are you okay?
The bald uncle next to her had been staring at Sun Jiajia for a while and quickly handed her a tissue to show his courtesy. Sun Jiajia glanced at the bald uncle and ignored his good intentions, while silently complaining in her heart, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror before chatting me up? She took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the corners of her mouth and the table, then cursed silently in her heart, where did this slut come from? She treats the man I don't want as a treasure. Cici never thought that her words would upset the person behind the scenes. She continued, I have to thank your friend on behalf of Xiaoro. Well, I'll treat you guys to a meal when I get a chance.
Bitch.
Listening to the voice in the headphones, Sun Jiajia started cursing.
At the scene, Wang Ying's mouth twitched violently.
Although Ecc came for Sun Jia, she was Sun Jia's spokesperson at the moment after all. After being criticized a few times, she felt her cheeks burning, but she didn't know how to refute. Seeing Wang Ying being humiliated, Yang Hao was naturally in a good mood.
She knew this woman well.
She was the same as her ex-wife. There was not much difference between Cc's criticism of her and directly criticizing her ex-wife Sun Jia. Who says gold diggers are useless? In certain specific situations, they are still very useful.
For example, now.
Ecc rendered Wang Ying speechless with just a few words, and also vented Yang Hao's anger. Mr. Yang, the delivery ceremony is ready. At this time, Ma Qianqian, a sales representative from Wenjie, spoke up to remind them.
Well, let's go.
Yang Hao nodded, then smiled at Wang Ying again. Xiaoying, tell Jia to stop hiding from me.
The past is over. We are a couple, please be well. And you can see that I'm doing fine now. I won't bother her anymore.
After saying that, Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, and then went to pick up the car surrounded by 3 women.
After they had gone far away, Wang Ying said to Sun Jia on the other end of the phone, Jia, you heard everything, didn't you? Yang Hao seems to have really become rich. His girlfriend Qin Euro should be a flight attendant.
She's very pretty. And her friend Ecc seems to be interested in Yang Hao. Wang Ying recounted what she had seen.
Go and see if he really went to pick up the car?
Sun Jia was still unwilling to accept the fact that her ex-husband had become rich so suddenly.
If Yang Hao had the financial resources before, why would he get a divorce? Let us put financial resources aside.
Her ex-husband Yang Hao was 183 centimeters tall, with an above-average appearance. He was also a handsome guy when he was young, otherwise she would never have married him.
Moreover, my ex-husband Yang Hao has always been in good health, especially his kidney function is very strong. He always enjoys playing poker. This is something that my adulterer Lu Sonlin can never compare to. The latter basically only plays poker in 2 or 3 minutes and there is no fun at all.
Therefore, if Yang Hao can make up for his shortcoming of insufficient financial resources, he can be said to be a perfect husband.
Good.
In fact, Wang Ying was also quite curious, so she quickly chased in the direction where Yang Hao and his companions left, and soon caught up with them at Wenjie's delivery workshop. The car delivery ceremony was going on at the moment. Yang Hao was standing in front of a blue car with a big smile on his face. On his left was the salesperson Ma Qianqian and on his right was his girlfriend Qin Euro. There were also several staff members shouting slogans in unison. Although it was just a car delivery ceremony, the atmosphere was very good. Seeing this, Wang Ying quickly raised her phone, took a video and sent it to Sun Jia, and then said on the phone, Jia, the car purchase is real, and the delivery ceremony video has been sent to your WeChat. Sun Jia on the other end of the phone didn't say anything, but clicked on the video she had just received. Although the video was only 10 seconds long, every second was like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart. Before, she didn't believe that Yang Hao could really afford a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, but now that there is a video, she has to believe it. If he only found 2 beauties to act with Yang Hao, it would still be possible, but the possibility of finding so many people to act with him is very, very low, not to mention that he knows the female sales girl Sun Tingting. So the possibility that Yang Hao hired someone to act can basically be ruled out, which means that her ex-husband has really become rich. He bought a car worth more than $500,000 without blinking an eye. If nothing unexpected happens, his wealth should be far more than $500,000. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would spend all their money on buying a car. He must have hidden his assets during his marriage. Sue. He must be sued. Get my money back. Sun Jia gritted her teeth and roared silently in her heart. Chapter 18 Sorry, I can't take this case. Bite. Cashback rewards of 1.06 million have been received. Note, rewards below 10,000 yuan will be rounded off. The lively car delivery ceremony had just ended when Guadi's voice once again rang in Yang Hao's mind. Nice. Yang Hao was already very happy to get a new car, and after hearing Guadi's voice, the smile on his face became even brighter. A few hours ago, he was a poor man with nothing, but now he not only has AM9 worth more than 500,000 yuan for transportation, but also has more than 1 million yuan in savings in his bank card. Maybe 1 million yuan in savings is nothing on the internet, but the reality is that many people cannot save even 1 million yuan in their entire working life. Anyway, Yang Hao has been working for so many years, and his savings at most are only more than 300,000 yuan.
So, this is definitely a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Looking at her fake boyfriend who was so smug, Shin Yuro felt a little complicated at the moment. She had originally just been thinking of hiring someone to deal with her parents who were urging her to get married. It turned out that the fake boyfriend she hired for $3,000 was actually a rich man. At least he was a rich man. It had only been a short time and he had already spent more than 600,000 yuan. So she was confused at the moment. She was not sure if this was the rich man's bad taste, or if the other party simply fell in love with her and wanted to enter her life in this way and then pursue her. Shin Yuro had met too many suitors, and these suitors had many different styles, but this was the first time she had met someone like Yang Hao. However, she was not sure whether the other party really had such thoughts. Thank you. I will do my best when you need me to play. Just when Shin Yuro was lost in thought, Yang Hao came up to her and whispered something. It's written in the agreement that the relationship is mutual and I'm just fulfilling my obligations. Shin Yuro replied indifferently. Although Yang Hao's financial resources surprised her, she had seen too many rich people as a flight attendant in the business class, and many of them had expressed their affection for her. In comparison, Yang Hao doesn't actually have any significant advantages, except that he is taller and has a better appearance. Because she is tall, Shin Yuro has strict requirements on the height of her partner, and 180 centimeters is the minimum standard. Among the suitors in the business class, very few are over 180 centimeters tall, and they are also relatively older, with few under 30 years old, and more men in their 40s and 50s. But at the moment, Shin Yuro couldn't say that she had any good feelings towards Yang Hao, she could only say that she didn't dislike him. Besides, she actually despised his CC servile and bootlicking style. It was just over 600,000 yuan, so why was it like this? But think about it, his CC has always been like this, since college, so it's not surprising that she behaved like this today. It's just that the other party knew that Yang Hao was her boyfriend, but still took the initiative to get close to him. His character is really not commendable, and this is also the reason why the two of them can't be true friends. The vehicle registration office is near Longqing Square, so it is very convenient to get a license plate. Yang Hao spent a little more money, and an hour later, all the procedures were completed. In fact, when you handle business with units like the Vehicle Administration Office and the Housing Authority, as long as you are willing to spend more money, you can expedite the process. After all systems are operated by people, and as long as it is human-controlled, there is room for manipulation. What's more, it's just a matter of cutting in line, which is not illegal. Zhongyun Law Firm. In the reception room, Lin Yun received Sun Jejia and Wang Ying who came to her house. It was almost time to get off work. Lin Yun had originally planned to go shopping with her friends. She had just finished 2 cases in the past 2 days and had a rare moment of free time. Finally it came to life. You mean you discovered after the divorce that your ex-husband might have hidden assets, right? After listening to Sun Jejia's statement, Lin Yun asked seriously. Yes, he bought a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, and paid in full. Are you sure that the car is in his name? Or that he definitely paid for the car? Lin Yun asked. Well. Sun Jejia looked at Wang Ying who was standing aside, and then shook her head. It's not certain that the car is definitely in his name, nor is it certain that he paid for the car. Then you have to figure out these 2 things first. Then try to collect as much evidence as possible to prove that the other party has concealed assets, including bank statements, property transfer records, transaction vouchers, witness testimonies, etc. Lin Yun said in an orderly manner. She has handled many divorce cases and cases of concealed property. The most critical and difficult part of such cases is collecting evidence. Once there is enough evidence, the court can actually support the redivision of property. Lawyer Lin, although I don't have enough evidence now, it must be true that he concealed his assets. I heard that you are very good at handling divorce cases. Can you be my attorney? Although she didn't know whether the M9 was under Yang Hao's name, Sun Jejia had already determined that he was the one who paid for it, so the other party must have concealed his property. This lawsuit must be fought, and she couldn't suffer any loss. Of course you can, but I need to know more about your situation. Did you bring the divorce agreement? At present, Lin Yun is considered to be well known in the industry. She has no shortage of work, so she is more cautious when accepting jobs. At least she has to understand the details of the client so as not to become an accomplice of the evildoers. I didn't bring the original divorce agreement, but I have photos here. Lawyer Lin, let's add each other on WeChat and I'll send it to you. The two added each other on WeChat, and Sun Jejia immediately sent a picture of the divorce agreement.
Lin Yun's cell phone was placed on the table. She casually clicked on a picture and was about to drink from a cup of coffee in her other hand.
However, when she saw the man's name on the divorce agreement, she was stunned. Yang Hao. What a familiar name. Isn't it the poor guy who got divorced?
Lin Yun put down the coffee in her hand and carefully read the divorce agreement sent by Sun Jia. Then she found that the divorce agreement looked more and more familiar.
Lawyer Lin, is there any problem with this divorce agreement?
I remember that it was a lawyer from your law firm who helped draft it.
Seeing that Lin Yun didn't say anything for a long time after reading the divorce agreement, Sun Jia couldn't help but ask. The divorce agreement is fine.
Lin Yun looked up at the woman whom she had silently cursed many times in her heart that morning.
Although they were both women, she could not have any empathy with Sun Jia.
She lied to her husband for a divorce and was kicked out of the house with nothing.
Do you still have the nerve to talk about redividing the property now?
When encountering such cases in the past, Lin Yun always stood firmly on the side of women and did her best and gave her all when handling the cases, just to seek justice for her clients. But this time, she kind of hoped that Mr. Yang had really hidden his assets so that he wouldn't lose so badly. Since there is no problem with the divorce agreement, then Lawyer Lin, I'll leave my case to you.
As long as you can help me get my share of the money back, a higher commission is fine.
Sun Jia didn't know that Yang Hao had come to see Lin Yun. She thought the other party was considering the issue of charging fees, so she immediately offered to increase the commission.
Hearing this, Lin Yun shook her head. Sorry, I can't take this case. Chapter 19, Skinny Monkey Driving a Tank. Why?
Sun Jia looked at the beautiful lawyer opposite her with suspicion. She had promised to pay more commission, so there was no reason for the other party not to accept it.
There are too many cases on hand, and I can't handle them all.
Lin Yun shook her head slightly. She naturally would not tell the real reason. There was no need to do so. Lawyer Lin, we can negotiate the commission.
Sun Jia had inquired about it before.
She knew that the Jiang Yun law firm was good at handling divorce cases.
Its director Jiang Man had even helped a certain celebrity in her divorce lawsuit.
The Lawyer Lin in front of her also had a very good reputation. So she still wanted to hand over her case to the Jiang Yun law firm.
It's not about commissions.
Lin Yun waved her hand gently. Your case is quite complicated, and collecting evidence is also difficult.
I really don't have the energy.
So, please seek help from someone else. After saying that, Lin Yun stood up and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that she was ready to see the guest off.
Lawyer Lin.
Sun Jia frowned and wanted to say something, but her best friend Wang Ying gently pulled her and whispered, Jia, let's go. Seeing that her best friend seemed to have something to say to her, Sun Jia didn't say anything else.
She left a sentence. Lawyer Lin, please think about it again, and left the meeting room with Wang Ying. Jia, that Lawyer Lin obviously doesn't want to take your case. She doesn't look busy at all.
Her face is delicately made up, and it looks like she's going on a date or shopping.
In the elevator, Wang Ying expressed her judgment. It's obviously a money-making business, why doesn't she take it? Is it difficult for me to win this case?
Sun Jia asked with a puzzled look on her face.
Who knows what she was thinking?
Wang Ying pursed her lips in disdain. There are many lawyers in Jiangcheng, and you don't need to rely on her.
If she doesn't want to make this money, there are many people who are willing to make it. Sun Jia nodded helplessly. I just think it's a pity. This law firm is very good at handling divorce cases. If Lawyer Lin is willing to take it, the chances of winning will be greater.
You can take your time to find a lawyer.
The most important thing right now is to collect evidence.
Didn't Lawyer Lin say that if you want to win this case, the most important thing is to collect evidence of Yang Hao's hidden assets? I think we can start with his car.
Tingting works at a Huawei authorized store, so we can ask her to invite the salesperson from Wenjie out for dinner.
Wang Ying's thinking was quite clear, and he played the role of a military strategist.
Yeah, I'll call Tingting right now.
Sun Jia felt that what her best friend said made sense, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called her sister.
Upstairs. In the office.
Lin Yun turned off the computer on her desk and prepared to go shopping with her friends. At this time, Jiang Man walked into her office in a hurry. I heard that a divorce case was turned down.
Why, you don't even want to do business anymore? Jiang Man simply ignored the sofa in the reception area and instead tiptoed lightly to place her plump buttocks on the desk.
Lin Yun had long been accustomed to the style of this partner and good friend. She had also half leaned on the conference table in the same way in the meeting room in the morning.
Who do you think the client is?
Originally, Lin Yun also wanted to share it with Jiang Man, but the other party had gone out to meet a client and should have just returned by now.
I know him?
Jiang Man looked at her friend suspiciously.
I guess so.
Lin Yun responded while picking up her second-hand LV bag to check if she had forgotten anything. Jiang Man stroked his chin and thought for a while, then shook his head. Hurry up and tell me, I don't want to guess.
The client is the wife of Mr. Yang from this morning.
That's the woman you helped draft the divorce agreement. Lin Yun didn't keep anyone in suspense and revealed the answer directly.
What a coincidence.
Jiang Man was also very surprised. She shook her neat short hair and asked in confusion, That's not right. Aren't they divorced?
Why are they looking for you again?
She suspected that Mr. Yang had concealed assets during the marriage and wanted to redistribute the assets. As Lin Yun walked towards the door, she said, You know, I never take on cases like this where people are helping the wicked. I even hope that Mr. Yang really has hidden his wealth.
Well, lock the office door for me.
After saying that, Lin Yun strode out of the office. But Jiang Man's voice immediately floated over from behind her, You're not really interested in that guy named Yang.
Pepixia Real Estate Agency.
A brand new M9 slowly stopped. Yang Hao tried the automatic parking function of Wenjia, and the car parked into the parking space very smoothly. This feature is very friendly to those who have difficulty parking. Of course, as an experienced driver, Yang Hao doesn't actually need this function, he just wants to try it out.
Go into the agency. Yang Hao immediately locked onto a familiar figure.
The other person was short and thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses on his nose. At this moment, he was flirting with a plump female colleague, saying that he would treat her to a drink after get off work. Hello sir, how can I help you? The plump female colleague was the first to notice Yang Hao, and she immediately greeted him warmly. Hearing this, the thin man with glasses turned his head subconsciously. He was cursing in his heart who was so blind to ruin his good fortune, but when he saw that the person coming was Yang Hao, he immediately smiled. Brother Hao.
You're free today? The man with glasses is called Wang Jichao.
He and Yang Hao were college classmates and roommates, and they have always had a good relationship.
He started selling houses after graduating from university.
After several years of hard work, he is now the manager of the Pepixia Real Estate Agency.
Help me find a house, preferably one that you can move into right away. Yang Hao didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Rent a house? Who lives here? Brother Hao, you're not planning to hide a mistress in this golden house, are you?
Wang Jichao widened his eyes exaggeratedly, with a look of suspicion on his face.
Yang Hao hasn't told any of his relatives or friends about his divorce.
Firstly, it's embarrassing, and secondly, he's afraid that his parents might get to the news and worry about him. So when Wang Jichao heard that Yang Hao actually wanted to rent a house, he was naturally surprised.
I live here. Let's get down to business first, and I'll explain it to you later.
Having said that, Yang Hao sat directly in front of the display screen where one could choose a room.
Okay. Brother Hao, then you have to tell me your requirements. Do you want to live alone?
Or with your sister-in-law? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't tell him the reason, Wang Jichao didn't ask any more questions but sat down at his workstation. Then he winked at the plump female colleague, who immediately went to the back to pour water.
Change of taste?
After the plump female colleague walked away, Yang Hao joked with a smile.
It's all about trying.
Wang Jichao smiled obscenely and lowered his voice and said, This girl just got divorced not long ago, so she's easy to get.
Well, I wish you success.
Yang Hao smiled and gave a thumbs up. Wang Jichao has never been married, but he has never lacked women around him. Of course, the women he could find with his conditions were all average. For example, the divorced female colleague who went to get water, her plump figure was a sign of high emotional intelligence, but in fact she was just fat. She was 160 centimeters tall and weighed more than 140 kilograms.
Wang Jichao is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 120 kilograms.
When he is with that female colleague, he inevitably gives people a feeling of powerlessness, like a skinny guy driving a tank.
Chapter 20. The next one will be better. Easy to grasp. If you didn't come, you would have made an appointment by now. Wang Jichao smiled confidently.
Although he was not good looking, he had accumulated a lot of experience in flirting with girls over the years.
He knew what women needed and could maximize their emotional value. By the way, what kind of house do you want to rent?
Seeing his female colleague coming over with a cup of water, Wang Jichao quickly changed the subject.
The best place to have a river view is the river garden.
Yang Hao directly put forward his demands. However, after hearing the words Jiangzhong Garden, both Wang Jichao and the female colleague who came to deliver water were stunned. Because Jiangzhong Garden is a well-known old luxury residence in Jiangcheng, the smallest house in this community is 180 square meters. When housing prices were high in the past few years, no house in this community was priced below 10 million. Therefore, this community can be said to be a gathering place for the wealthy people in Jiangcheng. On the way here, Yang Hao had already made up his mind that he had worked hard for so many years, and now with the help of his father, it was time to enjoy himself. He checked the rental prices in Jiangzhong Garden on the app. The lowest was about 30,000 yuan, and the most expensive was 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Although the rent is not cheap, Yang Hao can still afford it for now. After working like a slave for so many years, what's wrong with enjoying himself? What's more, he has his father to back him up, so Yang Hao was not panicked at all. To put it another way, could the worst outcome be worse than before the arrival of the hang dad? So, just do it. Enjoy life first, and drink while you can. The money in your bank card is always just a string of numbers, and the money you spend is your money. Brother Hao, are you rich? Wang Jichao asked in astonishment. Not really, I made a little money. If I really get rich, I'll buy a house in Jiangzhong Garden, what do you think? Yang Hao responded with a smile. That's right. Wang Jichao nodded slightly. He actually wanted to ask what happened, but at this moment, besides him and the plump female colleague, there were 3 other employees in the store. It was difficult for him to ask too much details with so many people around, so he changed the topic to the house. Brother Hao, there are not many houses for rent in Jiangzhong Garden. Rich people don't mind the rent. I'll find it for you. As he spoke, Wang Jichao skillfully searched the housing database and quickly found the house for rent in Jiangzhong Garden. Brother Hao, take a look at this. Wang Jichao clicked on one of the houses that rented for 35,000 yuan a month, and the screen in front of Yang Hao also displayed the picture of the house simultaneously. This house was listed last month. It's very well decorated. I took someone to take pictures of it. By the way, the landlord is also very easy to talk to. When mentioning the landlord, the corners of Wang Jichao's mouth suddenly raised up, as if he was recalling something. Okay, you contact the landlord. The house recommended by Wang Jichao is a large flat of 225 square meters. It looks really good from the pictures, with new decoration and complete home appliances. The rent of 35,000 yuan is also very cost-effective. I'll call right now. Wang Jichao immediately picked up the phone and called the number registered for the property. The call was quickly connected, and Yang Hao vaguely heard a gentle female voice, who said that they could come and view the house at any time. Brother Hao, this house is available for viewing now. I will contact other landlords to see if there are any houses available for viewing. Let's view them together. Wang Jichao made 3 more calls, but only one of the landlords said that he could show the house today, but only after 8 o'clock in the evening. Take a look at this first. If it's not too different from the picture, this is the one to go for. For Yang Hao, renting a house is just a transition period and a chance to experience the feeling of living in a luxury house, so his requirements are not very high. Okay, let's go there now. Wang Jichao immediately called the landlord again. Their agent could not enter a luxury house like Jiangzhong Garden, and the homeowner needed to greet the property management. The 2 walked out of the real estate agency, and Wang Jichao subconsciously took out his BYD chain plus car key from his pocket, thinking of driving his own car to take Yang Hao to see the house. As a result, just as he was about to drive, he saw the lights of a brand new Wenjie M9 next to him light up. Yang Hao smiled and opened the passenger door. Get in. What the hell? Brother Hao, you haven't just made a small fortune, you have become truly wealthy. Looking at the brand new Wenjie M9, Wang Jichao's small eyes behind his glasses suddenly lit up. Of course he knew the Wenjie M9. After all, this car has been very popular since it was launched on the market and is the dream car of many men. He couldn't wait to get in the car, first carefully looked at the interior, then touched the central control display screen and said with emotion, Brother Hao, are you being kept by a rich woman? Among the brothers, you are the only one who has the capital to do this. Wang Jichao knew Yang Hao's financial situation, and it would be difficult for him to buy such an expensive car on his own. We have negotiated a big deal, with a commission of 1 million. Yang Hao had already thought of a reason. Salespeople for a large group like his still had the opportunity to make a fortune, so this excuse was reasonable.
Bull beep. Wang Jichao really had no doubts. He gave a thumbs up and then asked in confusion, "Brother Hao, you didn't rent a house just to hide your mistress, did you? After all, you have a house." It's a long story. There were only two people in the car at this moment, so Yang Hao no longer concealed the fact that he had divorced Sun Jie. Fuck. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. Sun Jie is actually this kind of person. Wang Jichao's eyes were so shocked that they almost popped out from behind his glasses. Since he had a good relationship with Yang Hao, he was also familiar with Sun Jie. In his impression, this sister-in-law was a good person, at least she was pretty. I never expected that I would do such a thing. Everyone has their own aspirations. Yang Hao shrugged indifferently, but it's good. If I hadn't divorced her, my luck wouldn't have changed. That's right. Wang Jichao nodded, but he was still cursing. I didn't expect her to be so shameless. Damn, my worldview is shattered. But it's good to see her clearly now. Brother Hao, you are only 30 years old. There is plenty of time to start over. It's okay, the next one will be better. After we finish looking at the house, I'll take you to the foot massage parlor I just discovered to wash your feet. Wow, it's guaranteed to be a great experience. Wang Jichao said this while making faces and speaking in a comforting manner. Yang Hao smiled and said, "The most uncomfortable time has passed, but the adulterous couple must pay the price. That's a must. We can't just let this go." Wang Jichao immediately said with a serious face, "Brother Hao, if there is anything I can do for you, just tell me. Of course, as long as it's not murder or arson or anything like that." Yang Hao smiled and said, "In a society ruled by law, of course we have to use legal means to solve problems." Chapter 21 Bargaining is impossible. Of course, Yang Hao will not let his ex-wife Sun Jie off so easily, but he will not take any extreme measures. As he said, in a society ruled by law, problems must be solved legally and in compliance with regulations. The real estate agency where Wang Jichao worked was only a 10-minute drive away from Jiangzhong Garden. The community had separate lanes for pedestrians and vehicles, so Yang Hao parked his car outside the park. Since the landlord had already informed the property management, the two were allowed to pass after registering at the gate. As a senior real estate agent, Wang Jichao was quite familiar with the interior of Jiangzhong Garden. He easily found building number 12 where the house he wanted to see was located. As soon as the two arrived at the door of the unit, the door that had been tightly closed was opened from the inside, and a beautiful woman in a black dress greeted Wang Jichao with a smile. "Xiao Wang, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard at all, it's my duty." Wang Jichao's face was filled with cheap smiles, and he was even a little shy when facing this beautiful woman. This was not Wang Jichao's fault. The main reason was that the image and temperament of this beautiful woman were truly charming. Time seemed to have left no traces on her face. Her skin was fair, tender and firm, her figure was graceful, her long black hair was casually draped, revealing a hint of laziness and elegance, her eyes were deep and bright, and her eyelashes fluttered lightly with a bit of the agility that only a young girl could have. No wonder Wang Jichao had been looking so fascinated on the way here. Yang Hao now understood him. There is a popular saying on the internet recently, "The old A8 is also A8." Yang Hao has always felt that this is a bit nonsense and that this statement is a paradox. An old car is an old car. No matter how well it is maintained, it is still an old car and its condition will not be much better. But at this moment, he felt that he was still superficial. Whether the car is in good condition depends on how you maintain it. If it is properly maintained, an old car will definitely have the charm of an old car. "Sister Guan, this is Mr. Yang who is interested in your house." Wang Jichao pointed at Yang Hao. "Hello, Yang Hao." "Hello, Guan Sui, please come in." Guan Sui gave her name and made a gesture of invitation, then took a closer look at Yang Hao, the man who might become her tenant. "Is Mr. Yang a family member?" "No." Yang Hao shook his head. "For now, I live alone. If I have a girlfriend later, maybe we can live together." "Well, let's take a look at the house first." Guan Sui was quite surprised that Yang Hao lived alone. After all, the house she wanted to rent out was more than 200 square meters, and it would be a bit of a waste for one person to live in it. However, she did capture a key piece of information from Yang Hao's words, that this tenant is currently single, which is a plus. It's not that Guan Sui has any thoughts about Yang Hao, a tenant she just met, but because single male tenants usually have fewer things to do. As luxury properties, the houses in Jiangzhou Garden are all configured with 2 elevators per household, so there is almost no problem of waiting for the elevator. Guan Sui led Yang Hao and Wang Jichao to take the elevator to the 21st floor, which was rented out.
Since there was only one household on the entire floor after getting out of the elevator was a private space of about 20 to 30 square meters.
There is a hidden shoe cabinet here, and you can put a sofa here.
Guan Sui introduced as she walked, and when she reached the entrance door, the password lock with facial recognition function immediately recognized her facial information, and the door lock opened with a click. Yang Hao then followed the beautiful woman into the mansion with a property title area of 225 square meters.
According to Guan Sui's introduction, the house had a free area of more than 40 square meters, so the actual area was about 270 square meters. The interior decoration of the house is not much different from the pictures on the internet.
It is in neo-Chinese style.
The furniture is almost brand new, and there is not even any sign of anyone having lived in it. Byte. Discover goals that can help. Name, Guan Sui. Age, 40. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Occupation, none. Current demands. Rent out idle properties under your name. Rewards for helping girls. Double cash back on rentals.
Just as Yang Hao was looking at the house, Wadi's voice rang in his mind again.
Awesome.
As expected of the system daddy.
Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
He really didn't expect that he could get a good deal by renting a house.
Mr. Yang, the situation of the house is roughly like this. Annual rent, 1 deposit and 3 payments.
After looking at the house, Guan Sui spoke.
Sister Guan, I'm telling you the truth. This Mr. Yang is my friend. His character is absolutely guaranteed. Do you think the rent can be cheaper? Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, Wang Jichao took the lead.
Naturally, he wanted to help his good brother save some money, so he directly showed his sincere killer move and confessed their relationship. If he had done this in the past, there would be no problem and Yang Hao would have appreciated it. But things are different nowadays. The reward given by the daddy is double the rent, which means that the higher the rent, the greater the reward.
Bargain? It's not necessary. Fortunately, at this time Wang Jichao's cell phone suddenly rang. It should be a call from a customer. He said sorry and ran to the balcony to answer the phone. How much money does Mr. Yang want to pay?
Guan Sui looked at Yang Hao and asked. She was actually quite anxious to rent out the house, so the price could indeed be discussed. As an experienced salesperson, when Guan Sui said this, Yang Hao knew that there was a lot of room for bargaining. In the past, he would have taken out the dragon-slaying sword and chopped the price hard. But the situation today is different. Bargaining is impossible.
Sister Guan, you can just call me Xiao Yang. I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future.
Yang Hao replied with a smile, and then asked, Sister Guan, how long can this house be rented out?
Well. Guan Sui was stunned by this question. How long at most?
Well, 3 or 5 years?
Yang Hao asked tentatively.
Guan Sui hesitated for a moment and replied, 3 years. Okay, then rent it for 3 years and I'll pay the rent in one lump sum.
Yang Hao waved his hand with a dignified look on his face. 3 years, paid in one lump sum? Guan Sui opened her mouth in surprise.
Since she talked a lot when introducing the house just now, some saliva was secreted in her mouth. Now she opened her mouth suddenly, and there was a little threading between her upper and lower lips. With her bright red lips, Yang Hao swallowed his saliva silently. I can't imagine what it would feel like to be bitten by such an alluring little mouth.
Any questions? Yang Hao calmed down his agitated mood and asked back. No problem. Seeing that Yang Hao didn't seem to be joking, Guan Sui nodded quickly.
She then took out her phone, opened the calculator, pressed a few times, and then added, if you pay the 3-year rent in one lump sum, then give me 1.2 million. Based on a monthly rent of 35,000 yuan, the total rent for 3 years is 1.26 million yuan.
Guan Sui paid 60,000 yuan in one go, which is considered very generous.
But to her surprise, Yang Hao seemed not to have heard her, and continued, the monthly rent is 35,000 yuan, which is 36 months and 3 years, a total of 1.26 million yuan. Well, Sister Guan, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you right away.
Chapter 22 The Confused Beautiful Landlord. Guan Sui was confused and looked at Yang Hao in astonishment. Could it be that I spoke too softly and he didn't hear me clearly?
Xiao Yang, if you want to pay it off in one lump sum over 3 years, 1.2 million will be enough. Guan Sui repeated what she had just said and raised her voice.
However, Yang Hao seemed to be deaf, and handed the phone to Guan Sui. Sister Guan, let's add each other on WeChat, and then you send me your bank card number.
Well.
Guan Sui was somewhat speechless.
She looked at Yang Hao, but he seemed to be avoiding her gaze, muttering to himself, such a nice decoration, only 35,000 a month, it's really cheap.
All right. As long as you think it's cheap.
Since she could earn more, Guan Sui no longer mentioned the rounding issue. She added Yang Hao as a friend on WeChat and sent him her bank card number.
Yang Hao immediately carried out the transfer operation. Earlier, after sending Qin Euro and ECC back, Yang Hao went to the bank to apply for a platinum card and activated the super online banking service, so the transfer was very convenient. A beep sound as a reminder.
Guan Sui found that 1.26 million yuan had been deposited into her bank card. She was shocked again and looked at Yang Hao in astonishment. Xiao Yang, the contract hasn't been signed yet?
Sister Guan, you can't run away again. And even if you run away, the house is still there.
As the saying goes, the monk can run away but the temple cannot.
Yang Hao shrugged indifferently.
He was in such a hurry to pay the rent because, firstly, he was afraid that Guan Sui would continue to ask for a lower price, and secondly, he wanted to prevent Wang Jichao from coming back to bargain further. So he wanted to make the matter a fait accompli while Wang Jichao was answering the phone. And once the rent is paid, the mission will most likely be secured. Guan Sui didn't expect that this tenant whom she met for the first time would trust her so much. This feeling of being trusted made her feel a little better about this man. Xiao Yang, I live downstairs from you.
Feel free to contact me if you have any questions.
Really? Then please take good care of me from now on, Sister Guan. Yang Hao didn't expect that the beautiful landlord lived downstairs from him. He was really surprised and delighted.
Even if nothing happens between the two of them, which man can refuse such a beautiful landlord as his neighbor? It would be nice to run into her in the elevator occasionally.
What's more, if they live upstairs and downstairs, who knows what kind of stories will happen in the future? While the two were talking, Wang Jichao, who had just finished his call, returned to the living room. He continued the previous topic and said, Sister Guan, you also know that it is difficult to rent a house in Jiangzhong Garden. It's not that the house is bad, but it's too expensive. 1 year's rent can pay the down payment for buying a house. Wang Jichao laid the groundwork and naturally wanted to bargain, but he was interrupted by Yang Hao before he finished speaking. Okay, Lao Wang, Sister Guan and I have already negotiated the price, you just need to provide a contract.
Has the deal been settled?
Wang Jichao looked at Yang Hao speechlessly. How much per month?
35,000.
This decoration, this price is already very cheap. Yang Hao patted Wang Jichao on the shoulder and urged him, hurry up and sign the contract. I still have to go by daily necessities.
No, brother Hao. Wang Jichao's brows were twisted into knots.
This was obviously negotiable. The lowest rent for a house in the park was 30,000 yuan a month. Although Guan Sui's house was well decorated, houses in Jiangzhong Garden were not easy to rent, so it was not impossible to cut the price by 1 or 2,000 yuan.
What is not? Hurry up. Yang Hao showed an impatient attitude.
Okay, whatever you want.
Wang Jichao curled his lips in anger, silently complaining in his heart, is it wrong for me to help you save money? Sure enough, no matter who you are, you will become arrogant when you have money.
He took out the contract from his bag, asked for their ID cards, and filled in the basic information while asking, let's sign a 1-year contract first, with a deposit of 1 1/3 of the payment, right?
3 years, one-time payment. Yang Hao replied. What?
Wang Jichao, who was filling out basic information on the contract, was stunned.
He subconsciously looked up at Yang Hao. 3 years? Pay it off in one lump sum? Yang Hao nodded and complained, Old Wang, have you been on a lot of planes recently? Why is your hearing getting worse? Roll. No.
Wang Jichao denied it decisively, then glanced at Guan Sui guiltily. He met Guan Sui for the first time when he came to shoot for this house, and she became the object of his fantasy that night when he returned. There's no way, this sister is just too charming. He couldn't control himself. Guan Sui is an experienced person, so of course she could understand Yang Hao's teasing. She turned her head and covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. It can be seen that this beautiful mature woman is not a conservative person.
Wang Jichao wrote the contract while cursing, but when filling in the rent, he repeatedly confirmed the total amount with Yang Hao. 1.26 million. One-time payment.
Just now Yang Hao said that he signed a super big order and got a considerable commission, but Wang Jichao did not expect the amount of the commission to be so huge. Nowadays, housing prices are in a downward cycle, and you can buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Jiangcheng with more than 1 million yuan in cash. As a result, my good brother actually chose to rent a house. It was really hard for him to understand, but he didn't dare to ask too much in front of Guan Sui. By the way, Xiaoyang, this house also comes with 2 parking spaces. If you want to use them, I won't charge you rent, but you will have to pay the parking space management fee yourself. Wang Jichao had just signed the contract when Guan Sui added, "No, Sister Guan, I'll pay the rent normally." When Yang Hao heard that no rent was required, he immediately became anxious. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a man who receives someone's money should be grateful. The rent must be paid. Otherwise, how can you get rewards from the cheater? After hearing what Yang Hao said, Wang Jichao almost vomited blood. Brother, this is not how we spend our money.
People say they don't want money anymore.
What's more, the rent can be paid in one lump sum for 3 years without any negotiation, and it is very reasonable to get the right to use a parking space as a gift.
My own house also has 2 parking spaces. I don't need so many. Just use them.
He did not bargain for the rent and paid 3 years' rent in one go. Such a generous tenant is hard to come by, and Guan Sui also wanted to express her sincerity. Brother Hao, the parking space ratio in this park is very high, and the occupancy rate is not very high, so there are a lot of idle parking spaces.
Just listen to Sister Guan.
As a good brother, Wang Jichao naturally didn't want Yang Hao to spend this money in vain. He persuaded him and then directly added a clause for a free parking space in the contract.
Seeing that Wang Jichao had also made the matter a fait accompli, Yang Hao didn't know what to say.
If he continued to insist on paying the rent, it would seem too fake.
Okay, the parking space rental is not much money anyway. This is the only way Yang Hao can comfort himself.
Afterwards, both parties signed the rental contract and the agreement was reached.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 2.52 million rental incentives have been issued. After signing the contract, the voice of Guadi arrived as expected.
Yang Hao put away the contract, then snapped his fingers excitedly. Nice. Chapter 23. The opportunity to make money has come again.
More than 2 million was in hand just like that. It was impossible not to be excited, especially since Yang Hao was a poor man with nothing in the morning. I can only say that the system changes life. Yang Hao had only seen similar plots in novels before, and he never expected that such a good thing would happen to him.
Brother Hao, there are customers waiting for me in the store. I have to leave first.
After Yang Hao finished signing the contract, Wang Jichao leaned over to his ear and whispered, "We can only wash your feet another day. I don't know how long you will be busy until."
Well, go ahead and do your work. Work is more important. Yang Hao nodded in understanding.
He would also go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities in a while. After Wang Jichao left, Guan Sui took Yang Hao to the property management and entered his facial, fingerprint and license plate information. After leaving the property, Guan Sui took Yang Hao for a tour around the park. In the center of the park, there was an extra-large crescent-shaped open-air swimming pool. Not far from the shore, there were 2 pavilions and a large children's castle. Xiaoyang, this open-air swimming pool is open to all owners. If you don't like this kind of open-air swimming pool, there is also an indoor swimming pool in the owners' club. Guan Sui pointed to the swimming pool and introduced that, in fact, the landscape function of this open-air swimming pool is greater. After all, it is completely open, so there are relatively few owners who come here to swim. Yang Hao nodded slightly, looked at the beautiful landlady with a plump figure, and subconsciously asked, "Sister Guan, do you like swimming?" "I have never swam in this open-air swimming pool, but I occasionally go to the indoor swimming pool in the owners' club."
Guan Sui responded truthfully. "Then Sister Guan, please ask me to come next time and take me to familiarize myself with the owners' club," Yang Hao said sanctimoniously. What I could think of in my mind was the seductive image of this beautiful mature landlady putting on a swimsuit. Guan Sui was wearing a loose black long skirt today, but even with such loose clothes, the pair of fruits on her chest were particularly eye-catching. Yang Hao was considered experienced, and the size of her breasts was definitely D. "If I put on a swimsuit." TSK. Yang Hao swallowed silently, looking forward to the moment when the old A8 would turn on its lights. "Okay. Guan Sui did not notice anything unusual about Yang Hao.
She nodded and then introduced other facilities in the park. The two of them walked around the park for a long time, and Yang Hao became initially familiar with the new living environment.
Sister Guan, is there any large supermarket nearby? Yang Hao asked casually while taking the elevator upstairs.
There are quite a few large supermarkets nearby. The closest one is Yonghui, which is just a few hundred meters away from the west gate of the park. Sam's Club and RT Mart are not far away either, both are about 10 minutes drive away.
Guan Sui introduced it very enthusiastically. Sister Guan, which supermarket do you go to more often? Yang Hao asked as if he was chatting with her.
Sam, if you and Xiao Wang don't come to see the house, I'm going to go buy groceries.
Guan Sui answered truthfully. Does this mean Sister Guan is going to the supermarket later? Okay, just change your clothes and go. Guan Sui nodded. Sister Guan, do you mind coming together?
I just happen to be buying some daily necessities, and there are some things I don't quite understand.
There were so many things Yang Hao wanted to buy, including bedding and pillows, toiletries, pots and pans, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. He didn't have anything needed for life. Well, that's fine.
I'll send you a WeChat message when I'm done cleaning up. Guan Sui hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Yang Hao's invitation to join a team. Back upstairs, Yang Hao carefully visited this luxury house that would belong to him for the next 3 years, then opened the memo on his phone and began to record what he wanted to buy. Just as he finished writing the shopping list, he received a WeChat message from Guan Sui, saying that she was waiting for him in the underground parking lot on the first floor.
Yang Hao immediately took the elevator to the basement floor. After the elevator door opened, his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhangzhong Garden is indeed a luxury residence. Even the lobby on the underground floor that leads directly to the parking lot is magnificent and spacious. In a corner of the lobby there are 2 sofas for the owners to rest, and next to the sofas are several pots of neatly trimmed green plants, giving people a feeling of vitality. At this moment, Guan Sui was sitting on one of the sofas.
She had changed into a set of khaki casual clothes. The clothes were loose and comfortable, which well concealed her good figure. Obviously, Guan Sui belongs to the conservative group, which is in sharp contrast to those women who would force their way into a cleavage even if there is no cleavage at all. Walking out of the lobby is the underground parking lot of Zhangzhong Garden. Since the occupancy rate of the park is not very high, the utilization rate of the underground parking lot is not very high, but almost all the cars parked here are luxury cars, and BBA is just basic operation. Yang Hao just glanced into the distance and saw 4 or 5 cool-looking supercars, 2 of which were Porsche 911s and 1 was a Ferrari, and he didn't recognize the rest. Xiao Yang, you can use both parking spaces. Just when Yang Hao was wondering what those 2 unfamiliar supercars were, Guan Sui's voice rang in his ears. Yang Hao came back to his senses and looked in the direction Guan Sui pointed. The parking space was quite close to the entrance of the lobby on the basement floor, so it would be convenient for him to carry some things home in the future.
Well, thank you, Sister Guan.
Yang Hao smiled and nodded, and at this moment the headlights of a red Porsche Cayenne behind him suddenly lit up.
Guan Sui opened the main driver's door and said, "Take my car today." Good. Yang Hao responded and sat in the passenger seat. This Porsche Cayenne is not a new model, and its interior has not yet evolved into the latest Dalian screen. But in the eyes of Yang Hao and many car enthusiasts, this old Porsche is more attractive, just like a beautiful mature woman like Guan Sui, who has an elegant temperament exuded by the years. At this time, Guan Sui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, skillfully fastened her seatbelt, and the seatbelt outlined the original amazing appearance of the 2 peaks hidden under the loose clothes. Yang Hao glanced at it silently and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is said that Audi is a lighting factory, and the headlights of this old A8 are indeed extraordinary. The Porsche Cayenne drove out of the basement smoothly and soon followed the evening rush hour traffic into the main road. It can be seen that this beautiful mature woman has good driving skills. However, when waiting for the red light, Guan Sui suddenly frowned. Yang Hao followed her gaze and saw that it was a shop with the word for rent posted on the door and glass, but this time half of the phone number on the glass was missing. Xiao Yang, are you in a hurry?
At this time, Guan Sui suddenly turned her head and asked.
No rush.
Yang Hao shook his head slightly. Then wait for me for a moment. When the red light turned green, Guan Sui drove the car straight to the parking space in front of an unused shop, then took out a key from the storage box and got out of the car. It was then that Yang Hao realized that this shop belonged to Guan Sui. She frowned because the phone number pasted on the glass fell off, thus losing the effect of the promotion.
Yang Hao immediately remembered Guan Sui's request to rent out the idle properties under her name. It's too small, the pattern is too small.
Yang Hao originally thought that the only property Guan Sui wanted to rent out was the large flat he had just rented. This wave of wool has been harvested. It turns out that this landlady has more than just one property to rent out.
In other words, the opportunity to make money has come again. Chapter 24. The sky is falling, my ex-husband is really rich. Guan Sui bent down and picked up the white paper with her phone number written on it.
She had previously used solid glue to stick the white paper on the glass, but perhaps because she applied too little glue at the time, it fell off after a long time. She was just thinking about going to a nearby supermarket to get a roll of tape to stick the phone number back on when she saw Yang Hao walk into the store.
Sister Guan, is this shop yours? Yang Hao asked while looking around.
Guan Sui nodded. Xiao Yang, wait for me, I'll go to the supermarket to buy a roll of tape.
Sister Guan, there's no need to buy tape.
Yang Hao simply waved his hand.
You got tape? Guan Sui looked at Yang Hao in confusion.
At that moment, he only had a mobile phone in his hand, and his pockets were empty, which didn't look like there was any tape at all. How much does this shop cost per year?
Yang Hao went straight to the point. 800,000. Guan Sui responded subconsciously, and then asked in surprise, Xiao Yang, you want to rent a shop?
Well, I'll rent it for 3 years. The money in Yang Hao's card was only enough to pay for 3 years of rent, otherwise he would have rented for 20 or 30 years. After all, such an opportunity to make a profit does not come every day.
Lease for 3 years? Guan Sui opened her mouth in surprise.
The real economy was now becoming increasingly difficult and shops were not easy to rent. Even though her shop was in a good location, it had been vacant for 2 months and had not been rented out. What's worse is that there are 3 or 4 shops like hers on the same street that are for rent, so she has prepared herself for the possibility of not being able to rent out her shop in a short period of time. However, Yang Hao wanted to rent the house for 3 years at once. Happiness came so suddenly that she was really confused for a moment.
I've been looking for shops recently, and this location just meets my requirements.
Yang Hao smiled and shrugged, looking at the decoration. This place used to be a coffee shop.
I also plan to open a coffee shop. I can open it after a slight change in the decoration, and I can save some money on decoration.
The following words were obviously nonsense made up by Yang Hao, who was just looking for an excuse to rent a shop.
I see. Guan Sui's face showed a look of realization.
She thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yang, I'll give you a discount. 800,000 a year is the external offer, so I'll charge you 750,000 a year.
Don't do that.
Yang Hao quickly waved his hand to reject Guan Sui's kindness. Sister Guan, this shop is very much to my liking.
The price is what it should be, and I like the number of 800,000. The rent for 3 years is 2.4 million. Well, I will transfer it to the bank card I just used.
Having said that, Yang Hao picked up his mobile phone and started operating it, not giving Guan Sui any chance to enjoy the discount. The discount is 50,000 yuan per year, which means 150,000 yuan for 3 years.
In other words, if Yang Hao accepted Guan Sui's discount, he would lose 300,000 yuan. That is 300,000. Wouldn't it smell good if you use it to wash your feet? Guan Sui was about to say something else when the 3 years rent arrived in her account. Xiao Yang, this.
Looking at the text message on her mobile phone, Guan Sui didn't know what to say for a moment.
Just make up the contract tomorrow. Sister Guan, can we go to the supermarket now?
Yang Hao was in a good mood after getting some good stuff. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon become a rich man worth 5 million.
Well, let's go to the supermarket now. Seeing Yang Hao being so straightforward, Guan Sui stopped being pretentious.
Besides, she made a living by collecting rent, so renting out the shop was naturally a good thing for her. By the way, here's the key to the shop. After locking the door, Guan Sui handed the key directly to Yang Hao.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission.
The rental reward of 4.8 million has been received.
Just as Yang Hao got the shop key, Guadi's voice rang in his mind again.
Awesome. Gua Dad is awesome.
Yang Hao shouted silently in his heart and couldn't help but wave his fist excitedly. Fortunately, Guan Sui had turned around and walked towards the Cayenne, otherwise she would have thought that Yang Hao was mentally ill.
Trojan Western Restaurant. Second floor box.
Sisters Sun Jejia and Sun Tingting sat opposite each other.
However, they were not the only two sisters in the box at this moment. Besides them, there was also Ma Qian, the salesperson who sold the M9 to Yang Haowen. She was invited by Sun Tingting to introduce a client to her, so Ma Qian was in high spirits. She had just sold an M9 during the day, and now another client came. It can only be said that luck has come and it cannot be stopped. Shanxian, I heard that someone bought an M9 from you today. I just want to learn more about this car. After the greetings, Sun Jiajia got down to business. Sister Jiajia, you have a good eye. Rich people don't buy BBAs anymore. They buy M9s. This car sells very well. Last month, a total of 16,000 units were sold nationwide. You know, this is a 500,000 level car. When talking about her professional field, Ma Qian immediately began to introduce it in a torrent of words. Sun Jiajia didn't interrupt her, but just listened carefully. After Ma Qian finished speaking, she asked, is there any difference between the loan price and the full payment price? Loans are definitely more favorable, but most of the customers who buy Wenjie M9 pay in full. Ma Qian responded with a smile. Is that so? The car you sold today was also paid in full? Sun Jiajia asked calmly. Yes. Brother Yang is very generous. He first bought the most popular trifold phone from Tingting and her friends, and then bought an M9. It only took half an hour for him to spend more than 500,000 yuan. Let me tell you, this isn't the most amazing thing. He seems to have two girlfriends at the same time, and each one has a better figure than the other. TSK, this rich man really knows how to have fun. When talking about the generous brother Yang, Ma Qian immediately started talking incessantly. After hearing her words, Sun Jiejia's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Is his name written on the car? Of course, a car worth more than 500,000 yuan is not something you can give away so easily. Ma Qian responded subconsciously, but she immediately realized that Sun Jiejia's question involved the privacy of the car owner, and that such questions would not be asked in normal gossip chats. As an experienced salesperson, she immediately became alert, picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip, then secretly observed the changes in Sun Jiejia's expression. After seeing the other party's expression, she immediately realized that something was wrong. She and Sun Tingting were not actually familiar with each other, so she was a little surprised that the other party suddenly introduced a client to her. Now it seems that the two sisters must have some other purpose. Shanxian, can you let me see the car purchase contract you signed? Right now Sun Jiejia wants to collect evidence that Yang Hao has a huge fortune, so it is not enough to just know that the car is under Yang Hao's name, but there must be solid evidence. The car purchase contract is one of the evidences. Sister Jiajia, this won't work. That's the client's privacy. Ma Qian shook her head decisively and refused. Shanxian, I'm telling you the truth. Yang Hao is my ex-husband. We've been divorced for less than a month, but he suddenly became rich. I suspect he has concealed his marital assets, and I'm collecting evidence. While Sun Jiejia was speaking, she took out a big red envelope and put it on the table and pushed it in front of Ma Qian. Shanxian, you are also a woman, help me. This. Ma Qian looked at the thickness of the red envelopes on the table and estimated that there were at least 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan was a lot for a worker like her. After a moment of silence, she placed her cell phone on the table on the red envelope and whispered, Sister Jiejia, since you like the M9, go to the showroom to see the car tomorrow at noon. The contract signed today should still be with the store manager. She should be out for lunch at noon. Chapter 25. Don't disappoint good girls, don't waste bad girls. Garden in the river. After shopping, Yang Hao returned to the luxury house he had just rented. The beautiful mature landlord Guan Sui took good care of him. She not only helped him take the purchased items upstairs, but also helped with the cleaning. However, it was obvious that she was not someone who often did housework, and her movements were very clumsy. But Yang Hao could feel that this beautiful mature woman really wanted to help him, which was probably related to the fact that he rented two of her idle properties at once. After Guan Sui left, Yang Hao simply made the bed, then took a bottle of beer and sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, drinking while admiring the night view of the river. This morning he was at the lowest point in his life, but by the evening he had achieved a comeback in his life and moved into such a luxurious flat with a river view. It really is a rebound from the bottom. The image of the beautiful lawyer involuntarily appeared in Yang Hao's mind. Although the other party was just comforting him at the time, his words hit the nail on the head. I really have to thank Lawyer Lin for this opportunity. Yang Hao was thinking silently in his heart when his cell phone suddenly rang.
After seeing the incoming call notification on his mobile phone, he subconsciously frowned, because the call was from the company's human resources department.
It's already 8 o'clock and you're still working overtime. This cow and horse couldn't be purer.
Yang Hao silently complained in his heart while pressing the answer button.
Hello, this is the Human Resources Department of Xingyuan Group. Is this Yang Hao, the sales department's supervisor?
There was a fairly polite female voice on the phone.
Yes, it's me.
Manager Yang, please come to the company tomorrow.
What's up? I'm on annual leave.
In order to find the whereabouts of his ex-wife Sun Jia, Yang Hao took his entire half-month annual leave, and there is only 1 week left.
I am only responsible for notification.
I am not very clear about the specific situation.
Okay, got it.
From the other party's tone, he could tell that she was just passing on a message to complete the task assigned by her superior, so Yang Hao hung up the phone without asking any more questions.
However, just as he hung up the phone, several messages popped up on WeChat.
Just when Yang Hao answered the phone, he was kicked out from several WeChat workgroups.
Is this to optimize me?
Yang Hao frowned subconsciously. First he was invited by the HR department, and then he was kicked out of the workgroup. This smooth little combo had been experienced by 2 of Yang Hao's former colleagues who had a good relationship with him, and this time it was used on him. But it makes no sense for the company to optimize him. Yang Hao works very hard and his sales performance is among the best in the entire sales department. So even if the company has a layoff plan, he will not be the one to be laid off.
Have you ever seen a company fire a sales champion? MD. Brain dead leader. It's totally incomprehensible.
Yang Hao put down his phone, cursing. He didn't know that it was all the work of Lu Songlin, the general manager of the sales department, behind the scenes. However, since he already had someone to assist him, Yang Hao didn't take the matter of being optimized too seriously. He now has 5 million yuan in his bank card, and has rented a shop with a combined area of more than 200 square meters upstairs and downstairs, so Yang Hao was considering whether to resign.
Now the company has made the decision for him. But there is always a difference between voluntary resignation and involuntary resignation.
Especially since Yang Hao was an excellent employee with top sales performance and had always worked diligently, but was suddenly dismissed by the company.
Naturally, he was very dissatisfied. Just when Yang Hao was feeling indignant, his WeChat rang again. It was a message from a person with the nickname, Ace. Brother Yang, do you want to go to the play together?
My bestie bought 2 tickets and we had planned to go together, but she stood me up because of something unexpected grievance.jpg. Yang Hao looked through the chat history with this, Ace. The 2 of them just added each other as friends this afternoon. After adding each other as friends, the other party sent a cute kitten emoticon, and then there was no further communication. As he works in sales, Yang Hao has a lot of WeChat friends, so when he saw the nickname, Ace, he didn't react who this person was. It was only when he saw that the 2 added each other as friends in the afternoon that he realized that this Ace was Qin Yuro's friend Hisisi. She is indeed a gold digger with no bottom line. Even though he knew that Qin Yuro and I were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he still took the initiative to approach me. Yang Hao curled his lips in disdain. After experiencing this shitty marriage with Sun Jia, he had a dismentality towards gold diggers like Sun Jia and Hisisi. Therefore, when faced with Hisisi who came up to him, he naturally didn't want to pay any attention to her. Just when he was about to ignore the other party, Hisisi sent another message, Brother Yang, I want to tell Xiao, this is a little secret between us snickering.jpg.
6
It is true that money makes the world go round.
Yang Hao once again felt the power of money.
To be honest, although Hisisi is materialistic and her values are not very positive, her figure and appearance are still very good. She is the kind of person who attracts a lot of attention when she walks in the crowd.
A woman of her level would never have taken the initiative to pounce on Yang Hao before, but what about now?
She takes the initiative to make you feel like she is setting you up. She's just short of saying, Brother Yang, come and sleep with me. Before his divorce, Yang Hao still had a bottom line. Even though he would go to places like clubs for work, he would at most drink for fun and had never really had anything happen with the actors in the club. But the situation is different now. Yang Hao is single again and was abandoned by Sun Jia.
Naturally, he is very angry.
So after the arrival of the ghost father, he had already made up his mind that from now on, he would no longer be a lovesick idiot.
Be a carefree playboy. Be a good brother. Be nice to your brother.
Therefore, although he despised women like Hisisi psychologically, he didn't mind flirting with her, playing poker or something.
Being a good brother. No one can suffer, but my brother must suffer too. Come to think of it, my younger brother hasn't eaten meat for a long time.
In addition, doesn't a certain internet celebrity have a famous saying, "Don't let down good girls, and don't waste bad girls"? Therefore, Yang Hao, who originally wanted to ignore his Cece, the gold digger, replied directly, "I just moved and I still have a lot of things to pack."
Ace, brother Yang, let me help you.
His Cece responded immediately. Yang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and typed a reply, "This is too troublesome."
Ace, no trouble. I don't have anything to do anyway. Ace, brother Yang, please send me the address. Yang Hao, that will be hard work. Ace, brother Yang, you are too polite. I just checked the distance and it will take about 40 minutes to get there.
However, I cannot enter your community, so I need you to say hello to the property management later.
Yang Hao, okay.
After finishing the conversation with his Cece, Yang Hao looked back at the supplies piled up like a mountain in the living room, and couldn't help but smile. Since they had just moved in, there were too many things to buy, and Yang Hao didn't feel comfortable asking Guan Sui to stay and continue helping. His original idea was to sort things out slowly after he woke up. Now, a coolie had come to his doorstep.
It was you who offered to help, I didn't force you.
Yang Hao, in a good mood, picked up the beer and drank half of the bottle in one breath. The other side. His Cece in the rental house excitedly opened the closet. She took out 3 skirts at once and compared them on her body while asking her best friend Zhao Meng, "Which skirt do you think is suitable for me?"
Cece, you seem to be really serious this time. Could it be that the person we caught this time is a real rich man?
Zhao Meng, wearing pajamas, half leaned on the sofa, playing with her cell phone and asked.
He lives in Jiangzhong Garden. Do you think he is rich?
As a senior gold digger, his Cece knows all the luxury houses in Jiangcheng very well, and Jiangzhong Garden is the top luxury house in Jiangcheng. She had met a man who lived in Jiangzhong Garden on the plane before, but unfortunately he was too old, in his 50s, and still a short and fat guy, so she really couldn't bring herself to be his man. But Yang Hao is different. He is young and handsome. At least among the wealthy group, people with external conditions like him can be said to be 1 in 100.
Live in the river garden.
When Zhao Meng heard that the man his Cece was going to meet actually lived in a mansion like Jiangzhong Garden, he stopped playing with his phone and looked at his Cece in surprise.
Aha! He asked me to come over. So, you'll be alone at home tonight.
His Cece shrugged proudly, and then urged, "Tell me quickly, which skirt looks good?"
The blue one.
Zhao Meng said what she thought was the worst answer. You were all good sisters living under the same roof, but you suddenly hooked up with a rich man who lived in a garden in the river.
Are you going to let people live?
There is a saying among men that they are afraid that their brothers will have a hard life, and they are also afraid that their brothers will drive a Land Rover, not to mention women who are even more jealous. In the afternoon, his Cece stood up Zhao Meng, saying that she had caught a big fish. This kind of thing is actually quite common between the two of them, because catching a rich husband is their common goal. So when the other party has something important to do, they won't say anything if they are stood up. But no matter who of the two gains something in this matter, the other will inevitably feel upset and even want to poach him. However, although the two of them usually call each other good sisters, they protect each other's fish ponds very well, and the fish they occasionally share are those small fish with little value. They will never share the real big fish with each other. Even if they can't catch them, they will rot in the fish pond. It was based on this idea that his Cece did not reveal any information about Yang Hao.
Seeing Zhao Meng gave her opinion, his Cece immediately ruled out the blue dress.
After all, they were good girlfriends and knew each other too well. This red skirt is still more flirty. His Cece finally chose a red stepmother skirt.
It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and it would be almost 9 o'clock when she arrived at Jiangzhong Garden.
So she got straight to the point and of course wore it as sexily as possible.
How old is this? Isn't it another old man in his 50s?
Seeing that his Cece did not accept her advice, Zhao Meng curled her lips and asked sourly. If the man his Cece is going to meet this time is still a short and fat man in his 50s, she will feel a little more balanced. After all, she would never touch a man like that unless he is really short of money. He should be about 30 years old.
Maybe not. His Cece acted as if she was thinking about something.
In fact, Yang Hao looked a little haggard today, and he seemed to be in his 30s. However, his Cece understood her best friend's psychology, so she deliberately made Yang Hao sound younger.
You're living in Jiangzhong Garden before you're 30?
Zhao Meng opened her mouth in surprise, her jealousy no longer suppressed.
Young and rich. Isn't this the man she has always wanted to find? Who would want to find an old man if you can find a younger one?
After all, young people have better bodies and more energy. No matter how well an older man takes care of himself and how young he looks, his actual age is still there and his physical condition cannot be compared with that of a young man.
30 is the golden age for men.
Their thoughts are not as immature as those in their 20s, and their physical condition is much better than that of 40.
How tall is it? Is it as tall as you?
Zhao Meng asked with a frown, naturally trying to find some comfort in the matter of height. His Sisi is 172 centimeters tall, and there are indeed many men who are shorter than her. Even if a man is about the same height as her, his Sisi will look taller when wearing high heels. Many of the small bosses or company executives who pursued his Sisi in the past were not as tall as her or were about the same height as her. As her best friend, Zhao Meng often dissed those people's heights when giving them advice.
More than 180. It should be around 182 or 183.
Since she is quite tall, his Sisi's estimation of height is quite accurate.
After getting this answer, the corners of Zhao Meng's mouth couldn't help but twitch.
30 years old, over 180 centimeters tall, living in Jiangzhong Garden.
Isn't this her ideal type?
No wonder my best friend his Sisi was so happy today. It turns out she really caught a big fish.
What does he look like? In fact, Zhao Meng didn't want to continue this topic. A man who meets the three conditions of young, rich, and 180 plus cm tall at the same time, what does he need a bicycle for? Just go for it.
But she really didn't want her best friend to really get such a big bargain, so she still asked with the mentality of giving it a try. What if the other person had sores in the mouth, loose nose hairs, or some serious disability?
General handsome. Very manly.
His Sisi responded happily. And Zhao Meng's heart was finally dead.
TMD. Who understands?
The good sisters living under the same roof actually hooked up with a tall, rich, and handsome guy.
Sisi, it looks like you're really going ashore this time.
When you have time, bring your boyfriend out for dinner. Zhao Meng forced a smile on her face, seemingly happy for her best friend, but actually she was thinking about how to find an opportunity to poach her. She thinks that her conditions are no worse than his Sisi's. What's more, men are the kind of creatures who like to think in terms of brothers. Zhao Meng is confident that as long as she is given a chance, she can definitely win him over.
There is a chance. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. How could his Sisi not know what Zhao Meng was thinking?
She waved her hands casually, complaining silently in her heart, "We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, why are you playing strange stories from a Chinese studio with me?"
Chapter 26. She wants to steal my girlfriend.
His Sisi, dressed up carefully, took a taxi to Jiangzhong Garden. Since Yang Hao had already greeted the security guard, she entered the park without any obstruction. Although she was familiar with the housing prices, apartment types, and other information about Jiangzhong Garden, all this information could be found on the internet. It was her first time to enter the interior of Jiangzhong Garden. When she walked past the open-air swimming pool in the center of the park, she stopped to take a few selfies, and then retouched 2 of them and posted them on her Moments. Of course, positioning is the soul of this circle of friends, and the positioning must be displayed to Jiangzhong Garden. Then, another thing to note is that Yang Hao must be blocked. After posting on WeChat Moments, his Sisi hummed a little tune and walked towards Building 12 where Yang Hao was. While waiting for the elevator, she glanced at the WeChat moment she had just posted and found that it had received 5 likes and 2 comments.
"Dear, I really want to go swimming."
Wow, Jiangzhong Garden, Sister Sisi, please take me with you." The 2 people who left messages are friends that his Sisi added in the socialite group. They all have the same goal, to hook up with a rich man and get rich. Therefore, socialites like them are particularly sensitive to luxury cars, luxury houses, luxury goods, etc. The fact that his Sisi posted a selfie in Jiangzhong Garden means that she is most likely hooking up with a wealthy man who lives in Jiangzhong Garden. Deer and Huahua were naturally very envious. They had only met his Sisi a few times in some group buying activities, so they didn't have too many interactions with each other. They were more envious when they saw her successfully land. People around his Sisi, like Zhao Meng, are more jealous.
This is the manifestation of human nature.
If someone who has nothing to do with you wins 10 million in the lottery, the most you can do is sigh that the other person is so lucky. But if the person who won the prize was a relative or friend of yours, then your mentality would probably be unbalanced, and you would become jealous and envious. So when Zhao Meng, his Sisi's fake best friend, saw this post on WeChat Moments, she felt very upset and she didn't even want to click like.
Hongshan Community. Shin-Euro was doing yoga in the living room of the rental house.
My roommate CSCU was sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV series. Your movements are not standard.
Move your left arm a little lower and keep your waist straight.
As a fitness coach, CSCU casually glanced at her friend Shin-Euro and gave professional guidance.
Shin-Euro did as she was told silently.
CSCU was not only her roommate, but also her childhood friend and a true best friend. The two went to the same school from elementary school to high school, and both went to college in Jiangcheng. Shin-Euro studied at Jiangcheng Aviation University, and CSCU graduated from Jiangcheng Sports College.
Hey, your classmate Hisisi is hooking up with a rich guy? They have actually made it to the river garden.
After instructing Shin-Euro, CSCU casually glanced at her circle of friends, and then saw the selfie posted by Hisisi.
That's normal. Shin-Euro replied disapprovingly.
It was not the first day she knew Hisisi. She often posted pictures of luxury goods, high-end restaurants, hotels, etc. on her moments.
I have to say that they have clear goals. It looks like I got what I wanted this time.
CSCU sighed as she stuffed the potato chips into her mouth and chewed them with relish. When she was in college, she often went to Shin-Euro's school to play, and at that time she met Hisisi, who was in the same class as Shin-Euro. At that time, CSCU was very disdainful of gold diggers like Hisisi. But after so many years, CSCU, who had been beaten by society for several years, gradually understood Hisisi. However, even though she understood it, she still couldn't do what Hisisi did, to hook up with rich men. After all, everyone's moral bottom line is different. Some people can trample on their dignity and morality for money, but most people can't do it. Listening to CSCU's mumbling, Shin-Euro suddenly thought of the boyfriend she hired for 3,000 yuan. Judging from the financial resources he has demonstrated, he is definitely the ideal type of a gold digger like Hisisi.
Shin-Euro couldn't help but think again of the afternoon when the three of them were together.
Hisisi had already secretly hooked up with the other party, and now she suddenly hooked up with a rich man.
Is it?
A thought suddenly flashed through Shin-Euro's mind. She was originally concentrating on doing yoga, but suddenly she became distracted. Although Yang Hao was just a fake boyfriend she hired for 3,000 yuan, she would always feel uncomfortable if she was seduced by Hisisi.
It's not time yet, why don't you do it?
Seeing Shin-Euro suddenly stop, CSCU immediately pretended to be stern and tensed her face. Xiao, you can't be lazy just because you have good innate conditions, right? I'm still counting on you to find a rich man and take me flying. CSCU admits that her looks and figure are not as good as her childhood friend Shin-Euro. In addition, Shin-Euro is now a flight attendant serving in the business class and has plenty of opportunities to meet wealthy men, so CSCU places her hopes of hooking up with a rich man on her best friend Shin-Euro. The two have a very good relationship, so in CSCU's opinion, as long as Shin-Euro is with a rich man, he will definitely not ignore her. Therefore, as a fitness coach, CSCU spares no effort and is very strict when guiding Shin-Euro to do body shaping yoga. Others hope their sons will become successful, but she hopes her best friend will become successful. Shin-Euro had long been accustomed to her friend's half-joking, half-serious teasing. She wiped the sweat off her face with a towel, then flipped through her WeChat moments. However, she did not see the selfie posted by Hisisi. She opened her moments page and saw that the most recent status was posted the day before yesterday. Obviously, she was blocked by Hisisi. In this way, Shin-Euro became even more suspicious whether the other party had really secretly attacked Shinsung to take down Yang Hao.
Lend me your phone, Shin-Euro said as she snatched CSCU's phone away. What's going on?
CSCU looked at her friend in confusion.
She knew Shin-Euro too well.
Although she was a little cold, she was very emotionally stable. But at this moment, Shin-Euro's emotions fluctuated greatly, which was very rare when the two of them were together. Shin-Euro didn't respond and went straight to CSCU's circle of friends, and then saw the selfie posted by Hisisi. There is nothing special about the photo, except that the location is quite conspicuous.
Just look at your own WeChat.
It's not like you don't have a good friend named Hisisi. Seeing that Shin-Euro just wanted to look at Hisisi's circle of friends, CSCU couldn't help but feel speechless.
She blocked me, Shin-Euro replied indifferently.
Huh?
Why? CSCU opened her mouth in astonishment. Are you guys having a conflict? That shouldn't be the case. We have been superficial friends for so many years and we haven't had much interaction.
She wants to steal my girl,
Shin-Euro replied coldly. CSCU was shocked, blinked her big eyes, then stood up from the sofa, grabbed Chineuro's arm, and said with a smile, "Come on, tell us your stories." "Wait, I'll go get a bag of melon seeds." Chapter 27 turned the gold digger into a coolie. This short sentence made CSCU smell something shocking. She usually likes to pay attention to celebrity gossip, and now that something big has happened to her friend, she is naturally very curious. "Hurry up and tell me, hurry up and tell me. What happened between you and Cece?" CSCU skillfully opened a bag of melon seeds and then started to urge hurriedly. Chineuro was speechless, but she also knew her best friend. She was just like that, she liked gossip and loved to join in the fun. The most outrageous thing is that on the day of the college entrance examination, CSCU saw the original wife beating the mistress in the street on the road. She stood nearby to watch the fun, and ended up being 5 minutes late and almost didn't get into the examination room. "Yeah, I got a boyfriend." After considering for a moment, Chineuro still felt that she couldn't tell CSCU, a gossipy person, that she had spent 3,000 yuan to hire a boyfriend. The two of them were childhood friends, their parents knew each other, and they had a pretty good relationship. Once CSCU knew that she had paid to hire a boyfriend, it would be like telling the world. "What? Chineuro? You actually got a boyfriend behind my back?" CSCU's eyes widened and she jumped up from the sofa again. "No. No. That's impossible. You're always with me except for work, how do you find time to have a boyfriend?" Without waiting for Chineuro to speak, CSCU felt that it was not realistic for her best friend to have a boyfriend. The two of them rented a house together and knew each other's schedules. When they were not at work, they stayed at home in the rental house most of the time, and they went shopping together most of the time. If Chineuro really had a boyfriend, she would not be unaware of it. "We met on the plane. Besides, you've been working overtime a lot recently. How do you know what I'm doing?" Chineuro made up a random excuse. "Did you meet on the plane? So the other party is a rich man? Well, if they can sit in business class, their financial situation can't be too bad." No, since he is favored by our Xiaro, he must be a wealthy man or a domineering CEO. "So, my best friend, the CEO's wife, is about to take office?" CSCU asked with a gossipy look on her face, then stroked her chin and muttered softly. "He is indeed in good financial condition. But that's not the point. The point is that I ran into Cece when we were dating this afternoon, and then she followed us the whole time and even took the initiative to add my boyfriend's WeChat." Chineuro briefly explained what happened today. "What? You were dating, and she followed you the entire time, and even added your boyfriend on WeChat?" CSCU was shocked, and then she complained angrily, "Chineuro, is there water in your brain? You know who Cece is, so how could you let her add your boyfriend on WeChat? Don't even mention being a boyfriend. Even if you're married, you still have to be on guard against people like Cece. She has no bottom line at all. Etc. You just said that Cece was trying to hook up with your boyfriend. And now she is in Jiangzhong Garden. Doesn't your boyfriend also live in Jiangzhong Garden? That's why she exhausted you." CSCU's mind worked quickly and she immediately thought of the key to the problem. "We haven't been together for long, and I haven't asked him where he lives." Chineuro shook her head slightly. "Then ask now. Right away, right now. Well, it's better to give him a video call to see if there are other women at home." CSCU took Chineuro's phone and shook the screen at her face to unlock the phone. Then she opened her WeChat and asked, "Which one is your boyfriend? I'll send him a video. Give me the phone first." Chineuro still underestimated her friend's gossipy nature. Her phone was taken away and unlocked, and she was a little panicked, because she and Yang Hao had just added each other as WeChat friends today, and there was even a boyfriend rental agreement in the chat history. If CSCU saw their chat history and agreement, Chineuro's work would have been in vain. Fortunately, Chineuro acted quickly and snatched the phone back before CSCU found Yang Hao's WeChat message. Then she quickly cleared their chat history and erased all traces of her rental boyfriend. "You really are in love. You even have secrets from me." CSCU curled her lips. Okay, I won't read your chat history, okay? Ask him where he lives." Chineuro nodded slightly, and after careful consideration, she sent a WeChat message to Yang Hao. "Garden in the river. Cece has already entered the luxury house that Yang Hao had just rented. In her opinion, coming here to help was just a cover, and the real purpose should be tacitly known to both of them. However, what made Cece speechless was that within a minute of her entering the mansion, Yang Hao pointed at the mops, brooms, pots, pans, daily necessities, etc. piled in the living room and said, "It's not good to have no woman at home. Cece, thank you for your hard work. Hey, it's all small stuff. Brother Yang, you are too polite. I am here just to help clean up the house."
Although she had no intention of really working when she came here, since Yang Hao said so, Cece couldn't refuse. Besides, in her opinion, this was also an opportunity to show her abilities.
Cece understands men's needs.
She knows that most men like women who are good at both being hostess and cooking.
Now is the time to show off your cooking prowess.
Therefore, even though she was wearing a slim stepmother skirt and high heels, Cece threw herself into the work without hesitation. "Cece, I'm really sorry, I'm really not good at this kind of work. I was planning to ask someone to do it tomorrow. There's no need to hire anyone for this kind of work. It's not about the money, but mainly because outsiders can't be as careful as I am," Cece replied while working.
"Yes."
Yang Hao smiled and nodded, saying with emotion, "Cece, I never realized you were so capable.
I always do housework.
Besides, I usually like to do housework, so I guess I enjoy it." Seeing that Yang Hao seemed to like women who could do housework, Cece immediately followed his preferences and spoke.
"Really? That's really rare. Most girls nowadays don't do housework.
Especially for a beautiful girl like you, Cece, there are only a handful of people who can do housework." Yang Hao was playing with his mobile phone while praising with a smile and talking nonsense.
"If you want people to do work, you have to say something nice."
At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly received a WeChat message from Qin Yuro. "I forgot to ask, where do you live?" Since he was blocked by Cece, Yang Hao didn't know that she had posted on WeChat moments to show off when she was downstairs, so he replied truthfully, "Jiangzhong Garden."
Chapter 28: A Sensible Gold Digger. Qin Yuro's mouth twitched subconsciously when she saw the reply.
She knew that Cece had no bottom line in doing things, but she didn't expect that she would act so quickly. "I just met Yang Hao this afternoon, and now I'm at his house." However, this also shows that the boyfriend she hired for 3,000 yuan is very unreliable, and he casually hooked up with Cece, a gold digger.
How about it? He doesn't really live in Jiangzhong Garden, does he? Xiaoxiu, a bystander, stretched her neck to glance at Qin Yuro's phone screen, and then she jumped up excitedly. "Wow! It's true. That means Cece is in his house now? Bah! Damn scumbag!"
Xiaoxiu fiercely spat out the melon seed shells in her mouth, then pulled Qin Yuro's arm and walked towards the door. "Let's go, let's catch the adulterer.
Then expose this couple online and let the netizens' saliva drown them," Xiaoxiu said indignantly as she walked. "Wait a minute, I don't know what's going on yet.
What if Cece is not at his house, but just happens to be at Jiangzhong Garden?
Wouldn't that be an injustice to her?"
According to the terms of the lease agreement, neither of them can restrict the other from dating, so even if Yang Hao and Cece really get together, Qin Yuro actually has no right to catch them in the act.
She started out as an unknown teacher. But Xiaoxiu didn't know the trick.
She put her hands on her hips and said, "Even if Cece is not at his house, it's okay for us to go and take a look."
"Aren't you his girlfriend? Can't you go to his house?
Besides, Cece has blocked you on her moments, which shows she is obviously guilty. I think Cece is at his house, otherwise there is no such coincidence in the world.
Let's go. You're the real girlfriend, what are you afraid of? If anyone should be afraid, they should be the ones to be afraid."
The reason why Xiaoxiu was so active, besides speaking up for her friend, was mainly because she really wanted to get a piece of the melon. If she doesn't go to Jiangzhong Garden today, she probably won't be able to sleep well. First of all, her best friend who she had grown up with actually got a boyfriend behind her back. This gossip has already whetted her appetite, and now there is the gossip that a third party is suspected of interfering in her friend's relationship. For a senior gossiper like her who loves gossip, today is like Chinese New Year.
Qin Yuro knew her good friend too well.
Now that things had come to this, if she didn't take Xiaoxiu with her, she would probably not be able to keep quiet all night. In addition, Qin Yuro was actually very curious whether Cece was really at Yang Hao's house. Although, she and Yang Hao only had a leasing relationship based on a piece of paper agreement. But after all, he was her boyfriend whom she rented for 3,000 yuan.
In the eyes of Cece, Xiaoxiu, and even her parents, Yang Hao was her boyfriend.
Right now, my boyfriend is cheating on me. It would be unreasonable for Qin Yuro to appear indifferent.
Well, change your clothes before going over. Qin Yuro was still wearing yoga clothes at the moment.
If she went out wearing this, she would definitely become the focus of attention of all passers-by.
There's nothing I can do about it, since she has such a great body.
And yoga clothes are the best for showing off your figure.
Oh, I need to change my clothes too.
Siu was wearing pajamas at the moment, which was not suitable for going out. So the two of them went back to their rooms to change clothes. After Chin Yuro returned to her room, she sent a WeChat message to Yang Hao, regarding meeting my parents at the weekend. There are still some details that need to be discussed.
I'll come to you.
Chin Yuro did not give Yang Hao a chance to refuse and directly made the fact that she was going to Jiangzhong Garden in fait accompli.
The other side. Yang Hao was confused after seeing the news about Chin Yuro.
After spending half a day with her, he had already roughly figured out Chin Yuro's personality traits. The other party was a typical cold goddess. Even though Yang Hao showed his impressive financial resources, Chin Yuro's attitude towards him did not change much. But at this moment, Chin Yuro suddenly became proactive. Her attitude was completely different from that during the day.
Is it just because I said I live in Jiangzhong Garden? Is this mansion really so attractive?
Brother Yang, I've put all the toiletries in the bathroom of the master bedroom, and I've also filled the bath water for you.
You can go take a bubble bath first.
Just as Yang Hao was staring at the screen of his mobile phone in a daze, Cici's voice suddenly rang in his ears.
Yes, thank you. Yang Hao came back to his senses and nodded slightly.
As a gold digger, Cici is very clear about her position and has clear goals. Therefore, she worked very hard and seriously, just to leave a good impression on Yang Hao. Brother Yang, I'll continue to clean up the kitchen. Cici now positioned herself as an obedient and diligent little nanny.
She even regretted not bringing a maid outfit with her.
If she puts on the maid outfit and does the housework seriously, there is a chance that Yang Hao will hug her from behind while she is busy in the kitchen, and then have a fight like we see in Japanese movies.
Wait a moment.
Yang Hao suddenly called out to Cici, who was about to go to the kitchen. Cici was delighted when she heard the shouting. She certainly didn't believe that Yang Hao asked her to come over just to help with the housework.
She thought she understood men's thoughts very well. Humph, you can't hold on any longer.
However, I can't let him succeed so easily, I still have to pull him back.
What's wrong, Brother Yang?
Cici stopped and looked at Yang Hao in confusion.
Well, Xiao is coming over. Yang Hao said rather embarrassedly. Well.
Cici was stunned at first, but the shock only flashed across her face for a moment, and the next moment she showed a sweet smile on her face. Brother Yang, I'll go back first, so that Xiao won't misunderstand.
Well, you've worked hard today. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Yang Hao didn't expect that Cici was so sensible.
She quickly made a decision that satisfied him without him saying anything.
No wonder many successful businessmen have fallen into trouble because of gold diggers.
Because these so-called gold diggers understand men better, they study how to please men as a compulsory course. So, the way they speak and act will make you feel very comfortable. Take Cici at this moment for example. Although she was unwilling and did not want to leave, after weighing Yang Hao's current situation, she still made the choice that made Yang Hao most comfortable. The guy's real girlfriend is coming home, so it's naturally not appropriate for her to be there. Brother Yang, the faucet on the bathtub is still open, remember to turn it off. Before going out, Cici was still giving him kind reminders with a peaceful smile on her face, and she was so well behaved that Yang Hao was a little dazed for a moment.
Is this still the gold digger from daytime? Chapter 29, Catch the Adulterer.
At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly understood Master Huang a little. When a woman has outstanding looks and figure and can provide enough emotional value, it is really hard to refuse. Even if you know she has ulterior motives, you might still turn a blind eye. After all, the essence of interpersonal relationships is actually the exchange of interests. If you have nothing, why would a beautiful woman with an outstanding figure and good looks take the initiative to lick you? The current balance in the bank card is Yang Hao's capital, while the outstanding appearance and figure are his Cici's capital. If both parties recognize each other's capital, then they can complete the exchange of interests and establish a relationship that both parties recognize. This relationship can be PY. They can be lovers or couples. The current situation is that Cici highly recognizes the capital that Yang Hao possesses, so the decision of whether to establish a relationship and what kind of relationship to establish is in Yang Hao's hands. It seems that we need to cultivate the thinking of rich people. Cici's departing figure looked a little lonely, so much so that Yang Hao actually felt a little guilty inside. But Yang Hao knew that he should not feel guilty. Because he was facing a gold digger who was after his money. Everything the other party does is based on the premise that he has money.
MD. I've been poor for too long. If a beautiful woman suddenly takes the initiative, I will be bewitched.
Yang Hao silently complained in his heart.
In fact, this is a disease that most ordinary men have. There is no way to avoid it. Today, society has completely entered the money society.
People's values have been firmly bound by money, and having money has become the most important criterion for measuring whether a person is successful or not.
When choosing a partner, most women put economic strength first.
This also leads to ordinary men with average financial strength being eliminated first by beautiful women who have a lot of choices. Therefore, beautiful women can basically only be looked up to by ordinary men. Therefore, when a beautiful woman suddenly shows her affection to an ordinary man enthusiastically and actively, he will most likely not be able to resist. Before the arrival of his father, Yang Hao was just one of the ordinary men.
Not to mention a beauty like Sisi, he couldn't even keep his ex-wife's son Jia. It's different now.
Yang Hao suddenly became a rich man.
But his thinking has not yet completed the transformation.
For ordinary men, beautiful women are a scarce resource, but for rich men, beautiful women are not a scarce resource.
Even an overabundance of resources.
Because 95% or even more of the beautiful women in this society want to marry a rich man.
But there are only so many rich people.
Especially there are even fewer young and wealthy men of the right age. Therefore, beautiful women are actually in greater supply than demand in front of young, wealthy men of the right age like Yang Hao. After all, Yang Hao is just one person, a younger brother.
Even if I stay up all night, it won't take many.
Therefore, a change in mindset is important.
I will probably meet many women like Sisi in the future.
Yang Hao took a deep breath, then went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette.
While admiring the neon-lit night view, he began to think about how to be a rich man.
Sure enough, having no money brings its own troubles, and having money brings its own troubles.
The main entrance of the park.
A taxi slowly stopped. Two tall beauties got out of the car from the back seat. The eyes of the security guard who was originally listless suddenly lit up. Since he worked as a security guard in a luxurious park like Zhangzhong Garden, he often saw beautiful women, but women of the level before him were still rare, especially the taller one in a black long skirt, who was much better than all the beautiful internet celebrities in his Douyin collection list.
This is what a beauty is.
Even without beauty filter, she is still so good. The young security guard subconsciously straightened his chest. Although he knew that a beauty of this level had most likely nothing to do with him, he still wanted to show his best side to her.
Hello, we are going to a friend's house. Siu walked up to the security guard and spoke. We need to register and then have your friend call us.
The security guard came to his senses and quickly brought the visitor registration booklet.
Xiaoro, give your boyfriend a call. Siu nodded at Qin Euro behind her, then wrote down her information in the visitor registration booklet. Siu, who thought she was very smart, also looked at the previous visitor information, hoping to see Sisi's name, but she didn't find it.
After Qin Euro contacted Yang Hao, the security guard quickly let her pass.
When the two entered the park, the older security guard who was sitting in the guard booth came over to the young security guard standing guard and said with great excitement, "The new guy named Yang is so awesome. 3 beautiful ladies have arrived in such a short time." It's true.
The young security guard nodded in agreement. The beautiful lady also went to the 21st floor of Building 12.
These rich people really know how to have fun.
If I had money, I'd spend more money than him. The older security guard shrugged, then he glanced at Qin Euro who had already walked away, and said with emotion, "That beauty has a really amazing figure. Not only is her waist thin and her breasts big, she is also tall, probably around 175 centimeters.
She must be a model." Well, it looks like.
The appearance of Qin Euro and Siu added some color to the boring lives of the two security guards, or at least provided some more gossip.
The other side.
Siu, who had already walked into the park, said to Qin Euro as she walked, "It's worthy of being a Riverview mansion. This park is built to be no different from a park." Qin Euro didn't respond, but instead lowered her head and stared at the walking navigation on her phone.
The area of Zhangzhong Garden is quite large, and people who come here for the first time will inevitably have trouble finding their way.
I just looked at the name on the visitor registration booklet, and Sisi's name is not there.
Does she live here permanently?
When they walked to the open-air swimming pool, Siu thought of Sisi again and began to mutter to herself.
Probably not. She lives with Zhao Meng. As a classmate and colleague for many years, Shin Yuro still knows where Hisisi currently lives. That's strange. Why isn't her name on the visitor registration booklet? Siu touched his smooth chin with a suspicious look on his face. When filling out this kind of visitor information, you won't leave real information, right?
Shin Yuro turned her head and looked at her friend.
You can even fill in a fake one. Siu scratched his head, with a look of realization on his face. No wonder I didn't see Hisisi's name. She must have left fake information. Shin Yuro nodded slightly.
Based on her understanding of Hisisi, it was impossible for her to leave real information in the visitor's handbook.
Go. I want to see if Hisisi is at your boyfriend's house.
If he were here, I'd help you make a video and tear that scumbag apart. Siu could no longer suppress her gossip fire, so she pulled Shin Yuro and quickened her pace.
Chapter 30. We are all family.
The two soon arrived at Building 12. Siu couldn't wait to press the doorbell at the entrance of the unit, and complained in a low voice, "Xiao Ro, your boyfriend is too arrogant. It's okay for him not to pick you up at the entrance of the community, but he didn't even come downstairs.
It's just a couple of stinky bucks, what's the big deal? There are many rich men chasing you." Siu was just complaining when a man's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "My lady, it's not nice to say bad things about people behind their backs." Yang Hao really went downstairs.
After all, Shin Yuro was his girlfriend in name only, so he had to go downstairs to pick her up.
However, Shin Yuro and Siu were walking from the direction of the swimming pool, so they just missed each other.
The sudden voice startled Siu. She turned her head subconsciously and her eyes met Yang Hao's.
Are you Shiro's boyfriend?" "Yes, I am the man with $2 stinky."
Yang Hao smiled and shrugged. He never dreamed that one day he would be scolded like this. In fact, in Yang Hao's opinion, this cannot be considered an insult at all, but the greatest compliment to a man. It's like you scold a woman, she is useless except for her good looks.
Siu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment.
After all, she was heard saying bad things about others behind their backs.
"Her name is Siu, my friend."
At this time, Shin Yuro started to introduce herself, which helped her friend resolve the awkward situation.
"Hello, Yang Hao. Welcome to our home."
Yang Hao smiled and nodded, then used his face to unlock the door and then opened the heavy unit door in a gentlemanly manner.
Although this was just a seemingly ordinary unit door, after opening it, the magnificent entrance lobby still made Siu and Shin Yuro's eyes light up. Damn rich people.
The walls of the entrance hall are all made of marble. And that crystal chandelier must cost at least tens of thousands of dollars.
Siu quickly glanced at the surroundings, and then silently complained in her heart.
She was a fitness coach by profession, and some of her clients included wealthy people. There was also a greasy old man who wanted to pay her to sleep with him, and there were also so-called rich second generations who showed off their wealth in front of her all day long. Therefore, Siu does not have a very good impression of rich people, and even has a bit of hatred towards the rich. Shin Yuro comes into contact with many wealthy people due to her work, but her contact with those wealthy people is limited to the cabin, and she has never been to such a mansion, so she is actually a little surprised in her heart. Yang Hao was just a passerby she met on the subway. She spent 3,000 yuan to hire him as a fake boyfriend, but he turned out to be a multi-millionaire. All of this is really too magical, it's like the plot of a short film has been reflected in reality.
Shin Yuro had seen a movie with a similar plot when she was browsing Douyin before.
An older single woman was forced to get married by her parents, and then she found a random passerby to get a marriage certificate. As a result, the passerby turned out to be the son of the richest man in the area. While I was still thinking about random things, the elevator had already reached the 21st floor. Yang Hao enthusiastically invited the two of them into the house.
"Hey, did you just move here today?"
At this moment, there were some daily necessities purchased from the supermarket piled up in the living room, and Siu immediately asked curiously.
"Well, I was cleaning. It's okay now, thanks to Siu's help."
Yang Hao smiled and shrugged. Although he didn't mind Siu's complaints downstairs, he still had to charge some interest. This free labor would certainly not be wasted.
Well, Siu was completely confused.
She didn't expect her best friend's boyfriend to be so unreserved.
How could he have the nerve to make such a request when they just met for the first time? "I'm a guest. Do the guests understand? Let me help you clean the room?"
It seems a bit abrupt, but since he is Shiro's friend, he is not an outsider.
Siu, what do you think?
Yang Hao directly resorted to moral kidnapping.
Yeah, that's right. Xiaoxiu was stunned at first, then nodded blankly.
She and Qin Yuro grew up together, and because they were both only children, their relationship was no different from that of real sisters. So, now that her best friend's boyfriend is moving, it seems reasonable for her to help with the cleaning as a friend. I see that many of these things are from the kitchen, so I'll go clean up the kitchen first.
Xiaoxiu is a man of action and she is the kind of person who is quick-witted.
When she saw that the things piled on the ground were kitchen utensils, she said hello and went straight into the kitchen.
The cabinet is a bit high. Don't clean it if you can't reach it. Well, if you really want to wipe it, there are chairs in the restaurant. Yang Hao kindly reminded. No.
Xiaoxiu, who had already turned around and walked towards the kitchen, twitched her lips and complained madly in her heart, "What kind of person is this?
You think I'm a cleaning lady, right? Xiao Rou, let's go to the balcony and talk. The night view here is quite beautiful."
Yang Hao didn't know that Qin Yuro came for Isisi, and thought she really had something to discuss with him. Hearing this, Qin Yuro was a little at a loss. She was instigated by Xiaoxiu to come here to catch a cheating couple, and now Isisi was obviously not here, so she had no idea what to talk about with Yang Hao.
Why don't I go help see you? Qin Yuro's mind worked quickly and she immediately thought of a way to escape.
But Yang Hao waved his hand and said, "It's almost cleaned up, she can do it alone. Besides, if she's here, there's no way to talk about the agreement." After hearing what Yang Hao said, Qin Yuro had no way to refute and could only follow him into the balcony. Although it is called a balcony, it is actually more like a tea room or a lounge. It covers an area of more than 40 square meters and is equipped with a tea table and tea sets, as well as 2 very comfortable rattan chairs. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking up you can see a full moon and a sky full of stars, and looking down you can see the lights of thousands of homes and the neon-lit river view. Qin Yuro, who was originally a little uneasy, suddenly felt refreshed after seeing such a night view, and she began to relax. "I just bought tea guanyin today, try it." Yang Hao was sitting at the tea table drinking tea before Qin Yuro and Xiaoxiu came. Now he sat back in his previous seat and poured a cup of tea for Qin Yuro.
"Thanks." Qin Yuro withdrew her gaze from admiring the night view outside the window and sat down opposite Yang Hao.
Not sure if it was because of the mansion buff, but Qin Yuro felt that Yang Hao in front of her was more handsome than during the day, or that he had the temperament of a successful man. Qin Yuro looked at Yang Hao's ID card when signing the agreement. He is just 30 years old this year. Owning such a luxury house at this age has already surpassed 99% of his peers.
Chapter 31 Money is the bottom line. Is there something on my face?
Seeing that Qin Yuro had been staring at him without saying anything, Yang Hao immediately asked.
No.
Qin Yuro hurriedly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip of tea tactically. Seeing this, Yang Hao considerately changed the subject. "Why are you looking for me so urgently?
Is there something you want me to do?"
Qin Yuro was about to put down the teacup, but after hearing what Yang Hao said, she immediately put the teacup to her mouth. Compared to answering such a tricky question, it was easier to drink tea tactically. Just when Qin Yuro was thinking about how to deal with Yang Hao, her cell phone on the tea table suddenly rang. It was her mother Li Yaofang who sent her a WeChat video invitation.
Posting a video at this time.
Qin Yuro frowned subconsciously and glanced at Yang Hao out of the corner of her eye.
Take it. This is just the perfect opportunity to solidify our relationship.
Yang Hao smiled and pointed at the mobile phone Qin Yuro placed on the tea table. He didn't mean to pry into other people's privacy, but he took a look reflexively after hearing the phone ring. The note displayed on Qin Yuro's mobile phone screen was teacherly, and the avatar was a blooming lotus. Yang Hao knew that this was a message from Qin Yuro's mother.
Try to talk as little as possible.
Qin Yuro gave some instructions, then picked up her phone and connected the video. "Hey, Xiao, where are you?
Isn't this the house you and CU rented? It's so late, why haven't you gone home yet?"
When the video was connected, the attentive teacher Li immediately discovered that there was something wrong with her daughter Qin Yuro's background, and she frowned and said, "This is Yang Hao's house."
Qin Yuro replied indifferently. You are at Xiao Yang's house?
On the other end of the video, Li Yaofang's eyes suddenly widened, and the wrinkles on her face were stretched a little because of shock. She actually called this video just to ask about her daughter's love life. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother.
After ending the call with Qin Yuro in the afternoon, Li Yaofang always felt that this matter was a bit strange.
If her daughter was really in a relationship, she would not have gone to the blind date a few days ago, and there was no need to hide it from her family. Therefore, Li Yafang concluded that her daughter might have been deceiving her. In addition, there is a special situation at this moment.
Li Yafang's eldest sister, who was also the aunt who introduced Qin Yuro to her boyfriend before, is right next to her.
Since Qin Yuro only met the blind date for a few minutes, her aunt Li Yakin was a little unhappy, feeling that her niece did not give her any face at all.
Xiaoro, you really have a boyfriend. At this time, Li Yakin, who was sitting next to Li Yafang, leaned over and half of her head was revealed in the video.
Yeah, we talked about it. Seeing her aunt at her home, Qin Yuro immediately understood why her mother called her at this time. Most likely, she wanted to give an explanation to her aunt, the introducer. You kid, why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to have a boyfriend? I won't introduce Xiao Lu to you. Now, Xiao Lu has really taken notice of you. He just called me and said he's attracted to you. He's willing to pay 660,000 yuan for you. That's a great offer, much better than your boyfriend. Li Yakin muttered to herself. Sister, don't talk about Xiao Lu for now. Li Yafang quickly interrupted and asked tentatively, Xiaoro, is Xiao Yang next to you? Hearing this, Qin Yuro subconsciously glanced at Yang Hao. Yang Hao, who was well prepared, came up immediately and waved at the camera with a smile. Auntie, I'm here. Xiao Yang, this is Xiao Ro's aunt. I didn't know you and Xiaoro were dating before, and I even introduced someone to Xiaoro. Don't mind it. While introducing her as the eldest sister, Li Yafang also made up for the other party by saying something. After all, the complaints Li Yakin made just now were not very pleasant to Yang Hao. I understand. It's all for Xiaoro's sake. Yang Hao had a broad smile on his face and behaved very magnanimously. However, Li Yakin didn't seem to buy it. She looked at Yang Hao through the phone screen and asked, How old are you this year? Why do you look much older than our Xiaoro? Aunt, I am exactly 30 years old this year, 5 years older than Xiaoro. Yang Hao was still very polite. All he did was pretend to be Li Yakin's boyfriend and he didn't care about Li Yakin's questioning. 30 years old. He's 3 years older than Xiao Lu. Li Yakin whispered something to her sister Li Yafang, meaning that the person she introduced was younger. How tall are you? Li Yakin continued to ask. The two parties were on a video call, so Yang Hao only showed his face and his height could not be seen. 183. While answering the question, Yang Hao also stood back so that his entire body could be shown in the video. After receiving the response, Li Yakin frowned subconsciously. The Xiao Lu she introduced to Qin Yuro was only 170 centimeters tall, which was a disadvantage. Compared with ordinary people, 170 centimeters was not too short. According to the statistics in 24 years, the average height of Chinese men was 169.7 centimeters, so 170 centimeters was considered a normal height. But that depends on who you compare her with. Qin Yuro is 175 centimeters tall, a perfect model figure. It's natural that they don't match when standing together. Just now, Yang Hao only showed his face in the video, and he was behind Qin Yuro, and he didn't look tall, so Li Yakin asked about it. Her original intention was that if Yang Hao was about the same height as Xiao Lu, then she could use this as an excuse to criticize her niece Qin Yuro. Your aunt introduced you to a date but you complained that he was too short, but you ended up dating someone who was old and short? But now she obviously couldn't say that. Yang Hao is 183 centimeters tall and is quite a match for Qin Yuro. He's okay in size, but a little fat. Look at that beer belly. Li Yakin looked at Yang Hao in the video, then lowered her voice and spoke to her sister Li Yafang next to her. She was just nitpicking. Yang Hao was a little chubby, but not fat. He was 183 centimeters tall and weighed only about 155 kilograms. But he did have a beer belly. After all, he was in sales and had to socialize all year round. How can Xiao Yang be considered fat? His height is obvious. How could Li Yafang not understand the little thoughts in her elder sister's mind, so she retorted immediately. Xiao Yang, what do you do for a living? How much is the annual salary? Is it more than what our Xiaoro earns? Li Yakin also felt that it was a bit far-fetched to attack Yang Hao for his figure, so she simply changed her strategy and began to ask about Yang Hao's financial situation. In today's society, external conditions are secondary to men, and the most important thing is economic strength. Take Xiao Lu for example, his father runs a factory and his family is well off, so he can be considered a rich second generation. So Li Yakin felt that Xiao Lu's financial situation would definitely be able to defeat Yang Hao in seconds, and then she could criticize her niece Qin Euro for being impractical.
These days, money is the key. What's the use of being tall?
Those who have money are called tall, rich, and handsome.
Those who have no money are just fools. Chapter 32, a son-in-law with an annual salary of several million?
In Li Yakin's opinion, her niece Qin Euro's income is actually quite high. After all, her monthly salary is more than 10,000 yuan. Most men, especially those of the same age, do not have a large proportion of income exceeding Qin Euro. Yang Hao looked quite ordinary, not like a high-income person, so Li Yakin felt that her question could be a sure win.
Annual salary? Probably a few million.
Yang Hao hesitated for a moment, then gave a relatively conservative number. In fact, he didn't know how much money he could earn in a year.
Anyway, in less than a day, he had an extra 5 million in his bank account.
He also bought an M9 and obtained the right to use this mansion and a shop for 3 years. Putting aside the car house and just counting the cash, the daily income is 5 million, 150 million a month, and 1.8 billion a year. This is still measured by today's money-making speed, but the tasks released by the hacker are relatively random, and Yang Hao cannot be sure whether there will be tasks every day in the future and whether he will have such income every day. But even if my performance is not good enough, it should be easy to achieve a few small goals in a year.
If the father goes into a rampage, Yang Hao might become the richest man in a year. However, Yang Hao naturally could not tell outsiders about the matter of hanging his father.
After careful consideration, he set an income that was surprising enough for ordinary people but not unacceptable.
Xiao Yang, how many millions can you make in a year?
Li Yakin was so shocked that her mouth opened wide, her facial expression became distorted and exaggerated. The Xiao Lu whom she introduced to Qin Euro was from a family that owned a factory, and it was said that the factory could earn several million a year. But it is impossible for all the money earned by the factory to go into Xiao Lu's pocket. His father, Lao Lu, is the actual controller of the factory. It is said that Lao Lu has a mistress outside, so the money earned will not be much that can be given to Xiao Lu in the end. In comparison, Yang Hao's annual salary of several million is too valuable.
However, after the shock, Li Yakin calmed down again.
She carefully looked at Yang Hao on the other end of the video and felt that he did not look like a man with an annual salary of several million.
Well, that may not be true.
Maybe he just created a fake character to deceive Shiro's feelings. Li Yakin has seen many similar cases online, where scammers portray themselves as tall, rich and handsome to defraud people of their money and sex.
At this time, Li Yafang on the side was also surprised by Yang Hao's answer.
She and Yang Hao had a brief conversation before.
At that time, Li Yafang asked Yang Hao about his occupation.
She still remembered that the other party's answer was sales manager.
Li Yafang is actually not very satisfied with this career.
She hopes that her future son-in-law will be a civil servant with a stable income or an entrepreneur with a substantial fortune.
Working in sales gives people a feeling of instability.
Li Yafang had originally planned to get to know Yang Hao's work and income when they met on the weekend, but the elder sister asked her about the sensitive topic of income and came up with an answer that shocked her.
Annual salary of several million. This can't be an ordinary sale.
Aunt, I work in sales and my income is not very stable.
So the income one mentioned is just an approximation.
Yang Hao explained with a smile.
Not very stable? What kind of instability is that? There must be a range after all. After hearing Yang Hao's answer, Li Yakin became even more certain that this guy was just bragging.
Millions are not that easy to earn.
Many people cannot earn that much in their entire lifetime. Range? Yang Hao touched his chin.
He also wanted to know the range, but unfortunately he couldn't guess what his father was thinking. 5 million to 50 billion, or even 500 billion, all seem possible. But if Yang Hao told Li Yakin this conclusion, she would definitely not believe it and would probably think he was a liar. Aunt, they said they were in sales, so there's no way to estimate their income. Just when Yang Hao was hesitating about how to answer, Qin Euro jumped out to help him out.
Yes, sister, the income from sales work is unstable. Li Yafang also chimed in.
Although she was not sure whether what Yang Hao said was true or not, she had to gain favor in front of this son-in-law who earned millions a year and not act too snobbish. Seeing that both the mother and daughter were pointing their fingers at her, Li Yakin didn't want to continue asking about the income, but this didn't bother her.
Xiao Rou, you are at Xiao Yang's house, right? If you get married in the future, will this house be your wedding house? Li Yakin shifted the topic to houses. Real estate naturally best reflects a person's financial strength.
She said nonstop, Xiao Ro, let me tell you, there are many things to consider when it comes to houses. If you are getting married, you must have a large 3-bedroom house, at least 120 square meters or more, otherwise you will have no place to live after you have children.
In addition, if you have children, you have to consider the school district. By the way, how many square meters is Xiao Yang's house? After laying the groundwork for a while, Li Yakan finally asked the most crucial question. Well, how many square meters? Qin Yuro subconsciously looked at Yang Hao.
She only knew that the house was very big, but she didn't know how many square meters it was.
225 square meters. But there are some free areas.
If you count them all, it's about 270 square meters.
Yang Hao replied truthfully. How many square meters? Li Yakan on the other end of the video couldn't help but exclaim, and Li Yafang next to her was also shocked.
Jiangcheng is not like the small city where the two of them live. Although the housing prices are not as high as Beijing and Shanghai, it also belongs to the second tier in the country. A house of more than 200 square meters is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford.
Li Yakan has 2 children, a son and a daughter.
Her eldest son is developing in Jiangcheng and is 33 years old this year. It was not until last year that Li Yakan emptied the family savings and borrowed more than 100,000 yuan to help her eldest son buy a 122 square meter house in Jiangcheng. This is one of the reasons why she proposed the 120 square meter theory just now. As a result, Yang Hao, who is younger than her son, now lives in a mansion of more than 200 square meters. She was naturally shocked. The thought of suppressing Yang Hao was shattered in an instant. Annual salary of several million, living in a mansion of more than 200 square meters. His age and appearance are also good, no wonder my niece likes him.
Li Yafang on the side was secretly happy.
She certainly hoped that her daughter could marry a man with good financial conditions. Now, after her elder sister Li Yakan's operation, she has mastered all the information that she cares about most.
Xiaoro finally got it.
Li Yafang sighed silently in her heart, then smiled and said to her daughter and son-in-law on the other end of the video, Xiao Yan, Xiaoro, you should go to bed early.
I'm fine too. Well, let's do this for now.
After saying this, Teacher Li hung up the video call directly. And her words you guys should go to bed early made Qin Yuro's cheeks blush.
My mother is obviously overthinking it. Chapter 33 Eat, have a big feast. Lin Cheng. Garden of Times.
Li Yafang hung up the phone with a smile on her face. Xiao Ro has finally come to her senses. Not only has she found a boyfriend, but she has also found one with such good conditions. It seems that our previous worries were unnecessary.
Avon, you can't be too optimistic. I always feel that what Xiao Yang said may not be true.
Millions of dollars a year, and he bought a large house of more than 200 square meters in Jiangcheng.
He is also good looking. These conditions are too good to be true.
Li Yakan came here today to speak for Xiao Lu, but ended up hearing that her niece Qin Yuro had a boyfriend. Originally, she asked Li Yafang to make a video call to ask about the details of the situation, and then the video conversation just now happened.
Li Yakan was in a very complicated mood at the moment.
On the one hand, she felt a little embarrassed that Xiao Lu, whom she introduced, was outdone. On the other hand, the boyfriend her niece found was too good, completely outdone by her daughter's boyfriend.
The relationship between relatives is very delicate.
She hopes you live a good life, but not better than her.
If you live better than me, I will be jealous.
Li Yakan's daughter is the same age as Qin Yuro, also 25 years old this year. She has a boyfriend who is said to be a senior executive of a company with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. Originally, Li Yakan was quite satisfied with the conditions of her son-in-law, but compared with Yang Hao, who had an annual salary of several million, it was a little disappointing.
Isn't it said on the internet that if a person is too perfect, then he is most likely a liar, a packaged persona? Li Yakan continued to express her views. Sister, you can't say that. Our Xioro's conditions are here. She is a good match for Xiao Yang. As sisters for decades, how could Li Yafang not know her elder sister's little thoughts? It was probably jealousy at work. Today's scammers are very powerful. Too many girls have been cheated of their money and sex. We have to be on guard. By the way, Yavin, aren't you and Igwa going to Jiangcheng to meet Xiao Yan this weekend?
I'll go with you and help you check things out, and by the way, I'll also visit Jichou and Xiaomen.
Li Yakan spoke again. Okay. Li Yafang nodded.
She knew that her elder sister just wanted to see if the situation of her daughter's boyfriend was true. Actually, this is a good thing, because there are some questions that she is not easy to ask, so it is better to let Liakin ask, and the other party can act as a substitute for her. The other side. After ending the video call, Shin Yuro tactically drank tea again. Her mother's words "you guys should have a good rest" clearly meant that she thought she and Yang Hao were already living together, but she couldn't explain this directly. "Boss Chin, what do you think of my performance just now?" Seeing that Shin Yuro seemed a little nervous, Yang Hao teased with a smile. "Yeah, it's good." Shin Yuro nodded, put down the teacup in her hand and said, "My aunt likes to compare with others, so you don't need to pay too much attention to what she says." Clear. Every family has similar relatives. Yang Hao expressed his understanding. "Well, let's continue with the previous topic. What do you want from me?" Check the script. "I'm going to meet my parents this weekend, so I have to make sure nothing goes wrong." Shin Yuro had already thought of an excuse. Good. Yang Hao sat down opposite Shin Yuro again. "I think we still know too little about each other, it's easy to be exposed, so it's best to get to know each other in detail." Hearing this, Shin Yuro looked up at Yang Hao. She felt that he seemed to be speeding, but she had no evidence. Especially at this moment, Yang Hao still looked serious. He held the teacup in both hands, staring at the swaying tea in the cup with a focused and deep gaze. But what Shin Yuro didn't know was that Yang Hao was holding the teacup at an angle, and the ripples of the tea could reflect the area below the neck and above the belly of Shin Yuro, who was sitting opposite him. It is plump, tall, round and natural, and you can tell at first glance that it is not a high-tech product. Yang Hao silently made a judgment in his heart. "My parents will arrive in Jiangcheng on Saturday and return on Sunday afternoon. I will book the restaurant and hotel, but I need you to go with me to the high-speed rail station to pick them up." Shin Yuro didn't know that the man opposite her was actually using the reflection principle of the water surface to spy on her. Since she was already there, she simply started talking about her weekend plans. "Okay, I'll cooperate fully." Yang Hao withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. "I still need to learn more about your personal situation, otherwise I won't know how to answer when my parents ask." "You are married, right?" "Yeah, divorced." "Any children?" In fact, this is what Shin Yuro wanted to ask the most. In the afternoon at the Huawei Experience store, Yang Hao met his ex-sister-in-law Sun Tingting by chance, so Shin Yuro knew about his divorce. But there is still a huge difference between divorce and divorce with children. Divorce is no longer a rare thing these days, and the divorce rate is soaring year by year. Therefore, more and more people do not care whether you are divorced when choosing a spouse, but there is still a huge difference between having children or not. After all, having children means there is concern, and there will inevitably be contact with the ex-wife husband, and there will also be issues such as property inheritance and division involved later. No. Yang Hao shook his head. This should be the most fortunate thing for him. Fortunately, there are no children. Otherwise, it will be difficult to completely cut off contact with Sun Jiejia in this life. Oh, that's good. Shin Yuro felt inexplicably relieved when she heard the answer and replied subconsciously. Yang Hao smiled and shrugged. "That's good? Where is it better?" "Well." Faced with Yang Hao's question, Shin Yuro's face suddenly turned red. She didn't know why she had such a reaction. He's obviously a fake boyfriend, so I shouldn't be secretly happy about it. Damn sense of immersion. Shin Yuro silently complained in her heart. She had never acted before and didn't know how to act at all. Unconsciously, she really put herself in the role of Yang Hao's girlfriend. So from the girlfriend's perspective, if her boyfriend is divorced, then it is naturally better if he doesn't have children. I mean, my parents might be more accepting of this situation. Shin Yuro's mind worked quickly and she immediately found a reasonable excuse. In fact, my character can be packaged. You can make me whatever you want me to be. It's just acting after all. If you want to make your parents happy, you can just hide the fact that I'm divorced. Yang Hao gave his advice. Shin Yuro shook her head. It's better not to create a false persona, it's easy to be exposed. Okay. I will follow Boss Chin's arrangements. Yang Hao spread his hands. Personality and such didn't matter to him. He just wanted to complete the second stage of Shin Yuro's mission as soon as possible. Crash. At this moment, the sliding door of the balcony was suddenly opened. Xiaoyu pouted and walked in angrily. "Hey! You two are drinking tea and admiring the moon, leaving me alone to do hard labor outside. Is there any justice in the world? I'm so tired."
I want some tea too. After saying that, CSCU sat down next to Chin Euro, and then pouted at Yang Hao, who was sitting opposite her. Boss, do I deserve a cup of tea? Of course. Yang Hao said something in English, then poured a cup of tea and handed it to CSCU. No need to call me boss, just call me brother Hao. Don't. I still have to put myself in the right place. It can be heard that CSCU was very dissatisfied at the moment. She was a guest after all, but as soon as she entered the house, she was treated as a nanny by Yang Hao. She became even more angry when Yang Hao and Chin Euro were comfortably drinking tea and admiring the moon on the balcony. Bite. Discover goals that can help. Name, CSCU. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Occupation, fitness trainer. Current demands. Eat, eat, eat. Have a great meal. Rewards for helping girls. Primary, red envelope small 1. Note, the red envelope small can randomly give out 10,000 to 1 million cash. Intermediate, red envelope small 1. Skill card 1. Note, skill card can randomly open a master level skill. Advanced, to be opened. Chapter 34, you don't want to take over all the sisters. The voice of Guadi sounded again. When Yang Hao heard about CSCU's mission, it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Eat, eat, eat. Have a great meal. What kind of foodie physique is this? Yang Hao's eyes subconsciously swept over CSCU. As a fitness coach, she naturally had a good figure. Long-term fitness and body shaping allowed her to have the vestline that countless women yearn for, a slender waist, long and straight legs, and an amazing waist-to-hip ratio. With such a good figure, it's hard to associate her with a foodie. But Guadai wouldn't lie. This fitness coach who was said to have a devilish body is actually a big foodie. See you, you've worked hard. How about this, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Yang Hao glanced at CSCU, who was still pretending to be angry, and said with a smile. Who cares about your midnight snack? Besides, eating midnight snacks at this time, who are you trying to make fat? CSCU responded to Yang Hao with a roll of her eyes, then looked out the window. She seemed to reject Yang Hao's suggestion, but her eyes lit up when she heard the word midnight snack. Micro-expressions never lie, and it was obvious that CSCU was just pretending to be reserved. I understand. Eating midnight snacks at this time will make you fat. Yang Hao smiled and nodded, then said with regret, everyone says that the snow crabs at the Crab God Palace are delicious. I want to try some. It seems I can only go with my friends another day. Wait a moment. As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, CSCU, who had been looking out the window, immediately retracted her gaze. She looked at Yang Hao, and then said seriously, why didn't you say earlier that you should eat crabs? They won't make you fat. Xiao Rou, didn't you just say you were hungry? CSCU said this and winked at Chin Euro beside her. Hearing this, Chin Euro could only nod helplessly. She knew her best friend well. If she couldn't have the snow crab today, she would have a hard time in the next few days. Brother Hao, can we set off now? CSCU picked up the teacup and drank most of it in one gulp, her big eyes full of anticipation. Crab Palace is a famous high-end restaurant in Jiangcheng, famous for its crabs. However, the per capita consumption of nearly 2,000 yuan directly discouraged 99% of ordinary people. As a foodie, CSCU has been coveting this restaurant for a long time, but the crab temple is too expensive, so she has been reluctant to go. Now that the opportunity has come, I must make my dream come true. So much so that calling him Brother Hao became very natural. The contrast between CSCU's before and after made Yang Hao laugh. She said that eating midnight snacks would make you fat in the previous second, but she changed her words in the next second. The foodie nature is clearly revealed. Yang Hao actually appreciated her straightforward and unpretentious personality. Yang Hao has always believed that foodies can make friends. How bad can a foodie be? After leaving the river garden, the three headed straight for the Crab God Palace. Yang Hao was driving the car while Chin Euro and CSCU were sitting in the back seat. I think Cece's appearance in Jiangzhong Garden has nothing to do with your boyfriend. She probably hooked up with the old man who lives in Jiangzhong Garden. It's just a coincidence. CSCU leaned over to Chin Euro's ear and whispered to clear Yang Hao of suspicion of cheating when he was about to treat her to a big meal. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the person who has helped him, so you should at least say something good about him. Of course, the main reason was that CSCU really didn't find any trace of Cece, and Yang Hao acted very calmly, not like he had just finished a date with another woman. You're the one who asked to come.
Shinjiro replied indifferently, but she had different ideas from Xiaoxiu. She didn't think that Cici's appearance in Jiangzhong Garden had nothing to do with Yang Hao. Because she knew Cici better. Not only was she extremely materialistic, she was also determined to achieve her goal. When she was there during the day, she had been constantly showing her goodwill to Yang Hao. How could she possibly give up this fat piece of meat Yang Hao? However, she didn't know how far the relationship between Cici and Yang Hao had developed. In fact, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, she and Yang Hao were only in a contractual relationship. The lease agreement clearly stated that neither of them could interfere with the other's relationship. Originally, Shinjiro was indifferent to this clause. After all, the two of them were in a contractual relationship, and she didn't have any other thoughts. But when she talked about Cici, she felt a little uncomfortable. This subtle change in mood surprised even her. She and Yang Hao had just met today, so it was unrealistic to say that they had developed feelings for each other. She could only say that Yang Hao's personal conditions were far beyond her expectations and partially matched her standards for choosing a partner. In addition, Yang Hao was her nominal boyfriend, which made her feel a little possessive. Well, it should be like this. On the way, Shinjiro silently analyzed her inner thoughts. It was almost 10 o'clock. The three arrived at the Crab God Palace. This store is decorated in an ancient style. Both the facade and interior decoration are antique, and there are exclusive waiters in the private rooms. Yang Hao had accompanied clients here twice before, so he was familiar with the place. After we sat down in the private room, the waiter handed us an iPad menu. This restaurant's iPad menu not only has pictures of each dish, but also videos, allowing us to understand the dish information more intuitively. You guys order whatever you want. Yang Hao waved his hand generously. In the past, when he received customers, he had to look at the menu. Although the reception fee could be reimbursed, it would be troublesome if the amount was too large. It's different today. Yang Hao has 5 million in his bank card. What's more, with CSCU's eating a big meal mission to back him up, Yang Hao can be said to be full of confidence. However, after Shinjiro and CSCU saw the prices on the menu, they were both secretly shocked. Both of them had heard that Kai Jingu was very expensive, but hearing about it is different from experiencing it in person. A random salad starts at 198, which is indeed not something that ordinary people can afford. Brother Hao, I won't be polite then. CSCU winked at Yang Hao, which served as a preventive measure. Don't be polite, just treat it as a buffet. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hands. He was worried that CSCU didn't eat well and that his father wouldn't give him the reward. After hearing what Yang Hao said, the waitress in the box, who was wearing an ancient-style long skirt, twitched her lips imperceptibly. This is the Crab God Palace where the average consumption per person is 2,000 yuan. This man actually wants to eat here as a buffet? Although most of the customers who can come here to consume have a certain level of financial strength, there are actually not many customers who dare to order food freely. The so-called average consumption per person is 2,000 yuan, because the store's signature 6 ways to eat snow crab is priced at 1,998 yuan. The store also sells expensive seafood ingredients such as blue dragon and king crab. If you really order as much as you want, a meal can easily cost hundreds of thousands. If you add some wine, hundreds of thousands are not impossible. A meal costs hundreds of thousands. Ordinary rich people would most likely not be willing to do so, so they would have to be the wealthy class. The waitress felt that Yang Hao was not the kind of wealthy man who could spend hundreds of thousands on a meal. She had been working at the Crab God Palace for a year and had seen many wealthy people, so she had a pretty good eye. In her opinion, Yang Hao was more like a company executive with a little money. In fact, this waiter felt quite accurate. However, Yang Hao is a cheater. He is indeed not a wealthy man now, but this meal is just a small thing for him. In particular, Yang Hao was worried that CSCU would not eat well and that her father would not give her a settlement reward, so after the two of them had ordered their dishes, he ordered a Boston blue lobster. It is said that there is only one blue lobster in every 2 million lobsters, so this thing is usually sold at a very expensive price. The Boston blue lobster that Yang Hao ordered weighed 3.2 jin. Before it was sent to the kitchen, 2 waiters came over with a live Boston blue lobster to demonstrate it, and they kindly took photos of Yang Hao and the other 2 with the blue lobster. Of course, having a service like this can't be cheap. This blue dragon alone cost 18,888 yuan.
After the waiter left with the blue dragon, which was equivalent to 3 months' salary for the waitress in the private room, the waitress, who had been silently complaining in her heart just now, looked at Young Hao with a changed look. She thought he was a company executive who had invited 2 girls to a high-end restaurant to show off, but she didn't expect that this guy was really rich. I bought the Boston Blue Dragon for 18,888. He also ordered a bottle of champagne for 5,888 yuan, and with the dishes the 2 girls ordered, as well as the service fee and table fee, this meal would probably cost more than 30,000 yuan. This is not something that ordinary company executives can afford. I am short-sighted. It seems that some wealthy people are still very low-key. The waitress sighed silently in her heart. Xin Euro and CSCU were equally shocked. When they ordered the dishes just now, they only ordered the live snow crab, which almost everyone in the restaurant must order, and a few side dishes. They were considered very restrained. But Yang Hao directly bought a Boston Blue Dragon worth 18,888. The high price made both of them feel a little nervous, especially Xin Euro. When she came, she was still thinking that she would let Yang Hao treat her to the meal first, and then she would treat him to make up for it later when she had the chance. A meal that costs several $1,000s is something you can afford if you grit your teeth. But now this meal has become more than 30,000 yuan, which eats up more than 2 months' salary of Xin Euro. This is not easy to make up for. You can't treat someone to a meal that costs more than 30,000 yuan and then treat them back to a meal that costs a few hundred yuan. CSCU was also a little panicked. Although she was a foodie, she had a scale in her heart and knew what she could eat and what she could not eat. When she came, her mentality was still very calm. On the one hand, she helped Yang Hao with the work and put in the effort. On the other hand, Yang Hao was the boyfriend of her best friend and was worth a lot of money. So there's nothing wrong with eating a good meal with the other person. It's just a few $1,000s, she can afford it if she grits her teeth. But the expenses suddenly soared to 30,000, and I suddenly felt uneasy about the meal. It's too expensive. It exceeded her psychological expectations. Treating such an expensive meal, this guy is not trying to eat it all up, right? A thought suddenly popped into my mind. CSCU subconsciously sat up straight, and then looked at Yang Hao, the delusional dogman with vigilance. Chapter 35 Brother-in-law again? CSCU is well aware of the principle of one should be grateful to the person who has eaten it, so even though she is a veteran foodie, she will not go to any meal invited by anyone. For example, she never paid any attention to the men who coveted her beauty at the gym where she worked. Because she knew that the other party invited her to dinner with a clear purpose, and she couldn't let those people succeed, so she simply didn't go to eat their meal. In fact, this should be the most basic code of conduct, but some women just want to take advantage of this. If you invite her to dinner, she will go if you give her a gift, she will accept it if you transfer money, she will accept it. However, when you suggest dating or going to a hotel, she tells you that she is slow to warm up. This is so shameless. CSCU never did such a thing, so when the value of the meal Yang Hao treated her to exceeded her psychological expectations, she became a little uneasy, thinking that Yang Hao had ulterior motives. And just as she looked at Yang Hao, this dogman happened to be looking at her and smiled at her. Well, this bastard doesn't really want to have both sisters. Some men who think they have some money are prone to have such dirty thoughts. CSCU frowned subconsciously, already thinking about how to solve this game. It's too expensive. You don't have to give up that Boston Blue Dragon. At this time, Xin Euro spoke. It's okay, I don't eat like this every day. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand. This meal is like a housewarming party. We're moving into a new home, so we should celebrate it properly. Besides, CU helped with so much work, she deserves a good meal. As an experienced salesman, Yang Hao has a very strong ability to read people's expressions. He has already noticed the abnormal emotions of the 2 women. If it was Cece sitting here with him at this moment, she would definitely not have the same emotional changes as the 2 of them. She would probably take crazy photos to show off. After all, it was a meal that cost more than 30,000 yuan. Xin Euro and CSCU, on the other hand, were a little flustered and even worried. All I can say is that people are indeed different. As a straight man with positive values, Yang Hao naturally prefers women like Xin Euro and CSCU who also have positive values. Yes. This is a housewarming party. We've moved into Jiangzhong Garden, so it's normal to treat you to a big meal. I won't be polite. Yang Hao's statement was quite convincing, and CSCU's originally furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Again, don't be polite, let's treat this as a buffet today. Yang Hao hastened to remind him again, fearing that Xiesiu would not eat well and that his father would not give him the reward. Okay. Thank you, Brother Hao.
Xiesiu snapped her fingers mischievously, then happily took out her cell phone to take a selfie. After a while, a sumptuous crab feast and the cooked blue dragon were placed on the table. After all, it is a high-end restaurant, and both the tableware and the presentation of the dishes are very exquisite.
Xiesiu raised her mobile phone and took a lot of pictures. Brother Hao, can I post on WeChat moments? After the filming was finished, Xiesiu asked. Just send it if you want. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Yang Hao shrugged indifferently. I mean, can I post you on moments too?
Xiesiu has a photo of Yang Hao, Qin Yuro, and herself and Lan Long in her phone. She wants to put this photo in the center of the 9-square grid, so she asked Yang Hao for his opinion.
Of course, I'm not a celebrity. Yang Hao smiled and nodded.
The purpose of today's meal was to make Xiesiu happy, so Yang Hao would definitely satisfy her little requests.
However, I'm curious about how I would appear in your circle of friends, so, can I add you as a WeChat friend?
Yang Hao shook his tri-fold phone again.
He quite liked Xiesiu's personality and didn't mind having such a good-looking foodie friend.
Hearing this, Xiesiu teased with a smile, Brother Hao, you are quite courageous.
Adding other girls on WeChat in front of your girlfriend, right?
Xiao Rou, are you going to take care of it? Having said that, Xiesiu looked at Qin Yuro seriously again.
Have you forgotten the promise we made on your birthday last year? Qin Yuro asked calmly. What agreement?
Xiesiu scratched her head first, then patted her fair and smooth thighs fiercely. I remember now.
Brother Hao, gaga gaga.
I'll sweep you.
Xiesiu quickly added Yang Hao's WeChat. What's the agreement? The conversation between the two aroused Yang Hao's curiosity.
He asked while leaving a note on Xiesiu's WeChat message.
Secret.
Xiesiu shook her head mysteriously, then pouted at Qin Yuro and warned, Xiao Rou, you can't say it either.
Mind your own business. Qin Yuro replied speechlessly.
She has always been very tight-lipped, but Xiesiu, who loves gossip, finds it difficult to keep a secret. It's called an agreement, but in fact it's more like a joke between two good sisters. Last year, when Xiesiu celebrated her birthday, the two drank a lot of wine together, and then the two single people made an agreement, even if they fall in love in the future, they must not let each other as boyfriends affect their sisterhood. Later, Xiesiu added one more thing, no matter who has a boyfriend, the other person must help test the other person to see if this man can stand the test. If you can resist the seduction of your best friend, then you have passed the test. Of course, Yang Hao didn't know that the two had such a boring agreement. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he didn't continue to ask. Anyway, he was just asking casually and it was not what he cared about. At this moment, Yang Hao only cares about when the reward will be settled. Don't just take pictures and post them on social media, eat them now. Yang Hao urged Xiesiu, who played the role of NPC. Alright. I'm done, I'm going to eat now. Xiesiu put down her phone and picked up the chopsticks impatiently. Qin Yuro also started eating like a lady. Yang Hao casually flipped through the circle of friends that Xiesiu had just posted. It was a standard 9-square grid, with a group photo of the three of them and Blue Dragon in the center. Yang Hao was between the two of them, holding the body of the lobster, while Qin Yuro and Xiesiu held the lobster's two big claws on the left and right. Perhaps because she was worried about being pinched by the lobster's claws, Qin Yuro frowned slightly in the photo, while the carefree Xiesiu pouted playfully. The difference in their personalities can be roughly seen from their expressions. Xiesiu also added a funny caption to this post, "Come be a light bulb, the kind that is bright and edible." After reading the circle of friends, Yang Hao gave a thumbs up and then joked, "See you, your light bulb is still not bright enough. Why not just shave your hair?" No. At this moment, Xiesiu's mouth was already full of crab meat. She responded vaguely while chewing. Eat slowly, don't choke. Although she was no longer surprised by her best friend's eating habits, Qin Yuro still kindly gave her a word of advice. You don't know my strength yet. Xiesiu replied without even raising her head, and at the same time extended her chopsticks to a dish called wooden box sea urchin. While she was busy eating, the post she had just sent to her friends started to go viral. The first person to notice her circle of friends was Sisi. After leaving Jiangzhong Garden, Sisi was actually unwilling to give up, especially after returning to the rental house. She was criticized by her fake bestie Zhao Meng. After all, when leaving the rental house, Hisisi said she would not come back tonight. As a result, Jean Euro, the main wife, suddenly visited, and she, the concubine, had to retreat. After returning to the rental house, Hisisi first practiced yoga for a while, and then lay on the sofa, applying a facial mask while chatting with the fish in the pond. And just when she was refreshing her moments, she happened to see the message posted by CSCU. Well, I forgot she was still in my WeChat friends list. Hisisi opened her mouth in surprise, and immediately thought that the circle of friends she posted must have been seen by the other party. She is Jean Euro's best friend. The kind that grew up together. Could it be that my circle of friends exposed my whereabouts and led Jean Euro away? Well, that must be the case. Hisisi subconsciously clenched her fists, regretting that she didn't block CSCU. If it weren't for this oversight, maybe I would have gotten what I wanted tonight. While secretly regretting, Hisisi clicked on the 9-grid photo sent by CSCU. A senior gold digger like her is very familiar with the high-end consumption places in Jiangcheng, and she has also been to the Crab God Palace more than once. So she was familiar with the decoration and prices of the dishes in this restaurant. When she saw the Boston Blue Lobster that Yang Hao and the other two were holding, her eyes immediately widened. Last time, a small boss invited her to dinner at Crab Palace, and the waiter recommended Boston Blue Dragon. However, because it was too expensive, the small boss had no intention of ordering it, so Hisisi did not get to eat it. But she roughly knew the price. Just a blue dragon would cost at least 15,000. Brother Yang is really generous. If my circle of friends hadn't exposed my whereabouts, I would have been the one taking the photo holding the blue dragon. The more Hisisi thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She even started biting her lips. As a fitness coach, CSCU has many WeChat friends, most of whom are members of the gym or potential members who have come to consult. Sun Tingting is one of the potential members. Half a month ago, she went to the gym where CSCU worked to swim. At that time, she bought a fitness and swimming experience card in a group purchase online. After arriving at the store, CSCU happened to be in charge of receiving her, and the two added each other as WeChat friends. At this moment, Sun Tingting, who had returned to the rental house after dinner with her sister, was chatting with her roommate while browsing her phone. Then she saw the circle of friends that CSCU had just posted with the note Coach Xia. Originally, she didn't care too much and just wanted to watch the fun, so she casually clicked on the photo in the center of the 9-square grid. The next moment, she was stunned. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law again. Chapter 36, The Ex-Wife's Defense Breaks Again. Sun Tingting's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth opened wide, and she was in a daze. She enlarged the photo in the center and looked at it carefully. It was indeed her ex-brother-in-law Yan Hao. Moreover, there is a more important piece of evidence. My former brother-in-law also liked this post on WeChat Moments. Wow, isn't this the Crab God Palace? Who is so rich? Just as Sun Tingting was looking at the pictures carefully, her roommate and colleague Zhu Ying came over. Zhu, do you know this store? Sun Tingting immediately asked curiously. Of course I know it, it's the Crab Shrine, it's super expensive. Didn't Zhao Lixue post on WeChat Moments before? She and her boyfriend went out for a meal and posted 3 messages in a row, for fear that others wouldn't know that she went to a high-end restaurant. The Zhao Lixue mentioned by Zhu Ying was a college classmate of theirs, but their relationship was very ordinary and they had little contact. Hey, isn't this Brother Yang? Ah. Boston Blue Dragon. As expected of Brother Yang, he's really rich. Zhu Ying recognized Yang Hao in the photo. After all, the trifold mobile phone on the table in front of him was the one she sold in the afternoon. In addition, Yang Hao went next door and picked up a Wenjie M9. Zhu Ying was naturally impressed by this wealthy Brother Yang. Tingting, I really don't understand your sister. Such a rich husband, I just want to give up, not to mention that Brother Yang is quite handsome and manly. If it were me, I would never divorce him. Thinking that Yang Hao had become Sun Tingting's ex-brother-in-law, Zhu Ying felt emotional again. Sun Tingting didn't say anything, but continued to flip through the photos sent by CSCU. Among them, Yang Hao appeared only in the photo in the center of the 9-square grid, and there were 2 photos of her and Jean Euro. The remaining photos were solo photos of CSCU and the restaurant environment. Sun Tingting looked at the copy again and immediately determined the relationship between CSCU and her ex-brother-in-law. The fitness coach she met by chance should be a friend of her ex-brother-in-law's current girlfriend. Tingting, tell me, why did your sister divorce Brother Yang? Is it possible that Brother Yang is having an affair?
Is the current girlfriend in the photo a mistress?
Shu Ying sat next to Sun Tingting and started asking questions with a gossipy look on her face.
No.
Sun Tingting shook her head. No one cheated, I don't know the details. She was too embarrassed to speak out about what her sister had done, and she couldn't do anything like slandering her ex-brother-in-law for having an affair. Compared with her sister Sun Jejia, she still has a moral bottom line.
Tingting, you can't tell me. I won't go out and say anything. I'm just curious. Brother Yang is so good. If his current girlfriend wasn't so beautiful, I would have wanted to try to get her. Shu Ying pulled Sun Tingting's arm and started acting coquettishly. You still want to pounce on my brother-in-law? Sun Tingting looked at her friend in surprise. What brother-in-law? You should call him Brother Yang now. Isn't Brother Yang divorced? Then theoretically, I do have a chance. And not only do I have a chance, you have a chance too. You even have a better chance. Isn't it said on the internet that half of a sister-in-law's but belongs to her brother-in-law?
So, you have a status buff in front of Brother Yang. Also, if you're really together with Brother Yang won't even have to change his father-in-law and mother-in-law. How much easier it would be.
Shu Ying teased with a smile.
Sun Tingting was stunned by her lewd words. After a long pause, she slapped her friend's thigh and cursed, You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. How could I possibly marry the same man as my sister? After saying that, Sun Tingting pretended to be angry and returned to her room.
Why can't I do that?
There are so many examples of sisters sharing the same husband in ancient times, and you two are not together.
Shu Ying continued teasing her friend from behind.
Sun Tingting slammed the door of her bedroom. She was not really angry about what Shu Ying said, but she wanted to tell her sister Sun Jejia the situation she knew as soon as possible. In addition, Shu Ying's words just now actually touched a nerve in her. During her college years, she lived in her sister's house a lot and had a lot of contact with her brother-in-law Yang Hao. She actually recognized her brother-in-law Yang Hao as a person.
He has a good image, a good income, is family-oriented, and dotes on his sister.
For a long time, she even used her brother-in-law Yang Hao as the standard when looking for a boyfriend. She usually gets along very well with Yang Hao, but because of their special relationship, Sun Tingting had never thought about it in the direction that Shu Ying said. Shu Ying's words at this moment reminded her. Now Yang Hao has divorced his sister, and the special relationship they had before no longer exists.
She is single again. Oh my God. What am I thinking?
Even if my sister and brother-in-law are divorced, I can't do such a thing. Sun Tingting slapped her forehead hard, then forwarded the photo that CSCU posted on WeChat Moments to her sister Sun Jejia, and briefly explained the situation.
The other side.
Sun Jejia was sitting in front of the computer looking at cases related to concealing property during marriage. After learning from Ma Chen that her ex-husband Yang Hao had paid the full amount for the Wenjie M9, she concluded that Yang Hao must have concealed his marital property, so she had to fight this lawsuit. Moreover, most of the relevant cases on the internet have been successful, but there are some difficulties in the execution stage. Sun Jejia planned to collect evidence more thoroughly and then carry out property preservation by surprise so as to maximize the benefits. At this time, she received a WeChat message from her sister. After clicking on the photos, she frowned immediately, especially after seeing the photo of ex-husband with Chin Euro, CSCU, and the Boston Blue Dragon. She was even more angry. I just bought a car worth $500,000 this afternoon. Now I go to Crab Temple again, this table will cost 20,000 or 30,000. Sun Jejia, who has the same attributes as Cici, naturally knew about the Crab God Palace. She even went there twice with Lu Songlin, but Lu Songlin did not order Boston Blue Dragon for her.
Good job, Yang Hao.
You pretended to be poor when you were with me, but now you've completely let yourself go, right? Bringing the little fairy to eat such an expensive meal. Sun Jejia gnashed her teeth until they creaked, and then she immediately called her sister Sun Tingting. Where did you get the photo from? I added a fitness coach on WeChat some time ago, and the photos are all posted by her Moments.
Sun Tingting replied.
Take a screenshot of that Moments post and send it to me.
These can all be used as evidence.
Then record the screen. Sun Jejia said angrily.
Sun Tingting responded, and then did as her sister asked.
Although she sympathized with Yang Hao, the sisterly affection made her stand on her sister's side temporarily.
Chapter 37, Your belly is already big, what else do you want? Tingting, was this post on WeChat Moments posted 15 minutes ago?
After seeing the screenshot of the circle of friends sent by her sister, Sun Jejia immediately asked.
Yeah, the time displayed in moments should be accurate.
When Sun Tingting saw the circle of friends, it was posted 10 minutes ago, and only 5 minutes had passed. In that case, they should still be in the Crab Palace.
Tingting, come with me.
After a moment of silence, Sun Jiejia said in a serious tone.
Sister, what are you doing? Sun Tingting was shocked.
Based on her understanding of her sister Sun Jiejia, the other party was most likely trying to cause trouble.
Of course, it's to collect evidence. You pack up now.
I'll be at the gate of your community in 20 minutes.
I'm going too? After hearing what her sister said, Sun Tingting's brows immediately wrinkled into knots.
She actually didn't want to get involved in the affairs of her sister Sun Jiejia and her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao. After all, it was her sister's fault and she didn't want to do anything that went against her own moral standards. But Sun Jiejia is her biological sister, which makes her very embarrassed.
Sister,
Sun Tingting wanted to find an excuse to get away with it, but Sun Jiejia had already hung up the phone.
Well,
I wouldn't have said it if I knew it earlier.
Sun Tingting pulled her hair in regret. It really is better to have less trouble than more. However, it's too late to regret now. 20 minutes later.
Sun Jiejia took a special car and showed up at the gate of the community where Sun Tingting lived.
Sister, why don't you just not go?
Maybe they'll post on their moments after they get home, so there's no point in you going there now. Sun Tingting really didn't want to get involved in this matter, she said while standing outside the car window.
Get in the car.
Sun Jiejia opened the back door directly, they must still be here.
The woman took a selfie that happened to hit the wall clock on the box. The time was 40 minutes ago.
Oh. Sun Tingting sighed helplessly and had to get into the car.
Master, Crab Shrine. Please hurry up, I'm going to catch a traitor.
After Sun Tingting got in the car, Sun Jiejia immediately said to the driver.
Catching an adulterer? Good.
The slightly plump middle-aged male driver's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that Sun Jiejia was going to catch a cheating couple. He was already very tired after driving all day, but it was as if he had been given a shot of stimulant. He stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the Toyota Camry, which had started slowly, rushed out.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies. We will be here in 15 minutes.
The driver, overwhelmed by his sense of mission, made a solemn promise.
Thank you for your hard work, Master. I'm going to take a video to keep as evidence. Please do me a favor. This money is a thank you fee.
Sun Jiejia said this and directly handed over 2 red tickets.
This. Hey, actually you don't need to.
The driver didn't expect that he could make money besides eating melons. He said polite words, but still freed up one hand to take the money. Beauty, just tell me what you want me to do later, but let me tell you in advance that you can't do anything illegal.
Master, don't worry. I just want to take a video to collect evidence of his cheating.
When we get there, you can park the car in front of the Crab Shrine so that I can take the video in the car, and then drive to follow him. Sun Jiejia talked about her demands.
That's easy. I can even take a video for you.
Upon hearing this, the driver immediately expressed his opinion generously.
That's great, thank you, Master.
Naturally, the more video evidence the better. Sun Jiejia's original plan was to hide in the car and film it herself.
Now she is not afraid of a head-on confrontation with Yang Hao. She is mainly worried about alerting the enemy.
The driver of this special car was a stranger, so he could lie in ambush at the gate of the Crab God Temple, pretending to be a passerby, and take close-up photos.
It's just a video, no big deal.
I hate those mistresses the most.
Why don't you do something else? You have to be someone's mistress. You have no dignity left.
If you ask me, these mistresses should be put into a pig cage or burned in a blazing fire like in ancient times.
The driver was driving while cursing and complaining.
Judging from the way he spoke, it was likely that he had been cheated on before. They shared the same hatred for the enemy.
However, after hearing this, Sun Jiejia couldn't help but twitch her lips violently. Dip in the pig cage. Burning in flames.
Just thinking about these 2 tortures made her shudder.
Ahem, Master, let's discuss how to shoot. If you can help me shoot a clear video, I'll give you another 200.
Sun Jiejia quickly changed the subject. When the driver heard that there was money to be made, he became even more enthusiastic and started to brag. Beauty, to be honest, I am very professional in video shooting.
Driving a private car is just one of my jobs. I also shoot short videos part-time. You can search driver Lao Zhang on Douyin.
Upon hearing this, Sun Jiajia immediately opened Douyin and searched for it. She really found driver Lao Zhang, but the other party only had more than 1,000 fans in total. This number of fans could not be considered a part-time job, but just a hobby. But since I have experience in shooting short videos, it should be no problem for me to help shoot the video later. Then Sun Jiajia discussed the filming plan with the driver named Lao Zhang. Sun Tingting, who was standing by, sighed silently in her heart, alas, I really became an accomplice to the evil this time. If I had known earlier, I would not have said it. With Lao Zhang's fierce operation, 12 minutes later, the Camry parked in a parking space not far from the entrance of Crab God Temple. Sun Jiajia, who was sitting in the back seat, was able to take pictures of the situation at the entrance of Crab Temple from inside the car, but she could only take pictures of the image and most likely not be able to pick up the sound. Therefore, as a stranger driver, Lao Zhang really played the role of a mobile camera.
Beauty, do you have a photo? Let me recognize you first.
After parking the car, the driver, Lao Zhang, said very professionally. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Crab God Palace was pushed open from the inside.
It's them. Master Zhang, go over there now.
Sun Jiajia pointed excitedly at Yang Hao, who was surrounded by the beautiful shop assistant, Qin Yuro and Xiesiu.
Pooh. Not only a mistress, but also a fourth mistress. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves.
After seeing Yang Hao and Qin Yuro and Xiesiu on his left and right, Lao Zhang spat and got out of the car quickly.
The other side. Yang Hao was a little depressed at the moment.
The meal was over, the bill was paid, and Xiesiu's belly was big.
However, Weidi never responded. What do you want? Isn't this considered a feast?
Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the mission.
Reward, red envelope small 1. Yes, no, open the red envelope immediately?
Just when Yang Hao was wondering if something went wrong, the long-awaited voice finally rang out.
Yes. This has to be it. Yang Hao responded immediately.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the red envelope small.
Randomly obtain 880,000 R coins.
Note, all system rewards come from legal channels, please feel free to use them.
Chapter 38, Damn. My ex-husband has become rich. Nice. After hearing the notification tone of Hang Dad, Yang Hao couldn't help but snap his fingers.
This little red envelope was opened very successfully, earning 220,000 more than the one on the subway. It feels great to have 880,000 yuan in my account all at once.
Beep.
Your Alipay account has received 880,000 yuan.
Just as Yang Hao was thinking happily, a familiar female voice suddenly rang from his cell phone. Well. The reward has been sent to Alipay again.
With his experience on the subway, Yang Hao was not too surprised, but this way of reward was a bit high profile. Qin Yuro and Xiesiu, who were walking beside him, looked at him subconsciously.
880,000 is not a small amount. Thump.
Just when Yang Hao was thinking about whether to explain, the middle-aged man walking towards him tripped over something and fell in front of him.
Brother, are you okay?
Yang Hao kindly reached out and helped the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground.
No problem, thank you.
The middle-aged man was naturally the driver, Lao Zhang. He was taking pictures secretly and was startled by the voice 880,000 has been deposited into Alipay and accidentally fell down. Lao Zhang picked up the cell phone that had fallen to the ground with him and got up in a hurry. Sun Jiajia, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but curse after seeing this scene. What a loser.
What kind of mental quality is this? He was scared like this just for shooting a video. Sun Tingting didn't say anything. She just kept staring at her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao.
At this moment, his condition was obviously better than when he was in the Huawei store in the afternoon.
Sister, actually my brother-in-law is pretty good. He's good in every way and treats you well.
I really can't understand why you're hanging out with that old man.
Is it just because he's rich? Sun Tingting asked a soul-searching question.
You have experienced too little and don't understand anything. Sun Jiajia evaded the question and immediately denounced Yang Hao. Look, he's only been divorced for a few days, and he suddenly has money. It's obvious that he is not on the same page with me and is hiding his assets during the marriage. Besides, he and that vixen may or may not have been together for a long time. I was kept in the dark before.
Yang is such a good actor, he's simply an award-winning actor.
He always plays the role of a good husband in front of us, but he does dirty things behind our backs. I'm telling you, Ting Ting, you must keep your eyes open when looking for a boyfriend in the future, and don't be fooled by appearances. Sun Ting Ting, who originally wanted to question her sister, was met with a barrage of negative value output. She sighed in frustration and stopped responding. At this time, the driver, Lao Zhang, returned to the car and sat in the driver's seat. He complained, "What bad luck! I accidentally fell down." But the video was captured, but it's incomplete. As he spoke, the driver Lao Zhang showed Sun Jiejia the video he had taken. Due to the closer distance, the video he took was naturally clearer. However, there was no verbal communication between Yang Hao and the other two after they walked out of the Crab God Palace. Only when the video was about to end, they heard a voice saying 880,000 yuan has been deposited into the Alipay account. Pause. Where did that sound come from? Sun Jiejio's eyes widened. That was the voice on your husband's phone. I was shocked. 880,000. Even if I drive a private car and don't eat or drink, it will take me several years to earn that much. The driver, Lao Zhang, sighed. Are you sure that the sound was from his phone? Sun Jiejia frowned. She originally wanted to take a video, but she didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. Alipay easily deposited 880,000 yuan into the account, so the total assets of my ex-husband must be hundreds of millions? The surname is Yang. I really misjudged it. Sun Jiejia gritted her teeth. Learning that her ex-husband had become rich was more painful than if he had killed her. Beauty, their car has left, should we follow them? The driver, Lao Zhang, was very professional and pointed to the Wenji M9 that had already driven out of the parking space. And Sun Jiejia squeezed out a word from between her teeth, then turned to Sun Ting Ting and said, "See, he has hidden a lot of wealth. It's not as simple as you think." Sun Ting Ting nodded in pretended agreement. Although she was puzzled by Yang Hao's sudden wealth, she felt that there must be no problem with the character of her former sister-in-law. After all, they had only known each other for a day or two. If it's acting, I can still do it in the short term, but it's impossible to do it for so many years. Beauty, I'm an outsider and shouldn't say too much. But I'm also a man, and I can tell you about the psychology of most men. Your husband is obviously a wealthy man, and he has plenty of money. I wonder how many women are chasing him out there. To be honest, let alone him, any other man might not be able to resist this kind of temptation. I can't resist it anyway. If he treats you well, I advise you to turn a blind eye. There's no need to make yourself suffer. As long as you don't get divorced, those women out there won't be able to get you ahead. Being a rich wife isn't bad either. If you're really bored, you can find one too. The driver, Lao Zhang, kept talking and trying to enlighten Sun Jiejia. Master Zhang, you don't know our situation. Sun Jiejia didn't intend to discuss this topic with him, especially since in her opinion what the driver Lao Zhang said was nonsense. If she had known during her marriage to Yang Hao that Yang Hao might be worth tens of millions, she would never have divorced him. What she wanted was to live the life of a rich wife. But the problem is that when the two were together, Yang Hao had no money. Well, that's true. Every family has its own problems. The driver, Lao Zhang, could tell that the other person didn't want to continue chatting with him, so he sighed and focused his attention on tracking. Yang Hao turned on the smart driving mode and didn't notice that there was a car following him. He first sent Qin Euro and CSCU home, and then drove back to Jiangzhong Garden alone. And when his M9 entered the basement of Jiangzhong Garden smoothly, the driver Lao Zhang had to temporarily stop the car on the side of the road. Master Zhang, which neighborhood is this? Because it was night, Sun Jiejia, sitting in the car, had no way of telling the direction, nor could she tell which community's basement entrance this was. The garden in the river. Beauty, don't you know your husband has a house here? The driver, Lao Zhang, asked back in surprise. It's actually the river garden. Sun Jiejia took a breath of cold air. How could a seasoned gold digger like her not know about Jiangzhong Garden? She dreamed of living in this mansion that symbolized status and position. However, she never dreamed that her ex-husband Yang Hao actually lived here now. Then, the other party's assets could not be just a few hundred or tens of millions. She knew Jiangzhong Garden, and the houses here started at tens of millions. Anyone who can live here must have assets of at least tens of millions, otherwise how could they spend tens of millions to buy a house? Oh my god. My ex-husband has become completely rich. Chapter 39 Sun Jiejia regretted. When she figured out that Yang Hao's net worth might be hundreds of millions, Sun Jiejia was only thinking about suing him for a share of the money. Although she felt some regret, it was not much. After all, Lu Songlin was also worth tens of millions.
But now Sun Jiejia's mentality is different from before.
She just silently calculated in her mind that Yang Hao lives in a mansion in Jiangzhong Garden, drives a 500,000 yuan Wenji M9, and 880,000 yuan has been easily deposited into his Alipay account. These known assets alone add up to more than 10 million yuan, and it is impossible for a normal person to use all the money to buy a house or a car, especially for a luxury house like Jiangzhong Garden. The annual property fees, water and electricity bills and the like add up to tens of thousands of yuan, and the subsequent living costs are simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, a conservative estimate is that Yang Hao's net worth should be more than 20 million.
When this number appeared in Sun Jiejia's mind, she felt like she was struck by lightning.
If she had known that Yang Hao had assets of more than 20 million, she would never have divorced him. Just as Sun Tingting said before, Yang Hao actually had good conditions in all aspects and was very good to her. His only shortcoming was that he earned relatively little. Now Yang Hao's only shortcoming no longer existed.
Wouldn't that be perfect? Besides, even if it's not perfect, it doesn't matter.
Just as the driver Lao Zhang said, there's nothing wrong in turning a blind eye and living the life of a rich wife.
So, Sun Jiejia really regretted it now.
Her wealthy husband with a net worth of 20 million just kicked her out. It would be fine if she could now live the life she wanted. But the old man Lu Songlin has not divorced yet, and she has vaguely sensed a hint of coldness from him.
Men are like this, when they get tired of playing, they want to kick you away. Now Sun Jiejia is not sure whether she can succeed in getting promoted.
And the current situation is that even if she really succeeds in the end, she will only marry an old divorced man with children. If you compare Lu Songlin with Yang Hao now, he will be crushed in all aspects in terms of age, appearance, height, physical strength, and financial strength.
I am so confused. How could I make such a stupid decision?
Sun Jiejia really wanted to slap herself hard in the face at this moment.
Beauty, where else are you going? Driver Lao Zhang's words interrupted Sun Jiejia's thoughts. Send us back.
Sun Jiejia replied weakly, looking through the car window at the several luxury houses in Jiangzhong Garden, her eyes full of envy.
Beauty, if you ask me, just pretend you know nothing. It's rare to be ignorant. Anyway, you are not short of money, and your life is comfortable.
Old Zhang noticed Sun Jiejia's mood changes and tried to comfort her while driving. Master Zhang, add me on WeChat, send me the video you just shot, and I'll give you some hard work money. Sun Jiejia changed the subject. Although she regretted it now, she could only move forward according to her previous thoughts as things had come to this point. In her opinion, it was a foregone conclusion that Yang Hao concealed and transferred the marital property. According to Yang Hao's current asset scale, she might be able to get back tens of millions of huge assets. When she thought of this, Sun Jiejia felt a little better. While waiting for the red light, Lao Zhang readily added Sun Jiejia as a friend on WeChat and sent her the video he had taken. Sun Jiejia readily transferred 500 yuan to him.
Thank you, beautiful.
The amount mentioned before was 200, but this time Sun Jiejia directly transferred 500.
Lao Zhang was naturally very happy.
Together with the 200 in cash before, he made a total of 700 yuan.
After sending Sun Jiejia away, he could just put the car away.
He has been driving an online ride-hailing car for several years, but has never made such comfortable money.
Hongshan Community.
After returning to the rental house, Xia Siyu fell directly on the sofa in the living room.
She touched her bulging belly and said with emotion, "This 30,000 plus yuan meal is different. It is both beautiful and delicious. It is absolutely amazing. I suddenly felt like I was having a proper meal for the first time. I was afraid that what I ate before was just pig food. It was so messy. Oh, no wonder so many women are trying so hard to marry into a wealthy family. It's great to have money." Xia Siyu sighed with satisfaction.
Then you should also find a way to marry into a wealthy family. Qin Yuro smiled and pursed her lips.
Forget it, I'm afraid I don't have much chance.
Xia Siyu shook her head, then grabbed Qin Yuro's hand and said with a smile, "Shiro, you are just one step away from success.
When you marry Brother Hao, you will be a wealthy wife.
Then I can go to your house and eat with a clear conscience. If you have any Hermes, Chanel, LV or other things that you don't like to carry, just give them to me.
I won't mind."
Qin Yuro rolled her eyes, "It's not even a scratch yet."
Sleep. After saying that, she strode back to her room. Xiaxiyu shouted at her back, "What do you mean by not even a scratch? You two are already in a relationship, don't tell me that you don't even like Brother Hao's offer." The next day. Xinyuan Building. This is the headquarters of Xinyuan Group. There is an underground parking lot on the first floor below the building. After a black Mercedes-Benz S450 stopped, Lu Songlin got out of the car carrying his briefcase. "Morning, Mr. Lu." A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses had just parked his car. "Boss Wei, what a coincidence." Lu Songlin greeted the other person with a smile. The man's name was Wei Peng, and he was the director of the Human Resources Department of Xinyuan Group. The two had always had a good relationship. "Ha, that means we are destined to be together." Wei Peng replied with a smile on his face, and then lowered his voice and said, "Boss Lu, what you mentioned before can be implemented today. My people have already notified Yang Hao." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, President Wei. I'll treat you after get off work, at the Hong Montua Club." Lu Songlin reached out and patted Wei Peng gently on the shoulder, and the latter immediately showed a smile that all men understand. At this moment, a brand new Wenjie M9 stopped in the parking space a few meters away from the two of them. Asking about the World M9, it couldn't be that Mr. Feng mentioned it. "He's been talking about buying this car recently," Wei Peng muttered. The Mr. Feng he mentioned is the vice president of the group, and the two are quite familiar with each other. Lu Songlin frowned subconsciously because the first thing he thought of was who the owner of the car was. Yang Hao? It's actually his car? At this time, Wei Peng couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Yang Hao getting off the Wenjie M9. A salesperson of his level should not be able to afford this car. Did this guy win the lottery? Wei Peng muttered again. Lu Songlin curled his lips in disdain. The little chicken doesn't pee, each has his own way, maybe he has found a rich woman. Chapter 40 Put the green hat back on. Well, that's really possible. Wei Peng nodded in agreement. In his opinion, Yang Hao was the kind of person who had the capital to be a gigolo. After all, he had good external conditions and had been in sales for so many years. He must be very good at talking and would probably be very good at making rich women happy. No matter where the money comes from, I've already driven the M9. I think it will be easier to negotiate when we discuss resignation later. Lu Songlin said in a low voice. If you really have money, it would be easy to talk. Wei Peng touched his chin and looked in Yang Hao's direction again, and at this time Yang Hao also looked in his direction. Morning, Mr. Wei. Yang Hao knew that the person he would be facing today was Wei Peng. If it were in the past, he would definitely be very depressed and indignant facing the situation that was about to be optimized. After all, I am doing well in the company and my sales performance is among the best. But now his mentality is completely different. He is a person who was protected by his father, so how could he care about these trivial things? Even if the company does not take the initiative to contact him, he will take the initiative to apply for resignation. However, voluntary resignation and involuntary resignation are two completely different things. Just like when two people are in love, being broken up with and breaking up actively are completely different feelings. Of course Yang Hao doesn't care about this job right now, but he wants to fight for it. I have worked like a slave in the company for so many years, why can I be fired just like that? Are workers so easy to bully? Xiao Yang, did you buy a new car? This is developed. Lu Songlin greeted Yang Hao with a smile. After all, his affair had not been exposed yet, so he was fearless. But at this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Sorry, I have to answer the phone. Yang Hao took out a brand new Huawei trifold and shook it. Then let's go up first. Lu Songlin glanced at the three-fold banknote in Yang Hao's hand. In fact, he was quite puzzled. How come his subordinates suddenly became rich? Wei Peng also saw the trifold phone in Yang Hao's hand. After walking a distance, he whispered to Lu Songlin beside him, "New car, new phone. Is this kid really hooking up with a rich woman?" Maybe. Lu Songlin shrugged disapprovingly. The other side. Yang Hao answered the phone. Excuse me, is this manager Yang Hao Yang? There was a pleasant female voice on the phone. It's me. Who are you? Yang Hao responded politely. I want to talk to you about your ex-wife. Do you have time? The other party did not reveal his identity, but mentioned Sun Jiejia. Yang Hao subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Your ex-wife and my husband had an illicit relationship. The woman on the phone said something shocking. Well, Yang Hao was shocked when he heard this reply. In fact, he already knew that the reason why his ex-wife Sun Jiejia acted so ruthlessly was because of a man, but he didn't know who that man was. Now his wife has come to him. Where shall we meet? Are you in the company? Exist. I'll be waiting for you at Fuyuan Tea House near your company, room 202. Good. Yang Hao simply agreed and turned around to go back to his own question world M9. As for the personnel side? Just wait. What's positive about being fired? So Yang Hao drove directly to Fuyuan Tea House. This tea house is less than 1 kilometer away from Xinyuan building. A few minutes later, Yang Hao parked the car in front of the Fuyuan Tea House. The tea house had just opened and there were hardly any customers. After Yang Hao walked into the tea house, a woman wearing a light pink cheongsam came up to him with a smile. Is this Mr. Yang? Yes, it's me. Yang Hao nodded. Come upstairs with me. The woman led the way, twisting her slender waist, and her high heels made a tapping sound on the wooden stairs. I have to say that the cheongsam really shows off the figure. In fact, this woman's appearance is only about 70%, but the cheongsam adds an extra layer of buff, which is still quite attractive. Mr. Yang, we're here at box 202. Just as Yang Hao was silently admiring the woman's twisting waist, she stopped at the end of the second floor. Thank you. Yang Hao thanked him and then politely knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. A pleasant female voice came from the box. Compared with the voice heard on the phone, it had a bit more age. Yang Hao pushed open the door of the box with great curiosity. A beautiful young woman who looks to be about 35 years old is standing quietly by the window. She is wearing a black hip-hugging long skirt with a tube-top design that reveals her fair collarbone and smooth shoulders. The smooth lines outline her graceful figure. The material of the skirt is very good, soft and textured. The hem of the skirt sways gently with the breeze brought by the opening of the door. Sister Su? Yang Hao knew this beautiful young woman. Her name was Su Yushue, and she was Lu Songlin's wife. The two had met at the wedding of one of Yang Hao's leaders, but they had only said hello. However, she left a deep impression on him. After all, a stunningly beautiful young woman like this would attract attention wherever she was. In an instant, Yang Hao also knew the identity of Sun Jiejia's adulterer. Damn it, it turned out to be that bastard Lu Songlin. And that couple also met at that wedding. I thought you didn't remember me. Su Yushue nodded at Yang Hao, then pointed to the chair next to the tea table. Sister Su is so beautiful, how could I forget her? Yang Hao replied with a smile, closed the door of the private room, and then sat down at the tea table. Su Yushue sat opposite Yang Hao and poured him a cup of tea. Are you going to the company to resign today? Well, how did Sister Su know? Yang Hao looked at the beautiful young woman in surprise. I installed a Trojan horse program on Lu Songlin's phone. His every move is under my surveillance. He and Sun Jiejia discussed expelling you. Su Yushue didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I see. In fact, Yang Hao had already reacted after asking the question and guessed that Su Yushue got the information from Lu Songlin, but he didn't expect that this beautiful young woman was so awesome that she even installed a Trojan program in Lu Songlin's mobile phone. It seems that she has known about this for a long time and is planning a big game. Sister Su, it seems that you have a lot of information. I just don't know what you want to do with me? Yang Hao asked curiously. You don't seem surprised at all that Sun Jiejia and Lu Songlin got together. Did you know about this before? Su Yushue thought that Yang Hao would be furious when he found out about his ex-wife's affair, but he was unexpectedly calm, which surprised her. I didn't know that before. I also found out when I saw Sister Su. Yang Hao shrugged, but I know that Sun Jiejia has an adulterer behind her. I didn't expect that person to be Lu Songlin. This really surprised me. So do you want revenge? Su Yushue looked into Yang Hao's eyes, her beautiful eyes moving with a hint of indescribable charm. Well, how do you report it? Yang Hao felt that the beautiful young woman's gaze was a little abnormal, or rather, a little indecent. He slept with your wife. You can sleep with his wife too, right? Chapter 41. The young woman is fierce. Su Yushue's voice was soft and charming. As she spoke, her fair palm rested directly on Yang Hao's hand holding the teacup. This. Yang Hao's eyes widened as he stared at the beautiful young woman in front of him. He didn't expect that she would be so bold. Sure enough, the young woman just loves to have fun.
Yang Hao suddenly remembered a movie called Apple, which had a similar plot. The heroine was seduced by her boss and became pregnant. The boss's wife found the heroine's husband, but the boss's wife in the movie was old and ugly, and not very attractive. But the Su Yuxue in front of him is different. Although she is several years older than Yang Hao, she has a good foundation and takes good care of herself, which makes her completely at the top of the young adult spectrum. Yang Hao is not a saint, especially after experiencing Sun Jiejia's betrayal. He has completely let it go. Life is short, pleasing yourself is the most important thing. There is no need to suffer and look at other people's faces all day long. As long as it's not illegal, life will be more enjoyable if you have some fun. You think I'm too old? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't speak for a long time, Su Yuxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke again.
Bigger is better. I like big ones.
Yang Hao raised his lips, put down the teacup, and held Su Yuxue's hand with his backhand.
Half an hour later. The box returned to silence.
Su Yuxue picked up the tea with ingredients in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Yang Hao, who was smoking, couldn't help but sigh silently. This young woman is really fierce. Su Yuxue wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, then sat back down opposite Yang Hao, returning to her dignified and well-fed young lady's appearance. You should be Lu Sanglin's leader.
He is far inferior to you.
Su Yuxue first affirmed Yang Hao's strength, and then continued, now we know each other well, I will tell you directly what you want to do.
Sister-in-law, you say.
Yang Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a smile. He still kept the same address he had just given. In private, he called Lu Songlin brother Lu, so when they met at the wedding before, he called Su Yuxue sister-in-law. While playing just now, Yang Hao remembered the title sister-in-law again. As for why, I can only say that those who understand will understand. I hope you can help me collect some evidence of Lu Songlin's occupational crimes and concealment of marital property. I want him to leave the house with nothing, not a penny can be taken away. When talking about this topic, the charm in Su Yuxue's eyes was gone, and there was a cold light in them. It can be seen that she is full of hatred towards her husband Lu Songlin.
You know, they're going to fire me.
So, it seems like I can't help much.
Yang Hao shook his head slightly. If they fire you, will you leave? That's not your character.
Besides, you have worked with Lu Songlin for several years, so you must know some of his ways of making money. Besides, he is our common enemy.
I think we should unite and get the money that belongs to us.
Before looking for Yang Hao, Su Yuxue had already thought of what to say, and she said it with a serious face.
You mean, we form an Avengers alliance? Yang Hao joked with a smile.
Since he already had the support of a dad, his mentality was very good at the moment.
You can call me anything you like. Anyway, I hope we can stand together.
Su Yuxue said seriously.
Bite. Discover goals that can help. Name, Su Yuxue. Age, 38. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, housewife. Current demands.
She needs a teammate to help her complete her revenge plan.
Rewards for helping girls. Phase 1, Information Kit 1, Primary Blind Box 1.
Note 1, the information kit can obtain the key information needed by the host. Note 2, primary blind boxes can give out physical rewards worth less than 1 million yuan.
Phase 2, Information Kit 2, Intermediate Blind Box 1.
Note, intermediate blind boxes can open physical rewards worth less than 10 million. As soon as Su Yuxue finished speaking, the voice of Guadi sounded in Yang Hao's mind again. The rewards this time are also different from previous ones. In addition to the information kit that has appeared before but has not been obtained, there are also blind box rewards. Yes. I didn't expect that this sister-in-law had another mission.
This is another chance to make some money.
Yang Hao was overjoyed and immediately said with a smile on his face, no problem, sister-in-law, from now on we are allies. Don't worry, I will stand firmly behind you. Seeing Yang Hao so happy, Su Yuxue also smiled. Okay, then it's settled.
We will share information and keep in touch in the future. Add me on WeChat first. Okay. Yang Hao took the phone and added Su Yuxue as a friend. Lu Songlin is going through immigration procedures.
He told me that the education environment abroad is better, but I know he took money he shouldn't have and wants to run away. I'll send you the work-related information I stole from his phone.
I don't understand a lot of the stuff in it. See if you can find any key information.
Obviously, Su Yushue had thought carefully before finding Yang Hao, and had even thought about the division of labor after the two reached a cooperation. Su Yushue knew basically nothing about Lu Sonlin's work, but as Lu Sonlin's subordinate, Yang Hao, a senior salesman in the company, certainly understood everything.
Good. Yang Hao nodded solemnly. Of course, he was very interested in digging up some dirt on Lu Sonlin. In fact, there is no need to dig deep into some of Lu Sonlin's negative information.
After all, Yang Hao is an old employee of the sales department and his position is sales manager.
He knows a lot of negative information involving Lu Sonlin.
If we combine it with the information in his mobile phone, we can dig deeper.
Xin Yuan Building. Sales department on the 15th floor. Lu Songlin was looking through the contract handed over by his subordinates in the office. The phone on his desk suddenly rang. Mr. Lu, I'm Wei Peng. Mr. Wei, you said. Has Yang Hao returned to your department? He hasn't come to our HR department yet. Hasn't he gone to the HR department yet?
Lu Songlin frowned subconsciously.
Didn't he come? Didn't he arrive at the underground parking lot with us? I thought he would be at the Human Resources department soon. But I haven't seen him until now. I thought you called him to the sales department. Wei Peng said angrily. Let me ask and see what's going on.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Songlin picked up another landline phone on his desk. Xiao Zhang, see if Yang Hao is in the sales department office area.
Okay, Mr. Lu, please wait a moment.
There was silence on the phone for about 30 seconds, and then Assistant Zhang's voice rang out again. Boss Lu, Manager Yang is not here.
Not here? He was clearly in the underground garage before, damn. Where did this guy go? Lu Songlin hung up the phone cursing. Chapter 42, a part of the play.
Boss Wei, Yang Hao is not in the sales department.
Lu Songlin called Wei Peng back. That's weird, this guy is clearly at the company.
Forget it, I'll just call him. Putting down the landline on the desk, Lu Songlin picked up his mobile phone, found Yang Hao's number in the address book and called him.
Fu Yuan Tea House private room. Looking at the name on the caller ID on his phone, Yang Hao was shocked. What the fuck is going on? I was just playing with your wife for a while, why did you call me? Yang Hao looked at Su Yushue who was sitting opposite him, and then asked her to check the caller ID. Is Lu Songlin also monitoring you? Impossible. Su Yushue waved her hand, you take it.
Yang Hao also felt that it was impossible for Lu Songlin to know that he was cuckolded so quickly, so he answered the phone immediately.
Xiao Yang, what are you doing?
Lu Sonlin's questioning voice came from the receiver, and from his voice it could be judged that he seemed a little angry at the moment. If Yang Hao had heard his leader speak in this tone before, he would have responded carefully and even subconsciously lowered the voice of his response. There is no way, this is just one of the rules of survival in the workplace. When facing your leader, you must give him/her enough face, even when answering the phone. Some people may think that it is just answering a phone call and the other party can't see you, so you can answer it any way you want. In fact, it is not like that. Your state when answering the phone can be judged by your tone and the sound of your voice. Especially for people in the mixed system, the higher their level, the more they pay attention to these details. This is very realistically presented in the drama In the Name of People. But Yang Hao was obviously different at this moment. He did stand up from his seat, but walked straight to Su Yushue's side, holding the phone in one hand and groping down Su Yushue's fair neck with the other hand. Boss Lu, I'm out to meet a client.
Meeting a client? What client? Lu Songlin asked subconsciously. A beautiful female client.
Yang Hao responded with a smile while feeling the soft touch on his palm. I don't care what kind of client you are.
HR is looking for you. They called me. Come back to the company as soon as possible.
Although he felt that Yang Hao's attitude was a little different from before, Lu Songlin didn't think much about it and just urged him in a cold voice.
Okay, Mr. Lu, we'll go back when we're done.
Yang Hao did not hang up the phone, but put the phone on the tea table and stretched his free hand down from Su Yushue's fair neck.
Su Yushue couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry.
She naturally understood the purpose of Yang Hao's doing this.
But at this time Lu Songlin hung up the phone.
The cell phone that Yang Hao had placed on the tea table began to beep. On the other side, in the sales department's office,
Lu Songlin held the phone and cursed, damn it. You said you were meeting a client? You were obviously going to YP. You think I'm just a part of your play, don't you? Cow. Lu Songlin obviously heard the coquettish sound. As an old hand like him, how could he not tell what the sound was? But that voice was inexplicably familiar. But it was just a sound and he couldn't tell anything. In addition, Lu Songlin's attention was not on this matter. He was more concerned about the fact that Yang Hao was still in the mood to look for a woman. It seems that he is really rich. But where does his money come from? It seems that I need to take a close look at all the orders he handled. There must be something fishy. In addition, it is also possible that the expenses for public relations and reception were falsely reported. After all, Lu Songlin is the head of the sales department, and he knows all the ways his subordinates can make money. What Lu Songlin didn't know was that his phone call actually played the same role as the little blue card. In the teahouse box, plum blossoms bloomed for the second time. Yang Hao fastened his belt and rubbed his slightly trembling thighs. After all, I am 30 years old now, and my physical condition cannot be compared with that in my 20s. But this is only compared with himself. If the comparison object is changed to Lu Songlin, he will be much stronger. At least Su Yushui gave it a 5-star rating. Mr. Yang, take care. The teahouse proprietress, who was wearing a cheongsam, enthusiastically sent Yang Hao to the door and even asked for her WeChat. It can be seen that Yang Hao not only received praise from Su Yushui. The lady boss was also eyeing her covetously. The teahouse is quite small and the noise just now was quite loud. Even though both of them were restrained, they couldn't help themselves at times. I guess the proprietress heard the noise. Yang Hao didn't care. We were all adults. This kind of thing was as normal as eating and drinking. It was just a basic human need. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the mission. Rewards, Information Kit 1, Primary Blind Box 1. Yes, no, open the information kit? As Yang Hao walked out of the door of Fuyuan Tea House, Guati's voice rang in his mind. Well, is this considered a successful team formation? Yang Hao was confused. He thought that this mission regarding Su Yushui would be more difficult. After all, they were going to form the Avengers. Unexpectedly, after 2 intimate connections, the first stage of the mission was completed. This task was so easy that Yang Hao was a little embarrassed to take the reward. Well, actually it's not that easy, it does require hard work. It's considered heavy physical labor. Yang Hao muttered to himself, feeling like he had gotten an advantage, and then gave a quick response, yes. Bite. The host successfully opened an information capsule. The information has been sent to the host's mailbox. Yes, no, open the primary blind box? Yes. Bite. The host successfully opened a primary blind box. Get a Rolex watch. Note, the reward will be delivered by express delivery. As soon as the voice of Guati fell from Yang Hao's mind, his cell phone rang, and the incoming call was marked as SF Express. Hello, Mr. Yang. You have a package delivered to Jiangzhong Garden. Would it be convenient for you to sign for it in person? The call was connected and the courier asked politely. Yang Hao just moved into Jiangzhong Garden yesterday and had not made any online purchases. Apparently, this was the Rolex watch that his father rewarded him with. I can only say that this efficiency is extremely high. Just put it in the delivery cabinet. Okay, pick it up as soon as possible. The courier gave some instructions and hung up the phone. Yang Hao drove back to Xin Yuan building. But now his mentality is different from before. Originally, he wanted to resign directly if the compensation given by the company was reasonable, since he was not going to continue working anyway. But now it's different. He is already a member of the Avengers. As the man behind Su Yushui, he must be tough. Chapter 43, Sister-in-law's tattoo is pretty. Xin Yuan building underground parking lot. After parking the car, Yang Hao did not go upstairs immediately, but opened his mailbox on his mobile phone. In this era, people rarely communicate by email, and Yang Hao's mailbox was almost full of spam or credit card bills. Therefore, the email titled, Information Tips, is particularly eye-catching. When you click on this email, there is only a simple line of text in the body. The source of this email information can be checked, and the content can be used as evidence. Below the text are 2 compressed files sent as attachments. Yang Hao first clicked on attachment 1. There are 12 photos in it, and the male protagonist in these photos is all Lu Songlin, but there are 4 female protagonists.
Each female protagonist is accompanied by 3 photos, all of which are very revealing private photos. What surprised Yang Hao the most was that he knew 3 of the 4 heroines. The first was Zhang Lin, a colleague in the sales department, the second was a female supervisor from a cooperative company, and the third one shocked Yang Hao the most, because that woman turned out to be the wife of Wei Peng, the human resources director. When Yang Hao saw that attachment 1 was a photo, he had already prepared himself mentally and thought he would see his ex-wife's son Jejia, but that didn't happen. These photos were enough to ruin Lu Senlin's reputation, because everyone in the group knew that he was married. What's more, one of his cheating partners was the wife of HR director Wei Peng, which was interesting.
In addition, the 4th woman whom Yang Hao did not know should also have some explanation. She was very old and looked to be in her 50s. Her female features showed obvious sagging and she was plump. Based on Yang Hao's understanding of Lu Songlin, there is absolutely no way this LSP would be interested in this kind of mature woman. Unless there is a vested interest between the two, and Lu Songlin still needs the other party. Sure, Lao Lu. I didn't expect that at your age, you still have the energy to make a rich woman happy. Yang Hao looked at the intimate photos of the two carefully again, and Lu Songlin's face was full of life is hopeless. It can be seen that he is absolutely passive. After browsing these rather eye-catching photos, Yang Hao clicked on attachment 2. This is a 28-minute audio message that records the insider trading process between Lu Songlin and an official in Yicheng. It also clearly states that the profits obtained by Lu Songlin will be transferred to his mother's bank account. If this audio clip were handed over to the court, Lu Songlin could basically be convicted of embezzlement and bribery. Of course, the issue of interest output involved in the audio still needs to be supported by Lu Songlin's mother's bank card flow, but this is very simple. As long as a case is filed and investigated, the truth will be revealed. The dad is awesome. After reading all the information in the email, Yang Hao couldn't help but shout silently in his heart. Without this information, Yang Hao and Lu Songlin would have no advantage in the confrontation. After all, the other party is their leader and has a deep-rooted network of relationships within the Xingyuan group. But now it's different. All the information Yang Hao has in his hands is trump bomb. Any one of them thrown out can blow Lu Songlin to pieces. You want to fire me, right? Okay. The show begins. Yang Hao hummed a little tune as he got out of the car, then took the elevator directly to the 16th floor where the Human Resources Department was located. Manager Yang, you're here. Our CEO Wei has been waiting for you for quite some time. As soon as Yang Hao showed up in the Human Resources Department, a human resources specialist named Hao Lily stood up from her workstation. Boss Wei is in the office? Yes. Well, please inform me. Boss Wei said that you can just go find him when you get there. Hao Lily pointed in the direction of Wei Peng's office. Good. Yang Hao nodded, then strode towards Wei Peng's office. I heard he was going to be fired. It is said that a lot of money was stolen from the company. Is it a crime of occupational embezzlement? Does that mean I have to go to jail? Who knows? Mr. Wei takes it so seriously, it must be very serious. Yang Hao is an old employee of Xingyuan Group and one of the sales managers. Many people in the Human Resources Department know him. As soon as he walked through the public office area of the Human Resources Department, people immediately started whispering about him. Although these people spoke softly, Yang Hao could still hear them vaguely. He just laughed off such discussions. They were just hard-working workers, and gossiping after work was a way to relieve stress. Knocking on Wei Peng's office door, Yang Hao walked in with a smile on his face. Boss Wei, you're looking for me. Well, sit down. Wei Peng put down a document in his hand and pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Yang Hao was very polite and only sat down after expressing his thanks. Manager Yang, you took annual leave, right? Wei Peng crossed his hands, looked at Yang Hao and asked. Yes. Yang Hao nodded and asked in confusion, so, I don't quite understand why the company suddenly asked me to come here. Manager Yang, you are a veteran of the company, so I won't beat around the bush. Take a look at these reception expense receipts. As Wei Peng spoke, he took out a stack of bills and handed them to Yang Hao. Boss Wei, just tell me the result. Yang Hao didn't even look at those bills. These were all false accusations and there was nothing to see. Those who work in sales know that you can report more expenses for reception or travel expenses as appropriate, as long as you can issue a formal invoice. This is considered an unspoken rule within the industry, and as long as it is not excessive and is within a reasonable range, the company will not be overly concerned and will mostly turn a blind eye.
Right now Wei Peng took out these receipts just to find a reason to fire Yang Hao. After all, he couldn't fire the company's most outstanding salesperson without any reason.
Yang Hao's attitude surprised Wei Peng.
He hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "These reception expenses are higher than the actual expenses. The finance department calculated it and you should have reported more than 50,000. Manager Yang, you know the company's rules and regulations. More than 50,000 is not a small amount. Once the company calls the police, you will be guilty of embezzlement. In serious cases, it may even constitute fraud. Boss Wei, please stop beating around the bush. Just tell me the result."
Yang Hao directly interrupted Wei Peng, who was trying to continue threatening him.
"Take the initiative to apply for resignation.
Let bygones be bygones."
Seeing that Yang Hao had said so much, Wei Peng stopped talking nonsense and stated his final request.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
To Wei Peng's surprise, after hearing his words, Yang Hao actually burst into laughter, and the laughter became louder and louder, even a little crazy.
"You, what are you laughing at?"
Wei Peng stared at Yang Hao in confusion.
"I'm laughing at you, Mr. Wei."
Yang Hao shrugged, still smiling.
"Laugh at me?" Wei Peng was even more confused.
He sternly shouted, "Yang Hao, explain your words clearly."
"It was Lu Songlin who asked you to fire me, right?" Yang Hao asked. "This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Lu. It was a problem discovered by the audit department. We are all acting in accordance with the company's charter."
It was naturally impossible for Wei Peng to sell out Lu Songlin directly, but he was still a little surprised that Yang Hao asked this question.
Logically, Yang Hao shouldn't know it.
Yang Hao didn't care what Wei Peng said.
He continued, "Do you know why Lu Songlin fired me?"
Wei Peng didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of doubts.
"Because I know his secret, and he is worried that I will make it public."
"What secret?"
Wei Peng spoke subconsciously.
"I could have made this secret public, but considering that this matter involves President Wei's reputation, I didn't do it. And President Wei, not only did you not thank me, but you also helped the evildoers by firing me. It's really chilling.
Even the winter in Urban is not this cold."
At this point, Yang Hao sniffed, pretending to be aggrieved.
Wei Peng was completely confused now.
He calmed himself down and shouted, "Yang Hao,
I think you are just trying to be mysterious. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Now there are only two options before you. One is for the company to call the police to arrest you, and the other is to voluntarily apply for resignation. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it."
Wei Peng was able to get the position of Human Resources Director, so naturally he was not so easily fooled. He thought silently for a while and felt that Yang Hao's words were too much. There was almost no interest exchange between him and Lu Songlin, so even if Lu Songlin's secret was exposed, it would not implicate him. Therefore, Wei Peng concluded that Yang Hao was just making a last-ditch effort and changed the subject. Seeing Wei Peng's attitude, Yang Hao laughed again. "Boss Wei, if you say so, I will really make Lu Songlin's secret public. That's between you and him, it has nothing to do with me." Wei Peng replied with a cold face.
"Okay. Since President Wei said it's okay, then it's okay."
Yang Hao laughed, and then while scrolling through the pictures on his phone, he said with emotion, "The tattoo on my sister-in-law's waist is quite beautiful."
Chapter 44. Eat the melon first. It's guaranteed to be cooked. Wait a moment. What did you say? Wei Peng's pupils suddenly dilated and he looked at Yang Hao in shock.
He even thought he had heard it wrong. Only people very close to him knew about the tattoo on his wife's waist. Yang Hao was obviously not among the very close people. "I said, the tattoo on my sister-in-law's waist is very beautiful."
Yang Hao's eyes showed a playful look. "If President Wei doesn't mind me revealing Lu Songlin's secret, then everyone in the group will probably be able to appreciate it."
"Well, you." Being able to take the position of Human Resources Director of Xin Yuan Group, Wei Peng's mind naturally worked quickly. The expression on his face gradually became distorted, because Yang Hao's words contained too much information and exceeded his tolerance.
"Are you talking about Lu Songlin and my wife?"
"Please read it yourself, Mr. Wei.
I have already sent it to your WeChat."
After Yang Hao finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, and admired the bustling city view with interest.
Wei Peng couldn't wait to open his mobile phone and clicked on the chat box with Yang Hao.
An eye-catching picture immediately caught his eye. The reason why this picture is eye-catching is not because his wife does not have a good figure, but mainly because Lu Sonlin's big belly and completely exposed physiological organs are really unbearable to look at.
Draft. Lu, how dare you sleep with my wife?
Wei Peng cursed loudly, then rushed out of the office.
Boss Wei, let's not talk about the dismissal anymore.
Yang Hao shouted at Wei Peng's back, but of course got no response. At this moment, Wei Peng was so angry that he was blinded by anger. He was only thinking about settling the score with Lu Sonlin and didn't care about Yang Hao at all.
What happened to President Wei? Who made President Wei angry? Is this because Manager Yang is angry?
Wei Peng rushed out of the HR department's office area like crazy. Those employees who had just been gossiping about whether Yang Hao was going to be fired now had new topics of gossip. This perfectly reflects the old saying, life is nothing more than talking about others and being talked about by others. Just as everyone was whispering, Yang Hao walked out of Wei Peng's office with a smile on his face.
Manager Yang, what happened to President Wei? Manager Yang, did you have any conflict with CEO Wei? Seeing Yang Hao, someone immediately asked curiously. I don't know what happened to President Wei. But if you want to see some fun, maybe you can go to the sales department.
After saying that, Yang Hao strode towards the stairwell. The Human Resources Department was on the 16th floor and the Sales Department was on the 15th floor. It was actually faster to take the stairs, unless the elevator was on the 16th floor, in which case there was no need to wait. But the probability of this happening was obviously low, so Yang Hao didn't want to take the chance.
If he went too late, he would miss the show. What does Manager Yang mean? Did President Wei have any conflict with someone from the Sales Department?
Just go and take a look, go.
I'm not going. It's work time. Coward.
After Yang Hao left, the people in the Human Resources Department talked about it for a while, and then a few who liked to join in the fun also followed him to the 15th floor.
Hello, Mr. Wei. Boss Wei, what can I do for you?
When Wei Peng arrived at the sales department, someone immediately came up to greet him.
Is Lu Sonlin in the office?
Wei Peng asked with a cold face.
Here I am. Boss Wei, you are looking for Boss Lu, right? I will go and inform. Unnecessary. Wei Peng pushed away the assistant who was answering the question and strode towards Lu Sonlin's office.
Seeing this scene, everyone in the sales department was dumbfounded.
What's going on? What's going on? Did Mr. Lu offend Mr. Wei?
I remember that the two of them always had a good relationship. Everyone looked at each other, all confused. At this time, Yang Hao also arrived at the sales department he was familiar with. Manager Yang, your office has been packed. Seeing Yang Hao, Zhang Lin, who had just talked with Wei Peng, immediately came forward and pointed to a cardboard box piled in the corner. Zhang Lin is 28 years old this year. She got married last year and was promoted to Wei Peng's assistant last year. Before, people in the company were just speculating whether she and Wei Peng were having an affair, but now Yang Hao has photos that prove it. He glanced at Zhang Lin. She was wearing a common OL skirt suit with thin flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her legs. Coincidentally, the outfit she was wearing today was exactly the same one in the photo, but the difference was that the stockings in the photo were torn and the skirt was pushed up to her waist.
Having seen Zhang Lin like that, Yang Hao's eyes could not help but reveal a bit of frivolity and amusement. He smiled and replied, Assistant Zhang, you are too impatient. I haven't resigned yet. But, Mr. Lu.
Shoo. Yang Hao interrupted Zhang Lin directly, made a gesture to silence her, and then pointed to Lu Sonlin's office, eat the melon first.
It's cooked.
After saying that, he strode towards Lu Sonlin's office. Seeing this, Zhang Lin and others were stunned at first, and then followed in confusion. Just when Yang Hao and his group walked to the door of Lu Sonlin's office, Wei Peng's scolding came from the office.
Lu Sonlin.
How dare you sleep with my wife?
I'm going to kill you. Bang. Wei Peng, you. Ah.
Before Lu Sonlin could finish his words, he let out a scream.
Let you sleep with my wife. Fuck. I'm going to kill you. Bang bang bang. Crash. Ah. Cursing, fighting and screaming continued to be heard from the office.
Zhang Lin and the others were all stunned. No one had expected that they would get to eat such explosive news. After a brief moment of stunned silence, someone immediately took out his mobile phone to record the video. In order to let the onlookers have a clearer understanding of the situation in the office, Yang Hao opened the office door in the name of breaking up the fight.
Boss Wei, Boss Lu, what are you doing? Let's talk it over nicely. Yang Hao stood at the door of the office, making sarcastic remarks.
To him, these two guys are naturally not good people.
There is no need to talk about Lu Songlin.
As for Wei Pang, if Yang Hao hadn't told him about his wife's infidelity, this guy would have helped the evil and wanted to fire him. So the current situation is a dog-eat-dog situation for him. The fiercer and livelier the bite, the better. Naturally, the two of them had no time to deal with Yang Hao at this moment.
Wei Pang was already bloodthirsty. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it on Lu Songlin's head. After a wave of beatings, Lu Songlin also began to fight back.
He took the golf club in the corner and hit Wei Pang hard.
For a moment, the office seemed to have turned into a gladiatorial arena. Chapter 45 Eat Melon. Get promoted.
At this moment, the spectator squad from the Human Resources Department also arrived at the scene.
After seeing the situation in the office, everyone was stunned. Fuck. This melon is too explosive. Boss Lu actually slept with Boss Wei's wife. No wonder Boss Wei acted like a madman just now. These executives are just having fun.
Amidst the discussions, two security guards who heard the noise also rushed to the scene.
Everyone, what happened? Make way, let us in. Lu Songlin's office was already packed with onlookers, and the two security guards standing at the back of the crowd couldn't squeeze in at all.
The spectators standing in front saw that there were only two security guards coming and no one cooperated at all. They just stretched their necks and continued to eat the melons. Some people also responded casually, just follow the crowd and eat melons, why push forward? Seeing this situation, the two security guards were helpless. One of them quickly used the intercom to notify the leader of the security department and then joined in the fun. At this moment, the offense and defense in the office had changed. Lu Songlin relied on his golf club as a handy weapon to push Wei Peng back repeatedly. MMD. I slept with your wife, so what? Who made your wife so flirty? She came to me on her own initiative. Lu Songlin was waving the golf club in his hand and cursing. Although he had the advantage at the moment, Wei Peng had taken the initiative. After the first round of critical strikes, Lu Songlin's left eye was bruised and his nose was bleeding, so he looked even worse. Wei Peng was already in a weak position. After hearing what Lu Songlin said, he suddenly went berserk again, picked up a chair, and threw it at Lu Songlin. Yang Hao leaned against the doorframe of the office, recording a video while watching the two people fighting with interest. At this moment, the office was already in a mess, but neither of them killed anyone. After all, they were not young people in their teens or 20s, and no matter how fiercely they cursed, they still knew how to use their hands. Make way. Boss Chow is here. Just as Lu Songlin and Wei Peng continued to fight each other, someone at the back of the crowd shouted loudly. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads, and then saw a middle-aged man in a light gray Zhongshan suit walking towards them with a gloomy face. Around him were 7 or 8 people, most of whom were from the security department. Seeing this middle-aged man, the onlookers who had been tough with the young security guard just now suddenly became timid and stepped back, making way for him. Yang Hao also put away his phone after seeing the middle-aged man. The other party was Chow Hongfeng, the general manager of Xin Yuan Group. Xin Yuan Group actually belongs to the Chow family. The current chairman of the group is Chow Hongfeng's father. The Chow family is also the major shareholder of Xin Yuan Group, so it is highly likely that Chow Hongfeng will take over the position of chairman in the future. Stop it. What do you two think this company is? Looking at the messy office and Lu Songlin and Wei Peng fighting each other, Chow Hongfeng, who rushed to the scene, immediately shouted loudly. When they saw Chow Hongfeng coming, Lu Songlin and Wei Peng, who were already tired, stopped immediately, both breathing heavily in silence. Everyone return to your respective posts. Chow Hongfeng said something to the onlookers again. Everyone immediately dispersed upon hearing the sound. Soon, the only people left at the scene were the people brought by Chow Hongfeng and Yang Hao. Manager Yang, why aren't you leaving yet? Chow Hongfeng looked at Yang Hao, who was leaning against the doorframe. As the general manager of the entire Xin Yuan Group, Chow Hongfeng actually did not know all the middle and low-level employees. But Yang Hao is a backbone of the sales department and won the Outstanding Employee Award last year. Chow Hongfeng also presented him the award at the annual meeting, so I have some impression of him. Mr. Chow, I am also a party to this matter. Yang Hao replied. You're involved? Chao Hongfeng frowned and looked at Yang Hao in surprise. He was naturally a little puzzled, because Yang Hao was at a lower level than Lu Songlin and Wei Peng, and he was not injured. So he couldn't understand why Yang Hao was also involved, but Chao Hongfeng didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he waved to the security chief and said, "Take everyone to the meeting room upstairs." After saying that, he turned and left. Yang Hao glanced at Lu Songlin and Wei Peng, who were both injured, and followed them. The security chief led people to help the injured Lu Songlin and Wei Peng to the conference room upstairs.
After everyone is seated,
Chao Hongfeng immediately cursed with a cold face, "You two are really amazing. You are the executives of Xin Yuan Group, and you actually fought each other in front of so many company employees. If you really like to fight, then go out and fight. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with the group." Lu Songlin and Wei Peng, who were scolded, had no temper at all and just lowered their heads in silence. At this moment, both of them have calmed down. They both know that today's incident has become a big deal, and they have been quietly thinking about how to minimize the impact of the incident.
"Boss Chow, it was Wei Peng who started it.
I was working in the office when he rushed in and started beating me without saying a word. All the employees in the sales department can testify to this."
After thinking for a moment, Lu Songlin decided to take the initiative. "Director Wei, is this true?" Chao Hongfeng immediately looked at Wei Peng. Wei Peng nodded depressedly, then pointed at Lu Songlin and cursed, "Boss Chow, the guy with the surname Lu deserves a beating. He slept with my wife." "Well, is this true?" Chao Hongfeng didn't know the reason for the fight between the two men.
He was also shocked when he heard Wei Peng's words. "I have all the photos, this is not false,"
Wei Peng said angrily. "And photos?" Chao Hongfeng raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that he wanted to see it, but it was hard to say such words. He immediately looked at Lu Songlin again. "What do you say?"
"His wife seduced me first."
Lu Songlin curled his lips, with a hint of pride in his expression as he said this. "You farted. My wife is not that kind of person." Wei Peng cursed. He, your mother.
Fuck." The two of them immediately started to criticize each other. Seeing this, Chao Hongfeng slapped the conference table fiercely. "Okay, shut up." As soon as he spoke, the meeting room instantly became quiet again.
Chao Hongfeng looked at Yang Hao and said, "Manager Yang, what does this have to do with you? Did you sleep with anyone's wife too?"
Well, Yang Hao, who was watching the show, was stunned by this sudden question. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Songlin and thought, "Mr. Chow is great, he knows all this." Although he thought so in his heart, Yang Hao quickly explained, "Mr. Chow, you misunderstood.
This matter concerns me because President Wei wants to fire me."
Yang Hao played a little trick here. He did not say that it was Lu Songlin who wanted to fire him, but Wei Peng. Sure enough, after listening to his story, Wei Peng immediately jumped out to explain, "Boss Chow, I didn't want to fire Yang Hao. It was Lu Songlin who asked me to do this. He said that Yang Hao often didn't give him face at work and was a thorn in the sales department and difficult to manage. But I think it's because Yang Hao's performance has been getting better and better in the past 2 years, and he is jealous of talented people."
Since the relationship had already been broken, Wei Peng started to act freely and put as much blame as possible on Lu Songlin. "I didn't ask you to fire Yang Hao. It was the audit department that said so." Lu Songlin opened his mouth to refute. Next, the two of them started another round of fighting. Chao Hongfeng also thoroughly understood the whole story from the conversation between the two. As the general manager of the group, he was naturally well aware of the tricks used by his subordinates. Obviously, the cause of this incident was that Lu Songlin wanted to fire Yang Hao, a subordinate with outstanding performance. As for the reason, it could be jealousy of talented people as Wei Peng said, or there could be other reasons. But it doesn't matter anymore, this is just the beginning of this matter. In the process of handling this matter, Wei Peng learned that Lu Songlin had an affair with his wife, which led to this farce. After sorting out the context of the matter, Chao Hongfeng pondered for a while and then made a decision. "Manager Lu, you are seriously injured. Go home and rest for half a month. Manager Yang, your sales performance is obvious to all. How about this, you will take over the vacant position of Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department." As the General Manager of the group, Chao Hongfeng's words are equivalent to a judgment. When Lu Songlin heard the verdict, he was stunned. "Mr. Chow, Okay, that's it, go back and have a good rest." Chao Hongfeng interrupted Lu Songlin directly, obviously not wanting to listen to his nonsense. At this time, Yang Hao, who was promoted, thanked with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Chow, I will continue to work hard." In fact, it doesn't matter to Yang Hao whether he gets promoted or not. After all, he is the chosen one chosen by his father. However, Su Yushui's current mission is to form a team to hammer Lu Songlin, and it will be more convenient to collect evidence after the promotion, especially since Lu Songlin will not be in the company for the next half month. This is simply a godsend opportunity. Chapter 46 Invitation from a Female Subordinate. For Yang Hao now, there is another benefit to getting promoted. That is, after you get a high position, you can launder the money rewarded by your father. As the deputy general manager of the sales department of a listed company like Xinyuan Group, it is not too much to ask the question. Although it was explained in the notes of the reward that the money had legal sources, for people who knew Yang Hao, his sudden wealth was always a bit strange, and it was more reasonable with the cover of the position of deputy general manager. Director Wei, go to the sales department with manager Yang and announce the new personnel appointments. Xiao Hongfeng then spoke to Wei Peng, who was standing beside him. "Okay, Mr. Chow." Wei Peng nodded. In the verdict of President Xiao Hongfeng, he was a victim, so he did not receive any punishment. The judgment meeting is over. Lu Songlin went to the hospital accompanied by 2 security guards. Yang Hao returned to the sales department with Wei Peng. At this moment, the gossip about Lu Songlin and Wei Peng had spread throughout the Xinyuan Group, and almost everyone knew that Lu Songlin had slept with Wei Peng's wife. However, just now, the president's office issued a notice on the group's intranet, which roughly means that employees are prohibited from discussing the incident or posting it on the internet. It is routine for the president's office to issue such an announcement. After all, it would damage the company's image if 2 executives fought over such a thing. In addition, this matter is ultimately a private matter between the 2 of them, so it is reasonable not to allow employees to discuss it in the company. However, such an announcement has a very limited effect. It is impossible to prevent employees from discussing such a big news, especially the employees in the sales department, who are the witnesses of this big news. So, when Yang Hao and Wei Peng returned to the sales department together, the employees who were discussing this matter suddenly became excited again. After all, Wei Peng is the person involved. Yang Hao was also a participant in the incident. Although they didn't know why Yang Hao was involved, now that 2 of the 3 people involved had come, everyone could not help but look forward to the follow-up of this big melon. However, to everyone's disappointment, Wei Peng Lai actually announced a new personnel appointment. Yang Hao became the deputy general manager of the sales department. For most employees in the sales department, this appointment was not too surprising. After all, Yang Hao's previous performance was very good and his abilities were recognized by everyone. But Zhang Lin, who had packed up Yang Hao's things early and thrown them in the corner of the office, was a little at a loss. Lu Songlin clearly told her that Yang Hao had been fired and all that was left was to go through the formalities. As a result, not only was Yang Hao not fired, he was promoted to deputy general manager of the sales department. The sales department of Xinyuan Group originally had a deputy general manager, but that deputy general manager did not get along with Lu Songlin and was later forced to resign. Lu Songlin did not want to share power, so he did not promote another deputy general manager on the grounds that there were no suitable candidates, and the position has remained vacant. Now that Yang Hao has become the new deputy general manager, and general manager Lu Songlin is on sick leave, doesn't that mean he has the final say in the sales department? At least, that was the case during the time Lu Songlin was away. Whether Lu Songlin can return to his post is still unknown. Although his matter is a personal conduct issue, this kind of thing can always be big or small. If it is not brought to the table, everything will be fine. Once it is brought to the table, it depends on how the group's board of directors handles it. This is also a time to test Lu Songlin's connections. If someone above him protects him, he can still return. Otherwise, the possibility of his coming back is slim. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin's face changed. She never expected that the thigh she had exchanged for her body would show signs of being broken before she had held it for long. "Boss Yang, I'll help you send all your things back." Zhang Lin must have some talent to be able to cling to Lu Songlin's thigh. She immediately took the initiative to show weakness to Yang Hao and trotted over to pick up the cardboard box containing Yang Hao's things. "By the way, we should go to the vice president's office." Yang Hao's previous office was very small, only about 10 square meters, but the office of the deputy general manager of the sales department was different. It was more than 20 square meters and had a better location. As Zhang Lin spoke, he strode towards the vice president's office holding the cardboard box. Yang Hao followed behind her and couldn't help wanting to laugh as he saw her twisting her waist. She naturally didn't walk like this normally, but now that she knew Yang Hao was right behind her, she deliberately showed off her figure, obviously wanting to hug the thigh of Yang Hao, the new vice president, again. In fact, women like her who are pretty and willing to take risks are not uncommon in the workplace, and most of them are doing well. Yang Hao is considered a veteran in the workplace and has seen all kinds of people. Therefore, he can understand Zhang Lin's approach, but understanding does not mean agreement. Anyway, he really looks down on this kind of woman. It's okay that he's just a waiver, but he's also a fence-sitter with no principles or stance. If she had maintained her previous attitude, Yang Hao would have looked up to her. Boss Yang, this office hasn't been used for a long time. I'll clean it up first. After entering the vice president's office, Zhang Lin put the cardboard box he was holding on the coffee table, and then started cleaning without saying a word. Yang Hao didn't say a word the whole time, nor did he try to stop Zhang Lin, letting her clean the office hard. Boss Yang, I also took orders from Lu Songlin before. He was the leader and I didn't dare to refute anything he asked me to do. After the office was almost cleaned up, Zhang Lin carefully began to explain himself. Well, go and get busy. Yang Hao waved his hand casually. Zhang Lin did not leave immediately, but secretly observed the new vice president, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Boss Yang, do you want to organize your colleagues to celebrate your promotion tonight? There has never been a shortage of such flatterers in large companies, just as there has never been a shortage of parents who flatter teachers in school parent groups. This kind of person will never consider other people's feelings just to curry favor with others. Take Zhang Lin for example now. As long as Yang Hao nods, it means that she has arranged the time for everyone tonight. Let's do it another day. Everyone has their own things to do. Yang Hao refused directly. He had climbed up from the bottom and understood the thoughts of the ordinary employees too well. Most people are unwilling to participate in this kind of celebration party. Boss Yang, I'm free in the evening. How about I treat you to a meal? The Western food at the Castley Hotel is very good, especially the German sausages. Zhang Lin's reaction was very quick. She immediately took over the conversation, and when she mentioned German sausages, she pursed her red lips slightly, actively hinting that she wanted to eat sausages. Chapter 47 Sister-in-law as Lobbyist. Yang Hao glanced at Zhang Lin and cursed in his heart. Slut. Since they were both in the sales department, he and Zhang Lin were actually quite familiar with each other. Before today, Yang Hao had a pretty good impression of her. But Zhang Lin perfectly illustrates what it means to know a person's face but not his heart. First there was the eye-catching photo of her and Lu Songlin, and then the other party took advantage of Yang Hao's misfortune when he just arrived at the sales department. Now that Yang Hao got a promotion, she quickly changed her attitude and came up to him to fawn on him. Yang Hao really doesn't want to bother with this kind of fence-sitter. I have plans tonight, why don't you go check on Mr. Lu? He's seriously injured. Yang Hao waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Zhang Lin bit her lip unwillingly. She thought that since she had hinted so clearly, Yang Hao would definitely keep the appointment, but he actually refused. She originally wanted to fight for it, but Yang Hao had already lowered his head to play with his mobile phone and had no intention of paying any attention to her. She could only leave the office in disappointment. After Zhang Lin left, Yang Hao sat in the comfortable boss chair and stretched. Then he sent the video of Wei Peng and Lu Songlin fighting to Su Yuxue, and attached 3 photos of Lu Songlin and Wei Peng's wife. Su Yuxue's task is to help her deal with Lu Songlin. These videos and photos can be considered as part of the evidence and will be useful in the lawsuit. Afternoon. Yang Hao handled the work of the sales department. Since he has been in the sales department all the time, these tasks are easy for him. He also quickly adapted to his new identity. When it was almost time to get off work, Yang Hao unexpectedly received a call from his ex-sister-in-law Sun Tingting. Brother-in-law, Brother Yang, are you in the company? When the call was connected, Sun Tingting habitually called him brother-in-law, but she corrected herself immediately. In fact, Yang Hao has a very good impression of his former sister-in-law Sun Tingting. She has positive values and is a good girl. If you're used to calling me brother-in-law, just keep calling me that. Although your sister and I are divorced, the family relationship between us still exists. Yang Hao was also not used to Sun Tingting calling him Brother Yang. After all, she had been calling him brother-in-law for several years. In addition, the two titles brother-in-law and brother Yang sound completely different. When Sun Tingting calls him brother-in-law, Yang Hao will inexplicably feel a desire to protect him. This may be the effect of the identity buff. Well, okay brother-in-law, I'm really not used to changing my name. Do you have time later? I want to treat you to a meal.
After listening to Yang Hao's words, Sun Tingting obviously relaxed a lot.
Are you treating me to a meal?
Sure. Although a little surprised, Yang Hao still agreed.
Then how about meeting at Starry Sky City near your company at 5 o'clock? Sun Tingting asked immediately.
Okay, see you later.
Yang Hao was very straightforward.
He had nothing to do after get off work anyway, and the Star City shopping mall that Sun Tingting mentioned was less than 2 kilometers away from Xin Yuan building.
The other side. Sun Tingting is actually already in Starry Sky City.
She is taking a day off today and came to Starry Sky City with Zhuing to go shopping and watch a movie. As a result, Sun Tingting just received a call from her sister Sun Jejia, who expressed regret for divorcing Yang Hao and hoped that Sun Tingting could act as a lobbyist to find out what Yang Hao thought and whether there was any possibility of reconciliation. If it was something else, Sun Tingting didn't want to care about it at all, but as a younger sister, she still hoped that her sister Sun Jejia and brother-in-law Yang Hao could get back together, so she agreed. After ending the call with Yang Hao, Sun Tingting immediately told her sister Sun Jejia the news. Tingting, please help me put in some good words.
You probably know his situation well. If we can really get back together, you can also benefit from it, right?
I'll try my best. Although Sun Tingting hoped that the two could get back together, she was actually a little conflicted, thinking that even if they really got back together, her brother-in-law Yang Hao would suffer. Besides, she also knows her sister Sun Jejia. Even if they get back together this time, she may not stop in the future. She felt from the bottom of her heart that as an elder sister, she was actually not worthy of her brother-in-law Yang Hao.
Tingting, how about we have barbecue later?
At this time, Zhuing, who had gone to the bathroom, came back.
Zhu, I'm sorry, I can't have dinner with you.
I'm going to have dinner with my brother-in-law later and talk about him and my sister. Sun Tingting said apologetically.
Brother-in-law? Is that Brother Yang? Zhuing asked curiously.
Sun Tingting nodded. I hope he and my sister can get back together.
But, doesn't Brother Yang have a girlfriend?
The figures of Qin Euro and Isisi appeared in Zhu Ying's mind involuntarily, and she silently complained in her heart, it seems that he has more than one girlfriend.
Anyway, my sister asked me to talk to him.
Sun Tingting pursed her lips helplessly. This task seemed very difficult to her.
Well, it's really inconvenient to take me with you, right?
Zhuing rubbed her hands, her face full of gossip.
She was very curious about what choice the rich man Yang would make.
Besides, she actually wanted to get to know Yang Hao better.
There is nothing wrong with having more wealthy friends. What's more, this rich man is divorced. What if he likes my type?
After all, it's very common in plot novels for a domineering president to fall in love with Cinderella.
I'll treat you to hot pot after get off work tomorrow.
Of course Sun Tingting couldn't take Zhuing with her, so she could only comfort her.
Okay, then I want to eat Hay de Leo. Zhuing took the opportunity to blackmail them, saying that Hay de Leo was already quite expensive for hard-working workers like them. No problem.
Sun Tingting, who had stood up the proposal at the last minute, knew she was in the wrong and had no choice but to agree.
Zhuing chuckled. What time did you guys meet? Do you want to hang out for a while longer? 5 o'clock. That leaves another half an hour. Let us go to Chanel.
Zhuing first checked the time on her mobile phone, then pointed to the Chanel store on the first floor of the mall.
Forget it. I can't afford it.
Sun Tingting shook her head with difficulty.
Just take a look around, you don't have to buy anything.
Besides, just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to afford it in the future.
Come on, let's go and see my dream bag.
Zhuing said this as she pulled Sun Tingting towards the Chanel store. Sun Tingting couldn't persuade her friend and had to follow him. The Chanel brand holds a very high status in the minds of most women. Some women save money for several months just to buy a Chanel bag, which can be said to be quite crazy. Zhuing's dream bag is the latest 2.55 handbag in medium size, priced at 36,800 yuan. This price is naturally out of reach for Zhuing, who earns several thousand yuan a month. Her salary is often not enough to spend, let alone save money to buy a bag. However, she really likes this bag. Whenever she is tired from work, she will come to the counter to take a look at it, as if looking at it can recharge herself. Because she came so often, all the Chanel sales staff knew her.
Hello, Miss Xu. Are you still looking at the 2.55 handbag this time?
A short-haired saleswoman received Zhuing and Sun Tingting.
Obviously, she recognized Zhu Ying and immediately told her which bag she liked. In fact, the short-haired salesperson was silently complaining in his heart, "What's the point of looking at it? I can't afford it, what a waste of time." However, the plot of looking down on people with low eyes usually only appears in some novels. In reality, even if luxury goods salesmen are complaining madly in their hearts, they will be polite on the surface. This is the most basic quality. Okay. It's troublesome. Zhu Ying was not polite and nodded with a smile. The female salesperson immediately brought over the bag she liked and kindly helped her try it on. Zhu Ying had tried to carry the bag several times. She turned around in front of the mirror and then put the bag on Sun Tingting's arm. "Tingting, look, it's really beautiful." Sun Tingting looked at herself in the mirror. The Chanel bag on her arm really looked beautiful. But the price is nice too. More than 30,000. I dare not even think about it. Chapter 48, Sister-in-law becomes a long-term target of help. Outside the Chanel store. Yang Hao just took the escalator from the parking lot on the underground floor to the first floor of the shopping mall. Although today is Friday, it is not yet the rush hour for getting off work, so there are not many people in the mall. Yang Hao was just about to call Sun Tingting when he saw his ex-sister-in-law trying on bags through the floor-to-ceiling window of the Chanel store. At this moment, the young and beautiful former sister-in-law was wearing a beautiful white dress, and her long chestnut hair fell naturally on her shoulders. Her hair fluttered gently as she turned her body in front of the mirror, as if time was brushing against the strings of a piano, carrying the rhythm of youth. When Yang Hao first met Sun Tingting, she was only 16 years old and still a high school student wearing school uniform all day. Now Sun Tingting is 22 years old and has grown into a real girl. Although she has already started working, she has just graduated from college a year ago and does not yet have the rotten work smell on her body. This stage is still her best time. Much cuter than her sister. Looking at his young and beautiful sister-in-law, Yang Hao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an appreciative smile. Bite. Discover goals that can help. Name, Sun Tingting. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, salesperson. Current wish. Buy the Chanel 2.55 handbag to try on. Reward for helping girls, red envelope small 1. Bite. This help target can be bound as a long-term help target. Yes, no, bind? Note, long-term assistance targets will randomly refresh tasks and notify the host in a timely manner. Well, the previous tasks were normal, but the following prompts were Yang Hao's first experience. Long-term help goal? In other words, I can take advantage of Sun Tingting, my former sister-in-law, for a long time? It must be bound. Yang Hao immediately replied, yes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the long-term assistance target, Sun Tingting. Additional reward, Intermediate Blind Box 1. Note, intermediate blind boxes can randomly open physical rewards worth 1 million to 10 million yuan. Warm reminder, helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. The more long-term help targets you bind, the richer the rewards will be. Well, is there such a saying? The problem is how to tie it to long-term goals. You didn't even tell me. Yang Hao was stunned at first, and then he started to complain silently in his heart. However, Guidi did not give any response. At this moment, Yang Hao was too lazy to continue thinking about this problem. He directly opened the extra intermediate blind box. I got a Rolex from the primary blind box I was given for completing a task. According to the explanation of the cheater, this intermediate blind box can produce physical rewards worth between 1 million and 10 million. So Yang Hao couldn't wait to open this intermediate blind box. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the intermediate blind box. Reward, a Bentley Bentayga top version. Note, Bentley 4S staff will contact the host to deliver the car, and the relevant procedures and insurance have been completed. Oh shit. Bentley Bentayga. The dad is awesome. Yang Hao waved his fist excitedly. As a man, what man doesn't love cars, especially luxury cars like Bentley? You don't need to say anything when you drive out, the car logo will speak for you. Soon, Yang Hao received a call from the staff of Bentley 4S store, asking about the time and place to pick up the car. Yang Hao thought about it for a moment and decided to hand over the goods at the gate of Jiangzhong Garden at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao hurried into the Chanel store because he saw Sun Tingting had handed the Chanel bag back to the salesperson.
Sir, what do you want to see? Yang Hao walked into the store and was immediately greeted by a salesperson.
Normally, the customers who shop at Chanel are female customers, and any male customers who enter the store are either accompanying their girlfriends or wives, or are there to choose gifts with a strong purpose. Yang Hao, who came into the store alone, was obviously the latter type. The conversion rate for this type of customer is particularly high, so the female salesperson was also particularly enthusiastic. But Yang Hao just nodded at her politely. "I'm looking for someone." After saying that, Yang Hao strode towards Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying. At this moment, the two of them had finished trying on Zhu Ying's dream bag and were about to go shopping in the accessories area. Those small accessories were relatively cheap, and the two of them could still afford it if they gritted their teeth.
Brother-in-law. How did you find this place directly?
Sun Tingting spotted Yang Hao the first time. As the agreed time had not yet arrived, she was naturally a little surprised.
Brother Yang.
Zhu Ying greeted him with a smile. It was from her that Yang Hao bought a Huawei tri-fold phone yesterday, so they knew each other.
Xiao Zhu is here too.
Yang Hao nodded slightly, then said to Sun Tingting, "I just came up from the underground parking lot and saw you trying on bags here.
Do you like the bag you tried just now?"
"Well, neither. Just taking a look." Sun Tingting shook her head embarrassedly. However, the short-haired saleswoman smelled a business opportunity. She immediately took over the conversation with a smile. "Sir, that bag really matches this lady's temperament.
You should have seen it just now.
It's tailor-made for her."
"Yeah, I think it's very beautiful too. Go get the tickets." Yang Hao waved his hand elegantly.
Okay. Okay." The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and trotted to the cashier.
Brother-in-law, you.
Sun Tingting was stunned and stared at Yang Hao in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Tingting, you are also an office worker. We should have a bag like this to show off our products.
Yang Hao replied with a smile.
But this bag is too expensive. Brother-in-law, forget it, it's more than 30,000.
Sun Tingting shook her head repeatedly, her brows twisted into knots. Her brother-in-law Yang Hao had always been very good to her, but the problem was that he had divorced her sister now, but he gave her such an expensive gift. Sun Tingting naturally could not accept it. "Tingting, just accept this gift from Brother Yang." Before Yang Hao could say anything, Zhu Ying started to persuade him. She was also shocked by Yang Hao's generosity in giving her the bag, but she quickly realized that although the bag was not for her, her good friend Sun Tingting had this bag, so she could borrow it and carry it for fun. It's 1,000 times better than going to a Chanel store to try it on just because you're craving it.
Xiao Zhu, you're right.
Yang Hao echoed, "Over the years, your brother-in-law has never given you a decent gift, so just keep this bag. Let us just forget it.
Too expensive."
Sun Tingting shook her head repeatedly. Although she liked the bag very much, a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan was far beyond her spending power. What's more, this bag was given by her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao. She already felt that she was very sorry for helping her sister to tip off the ex-brother-in-law, but now he gave her such an expensive bag, which made her feel even more guilty.
Chapter 49. Maybe he doesn't want to change his parents-in-law.
"How do you pay, sir?" Just when Sun Tingting was trying to refuse, the short-haired female salesperson came over with a POS machine. Mobile payment is extremely developed nowadays, and this kind of POS machine can not only swipe cards, but also WeChat and Alipay.
Alipay. Yang Hao directly presented the payment code. With a beep, the payment is successful.
The female salesperson immediately and politely invited the three people to the lounge area, first brought them some snacks and drinks, and then brought them a brand new 2.55 handbag.
"Miss, please check the bag. If there is no problem, I will help you pack it. Or you can just carry it away, and I'll pack the one you have now." The female salesperson handed the bag to Sun Tingting and said politely, "Tingting, carry it on your back. A bag is meant to be carried."
Zhu Ying immediately instigated and then took the initiative to take on the task of inspecting the bag. She was very good at this job and knew all the parameters of the bag and how to identify it.
It's a pity that there is insufficient balance in the bank card.
When buying a bag at a counter, you only need to look for minor flaws, and there is no need to worry about its authenticity, so Zhu Ying took the bag and carefully checked the hardware, accessories, stitching and other small details. At this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look and saw that it was Qin Yuro calling.
I'm going to go out and answer a phone call first. Since he had already paid, Yang Hao walked out of the store while answering the phone. In store.
Seeing Yang Hao go out, Zhuling immediately leaned over to Sun Tingting's ear and whispered jokingly, "Tingting, I feel that Brother Yang is interested in you."
Interesting? What's the meaning?
Sun Tingting looked at Zhuling with suspicion.
Don't act stupid. You don't know what I mean.
Zhuling touched the brand new dream bag in her hand and said sourly, "A man gave you a Chanel bag worth more than 30,000 yuan.
What do you think he meant? Oh, how envious.
I wish someone would give me this bag, too."
Sun Tingting hadn't really thought in this direction just now.
After hearing what Zhuling said, her pretty face suddenly blushed. She subconsciously looked at Yang Hao, who was standing outside the store answering the phone, and whispered, "No way. What's impossible, Tingting? You have to have confidence in yourself. You are young, beautiful, and have a good figure.
There were many people chasing you when you were in school, right? By the way, didn't a customer ask you for your WeChat a few days ago?
Look how charming you are even in your work clothes." Zhuling spoke in rapid succession. She knew her own worth. Although she also wanted to be with a rich man like Yang Hao, the problem was that she didn't have the conditions. Zhuling is the kind of girl who is average in all aspects. Although her standards for a spouse are quite high, she knows that she can never reach someone like Yang Hao. If she really meets him, she'd better hold on to her wallet because he's most likely a scammer. Knowing that she had no chance, Zhuling placed her hopes on her best friend Sun Tingting. If Sun Tingting could really marry a wealthy man like Yang Hao, based on her understanding of Sun Tingting, she would most likely be able to benefit from it. Even if I could help her find a good job, it would be better than the miserable job of selling mobile phones at the counter now. But he is my brother-in-law,
Sun Tingting said with a frown. Watch your wording, it's my ex-brother-in-law. He and your sister are divorced.
Zhuling reminded him seriously, and then added, maybe he doesn't want to change his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Ah? No way.
Sun Tingting was so frightened by her friend's fierce words that she opened her mouth. When she looked at Yang Hao standing outside the store, she was actually a little panicked. Today, it was her sister Sun Jiejia who asked her to come and mediate the reconciliation.
What would happen if she really got back together with her ex-brother-in-law? Shu Zhu, don't talk nonsense. Brother-in-law definitely didn't mean that. Don't say anything like that in the future, Sun Tingting said with a stern face. Obviously, she didn't want to face this problem. There are no sisters in love. Don't be stupid.
Zhuling pursed her lips but still gave an instruction.
Check the package.
The two walked out of the Chanel store arm in arm. At this time, Yang Hao had also finished answering the phone.
Qin Yuro had just discussed with him about meeting her parents tomorrow. This is a big deal for both of them.
Qin Yuro has to deal with her parents' pressure to get married, while Yang Hao has to complete the second phase of the task. It would be even better if he could start the unknown third phase of the task at the same time.
Brother Yang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. See you later.
Zhuling tactfully said goodbye to Yang Hao, leaving the two of them enough space to be alone. Of course, this was what Sun Tingting had agreed with her before.
Yeah, see you later. Yang Hao nodded slightly and did not try to keep the other party.
He knew that Sun Tingting took the initiative to ask him out because she must have something to talk about. The two found a Western restaurant on the 4th floor of the mall. Compared to hot pot and barbecue restaurants, Western restaurants are quieter and more suitable for chatting and discussing things.
After ordering the food, the waiter quickly brought the coffee they ordered. Yang Hao ordered an iced American coffee, while Sun Tingting ordered a caramel macchiato, which girls prefer.
The steak and other things will have to wait a while, let's talk business first.
Did Sun Jiejia ask you to come find me? Yang Hao spoke straight to the point. Yeah, no.
Sun Tingting nodded first, then quickly shook her head. Her sister Sun Jiejia had previously told her that this time she was just trying to test Yang Hao's attitude and that she had to do it in the name of Sun Tingting, the sister-in-law.
But Sun Tingting would never lie. Yang Hao just asked a random question and she was exposed.
Sun Tingting looked like a frightened little white rabbit in a panic, which was really lovable. Yang Hao immediately said with a smile, Tingting, I wanted to tell you before, she is she, and you are you. Although Sun Jiejia and I are divorced, it does not affect our relationship.
If you have any questions, you can come to me directly.
Hearing what Yang Hao said, Sun Tingting couldn't help but think of what Zhuling had just said. Her cheeks flushed and she secretly looked at her ex-brother-in-law who was sitting opposite her. Judging from external conditions alone, Yang Hao does meet her standards for a partner, but their relationship is really awkward.
Oh my god. What am I thinking? It's all Zhu Zhua's fault.
Sun Tingting quickly drank her coffee tactically.
Tell me, what does she want to do? At this time, Yang Hao asked again. I want to ask you a question myself. Sun Tingting said stubbornly. All right. Then ask. Yang Hao shrugged helplessly. Is there really no possibility for you and your sister to get back together? Sun Tingting took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth. When Yang Hao heard that Sun Jejia actually asked her sister to ask this, he was so angry that he laughed. She actually wants to get back together? I'll tell her when I get a fever. Why?
Sun Tingting looked puzzled.
Fever, yellow urine. Wake her up so she won't daydream. Yang Hao shrugged speechlessly.
He really didn't expect that Sun Jejia would have the nerve to ask for a reconciliation. It seems that face is just an external thing to someone like her.
Chapter 50. The wave is over.
Sun Tingting opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Yang Hao in shock, not knowing how to respond for a moment. In addition, her former brother-in-law Yang Hao had always left her with the impression of being emotionally stable and having a very good temper.
Don't be afraid, I'm not targeting you.
Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand, continuing, I have watched you grow up, and I know that you are different from your sister. You are you, she is she, I hope you won't get involved in our affairs anymore.
Let us eat.
While Yang Hao was speaking, the waiter just brought the sirloin steak that Sun Tingting ordered.
Oh, I see. Sun Tingting nodded obediently. She didn't want to get involved in her sister's divorce with her ex-brother-in-law Yang Hao. Now that Yang Hao had made his position clear, she could give an explanation to her sister. After dinner, Sun Tingting rushed to pay the bill. Originally, she said when she called that she wanted to treat Yang Hao to a meal, not to mention that the latter also bought her a Chanel bag worth more than 30,000 yuan. So when Sun Tingting rushed to pay the bill, she was very determined. Even though the meal cost more than 600 yuan and she would be short of money for living expenses this month after the meal, she still paid the bill without hesitation. Seeing her sincere attitude, Yang Hao just let her go. Want to take a walk? Or should we just go home? Walking out of the Western restaurant, Yang Hao asked. Go home. Sun Tingting didn't dare go shopping with Yang Hao. If her former brother-in-law bought something for her again, she wouldn't know what to do. Well, I'll take you there. The two took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. As it was Friday, the mall was starting to get crowded. The parking lot on the first floor was almost full, and many cars were driving slowly while looking for parking spaces. Tingting, remember you passed the driving test? When getting ready to get in the car, Yang Hao suddenly asked. Yes, I passed it in my junior year. Then you drive it and practice. Yang Hao opened the main driver's door, then walked around to the other side of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Brother-in-law, I can't do this. I haven't driven the car many times. When Sun Tingting heard that she was asked to drive, she panicked. She had practiced with her father's Nissan Sylphy when she went back to her hometown. Driving is a skill job. The more you drive, the more you become proficient at it. If you don't drive, you will never be able to do it. Yang Hao encouraged with a smile. But you just bought this car, and I'm worried about what would happen if it got hit. In fact, Sun Tingting also wanted to give it a try, but when she thought that Yang Hao had just bought this car yesterday, she couldn't help but feel worried. It's okay, the car is insured. Yang Hao waved his hand with a smile on his face, and the assisted driving of this car is very powerful. If there is any emergency, it will take the initiative to intervene. Oh well. Seeing that Yang Hao said so, Sun Tingting didn't insist anymore. After she sat in the driver's seat, Yang Hao carefully explained to her the gear positions and several commonly used functions. Yang Hao naturally had his own reasons for doing this. Firstly, Sun Tingting had been identified as a long-term target of assistance and they would definitely have frequent contact in the future. Secondly, she was Sun Jejia's sister. If we want to fight back against Sun Jejia, it seems that nothing is more effective than turning the people closest to her against us. After experiencing Sun Jejia's betrayal, Yang Hao's transformation to evil has been completed. At least his inner thoughts are completely different from before. Whether it is Sun Jejia or Lu Sonlin, he will definitely take revenge. Especially this woman, Sun Jejia, he also wants her to taste the feeling of despair. Then, Sun Tingting is indeed a good entry point. Of course, Yang Hao would not deliberately hurt her. He only needed to pull Sun Tingting into his camp, or even let her be his girlfriend for a while. This would naturally be a critical hit to Sun Jia. It is actually not difficult to win the favor of a young girl like Sun Tingting who is not very worldly wise, especially since the two of them are familiar with each other and she also approves of his character. Isn't that what the internet says? If she is young, take her to see the world. If she is experienced, take her to ride the merry-go-round. This sentence should be useful for Sun Tingting, and today's Chanel bag is a start. Now teaching her to drive is a continuation. When teaching a girl to drive, it is inevitable that there will be some physical contact between the two. At the beginning, Sun Tingting would dodge when her fingers touched Yang Hao's hands, but after doing it more often, she gradually got used to it. Sun Tingting drove the brand new Wenjie M9 slowly out of the underground parking lot, and then drove at a snail's pace onto the main road. For her, driving such a tall and spacious SUV is a brand new experience, especially since Sun Tingting knows that this car costs 500,000 yuan. She feels a little proud for some reason when driving such an expensive car. Girls are always vain. Although Sun Tingting is not as materialistic as her sister Sun Jia, she is also vain. Naturally, she feels happy when driving such an expensive car on the road. However, the house that Sun Tingting rented was very close to the Star City shopping mall. Taking into account the traffic jam, it took less than 20 minutes to get there, and Sun Tingting also ended this pleasant driving journey. It's going very well. If you need a car in the future, just tell me. After Sun Tingting parked the car downstairs of the rental house where she lived, Yang Hao said with a smile. I was so nervous that my palms were sweaty. Sun Tingting stuck out her tongue playfully. She was really nervous. After all, it was her first time driving an SUV, and it was such an expensive car. It's my first time, I'm so nervous. It will be better next time. Yang Hao waved his hand, hurry up and go upstairs and get some rest. Yeah, brother-in-law, drive slower. Sun Tingting waved to Yang Hao with a smile on her face, and then walked into the dark apartment building. However, along with the sound of Sun Tingting's footsteps, the voice-controlled lights in the corridor lit up one by one, from the first floor to the fifth floor. Yang Hao was not in a hurry to leave, but looked up and watched the pretty figure appear from time to time in the window of the corridor landing. Looking at the looming figure, Yang Hao felt a little dazed for a moment, as if he had returned to high school. When he was in high school, he had a girlfriend who was also his first love. At that time, after evening self-study every day, he would send his girlfriend home, and then stand downstairs of her house and see her off upstairs. It's great to be young. It turns out that when you are with young girls, your mentality will become younger. Yang Hao sighed silently in his heart, and at the same time he also understood why the girlfriends of those super rich men are always under 25 years old. Finding a younger girlfriend will really make you feel happier. And now Yang Hao also has the capital. So, the wave is over. I have already lived a miserable life for the past 30 years. Now that I have the conditions, there is no need to treat myself badly. As the saying goes, no woman will stay young forever, but there will always be young women. Chapter 51, Furious Sun Jia. Upstairs. As soon as Sun Tingting entered the room, Zhu Ling brought her a pair of slippers with a flattering look on her face. Princess Tingting, please change your shoes. Zhu Ling straightened her shoes in front of Sun Tingting and even changed the way she addressed her. What the hell are you doing again? Sun Tingting rolled her eyes. She and Zhu Ling were roommates in college and she knew her very well. It was part of her style for her to occasionally go crazy, so Sun Tingting was no longer surprised. Can you lend me your Chanel 2.55 medium bag for a while and take some photos? Zhu Ling still spoke in a pretentious tone. I knew it. Sun Tingting directly threw the bag she was holding to Zhu Ling. Although she also liked the bag very much, she was far from being as obsessed as Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling, who received the bag, was overjoyed. She posed in front of the dressing mirror and said with a smile, Brother Yang sent you downstairs, right? How do you know? Sun Tingting looked at her friend in surprise. I was hanging clothes on the balcony just now and saw it with my own eyes. Not only was it Brother Yang who sent you back, but you were also driving the car. I'm telling you, Tingting, Brother Yang is definitely interested in you. Otherwise, how could he be willing to let you drive his newly bought car? Isn't it said on the internet that men never lend their wives and cars to others? He can let you drive his newly bought car, which is worth 500,000 yuan, which shows how important you are to him.
Zhu Ying immediately transformed herself into a military strategist and began analyzing the situation with great excitement. After hearing her say this, Sun Tingting did not refute. She also felt that her former brother-in-law was indeed very good to her, and that their way of getting along was a little beyond the normal way of getting along. Not to mention that he bought the bag for more than 30,000 yuan without any hesitation. There was also a lot of physical contact between the two of them when he was teaching her how to drive. Why, you felt it too? Zhu Ying knew her friends very well. When she saw that Sun Tingting didn't say anything, she knew that she was right. She immediately continued, I tell you, Tingting, just like I told you in Starry Sky City, you must seize this opportunity. How many opportunities like this can we women have in our lifetime? This is a great opportunity to reach the top in one step. As long as you can take down Brother Yang, you won't have to stand behind the counter anymore. You'll be a wealthy lady by then. And I am the little follower of the rich lady. Well, you can just give me a salary of tens of thousands of yuan a month. Zhu Ying smiled with anticipation, and when she talked about making tens of thousands of yuan a month, the corners of her mouth almost rose to her ears. It was obvious that she was really thinking in that direction. That's enough. Stop dreaming. Sun Tingting curled her lips and said thoughtfully, I have no intention of dating a rich man. Even if I really get together with my brother-in-law, Brother Yang in the future, it's not because of money. Okay, we're not doing this for money. Zhu Ying quickly agreed with a smile. Just as the two were chatting, Sun Tingting's cell phone suddenly rang. It was her sister Sun Jiejia calling. Looking at the word sister flashing on the phone screen, the smile on Sun Tingting's face suddenly disappeared. When she went upstairs, she was still thinking about how to report the results of today's meeting to her sister. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became because she didn't know how to start the conversation. At this moment, my sister called me. I'm going to answer the phone. Sun Tingting quickly returned to her bedroom, holding the phone, which was like a hot potato. Why did you take so long to answer the phone? Did you finish meeting him? As soon as the phone was connected, I heard my sister Sun Jiejia's questioning voice. I've just finished meeting you. I just got home. Sun Tingting replied in a low voice. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were still with him. Sun Jiejia's complaints came from the phone again. I just went upstairs and haven't even changed out of my pajamas yet. Sun Tingting responded helplessly. Okay, let's not talk about this. What did he say? Are you planning on getting back together? Sun Jiejia couldn't wait to ask. After learning that Yang Hao now lived in Jiangzhong Garden, she didn't sleep well last night. She kept tossing and turning, wondering how much money her ex-husband Yang Hao had now. I finally fell asleep in a daze, and had a dream that I lived in a garden in the middle of the river and was envied and complimented by all my relatives and friends. She laughed very happily in the dream, but when she woke up she found it was all empty. My brother-in-law is very determined. He said it's impossible to get back together with you. Sun Tingting conveyed the message truthfully. Why do you ask? After learning about Yang Hao's attitude, Sun Jiejia suddenly became a little anxious. Actually, it wasn't me who asked. He brought it up first. He guessed that I came to him for your matter, and then he asked me what I wanted to do. I said I just wanted to ask if you can get back together. Then he said very firmly that it was impossible and asked me not to interfere in your affairs anymore. Sun Tingting briefly summarized the content of her conversation with Yang Hao. Please repeat what he said. After listening to Sun Tingting's description, Sun Jiejia's face turned pale, but she still did not give up and wanted to know what Yang Hao said. Maybe Sun Tingting understood it wrongly. Exactly? Sun Tingting raised her eyebrows, looking embarrassed. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Please repeat it completely. Sun Jiejia was very affirmative. But the original words are a bit harsh. Just say it, and let me see how bad it sounds. Sun Jiejia disagreed. She thought she still understood her ex-husband Yang Hao. He had a good temper and stable emotions. What unpleasant words could he say? This. Thinking of what Yang Hao said, Sun Tingting found it difficult to speak. Speak now. Stop dawdling. Sun Jiejia was getting impatient and kept urging him. Brother-in-law said. He said that he would tell you that they would not get back together when he has a fever. Sun Tingting could not lie, so she could only repeat Yang Hao's words. He has a fever? What's the meaning? Sun Jiejia still didn't react and asked suspiciously.
brother-in-law said. Fever, yellow urine.
Wake her up so you don't daydream. After Sun Tingting repeated Yang Hao's words, she let out a long breath, as if she had completed a difficult task. After all, she usually didn't use swear words. After hearing her words, Sun Jiejia on the other end of the phone exploded. After a short silence, she immediately cursed, Yang.
You damn stupid idiot. You think anyone cares about your little money? If you don't want to get back together, then don't get back together. Just prepare to be sued. Snap.
After a burst of furious cursing, the sound of something like a teacup or a porcelain bowl falling to the ground was heard from the phone. Sun Tingting, who was well prepared, had already placed her mobile phone on the bedside table, silently complaining in her heart, "What I said was very unpleasant, and you forced me to say it."
Chapter 52. He is not chasing Tingting.
The person on the other end of the phone cursed for a long time before gradually calming down.
Then, Sun Jiejia's voice sounded again. Is that all he said? Then why did you come back so late? We had a meal together. Sun Tingting is a person who doesn't lie.
After a slight hesitation, she added, "My brother-in-law also bought me a bag."
Buy a bag? What bag did you buy?
Sun Jiejia's voice suddenly rose.
A Chanel bag.
Sun Tingting replied truthfully.
What? It's still a Chanel bag.
Sun Jiejia on the other end of the phone was furious, complaining as if someone had stepped on her tail. "I've been with him for so long, and he never even said he would buy me a Chanel bag. The guy named Yang must have bad intentions."
After cursing, Sun Jiejia continued, "That's not right. How can you accept his things? He and I are already divorced, you have no relationship anymore. By the way, how much is that bag?" 36,800. How many?
Sun Jiejia on the other end of the phone was furious again. "How dare you accept a package worth 36,800?
Go back. Or give it to me and I'll help you return it." Well. Sun Tingting was speechless.
She knew her sister well and knew that once the bag was in her hands, there was no way she would return it.
"I'd better withdraw on my own," Sun Tingting replied calmly. "Okay. But you have to return it. Who knows what he wants to do with such an expensive bag? Tingting, I'm telling you, don't be fooled by him,"
Sun Jiejia warned angrily.
"No. Sister, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first."
Sun Tingting didn't want to listen to her sister's nagging anymore, so she made up an excuse and hung up the phone.
Hilton Garden Inn.
Sun Jiejia was wrapped in a bathrobe, half leaning on the sofa, while her best friend and military advisor Wang Ying was sitting next to her.
"Jiejia, what's going on? Why are you so excited?" After Sun Jiejia ended the call, Wang Ying quickly opened her mouth to ask.
In fact, she had just heard a general idea, but Sun Tingting spoke in a low voice and she did not hear everything. As a military strategist, she naturally had to grasp the entire situation.
Of course, Wang Ying also had the mentality of just watching the show. Wang Ying also played a significant role in Sun Jiejia's determination to divorce.
She often gave Sun Jiejia chicken soup, saying that with her conditions, she would definitely find someone better, instead of spending her whole life with an ordinary man like Yang Hao. Later, Sun Jiejia really got divorced, and Wang Ying was actually secretly happy.
"Since we are best friends, we should be single together, right?
Otherwise, I would still be single, but you found a husband who treats you so well, how unbalanced I would feel. So, be careful when making friends. Apart from your parents, there are not many people in this world who truly wish you a good life. Especially the so-called besties. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying beware of fire, theft, and best friends." However, Sun Jiejia, who thinks she is smart, obviously does not understand this logic. I asked Tingting to test Yang Hao to see what his attitude was, but Yang Hao actually bought Tingting a Chanel bag.
"That bag is 36,800. What do you think he is thinking?"
Sun Jiejia said indignantly.
Yang Hao actually bought Tingting a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan?
Wang Ying was also shocked. She had just heard Sun Jiejia talking about the bag, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive.
"He doesn't have any idea about Tingting, does he?"
Wang Ying expressed her own judgment again.
"Are you saying that Yang Hao is pursuing Tingting?" Sun Jiejia opened her mouth in surprise.
In fact, when her sister Sun Tingting said that Yang Hao bought her a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan, this thought flashed through her mind. But Sun Jiejia felt that this idea was a bit too absurd.
After all, Sun Tingting was her biological sister, and Yang Hao was her ex-husband. It would be outrageous if these two people got together. I think it's very likely. Wang Ying nodded heavily and analyzed, from Yang Hao's attitude towards you, I know that he must be resentful. Men will not reflect on their own incompetence, nor will they think that it is his fault to have come to this point today. They will only put all the blame on you. Wang Ying is indeed an expert at making poisonous chicken soup. She can easily confuse right and wrong. She continued, so, Yang Hao will definitely take revenge. So, how do you think the revenge will make you most uncomfortable? You mean, he pursued Tingting to get revenge on me? Sun Jejia gritted her teeth and said, Yang is too shameless. How come I didn't notice it when we were together?
We've been dating for 3 years, married for 3 years, and I've been with him for 6 years.
Shouldn't I be given the house, car, and savings as compensation? He actually wants to take revenge on me. How blind.
Sun Jejia started cursing again.
So, it's a wise choice for you to get a divorce.
Wang Ying tried to comfort her, and then brought the topic back to Sun Tingting, but Tingting, this matter is really disgusting. I didn't expect Yang Hao to be this kind of person. He actually came up with such a vicious way of revenge. Tingting is young and beautiful, and she is also your biological sister. If he succeeds, wouldn't it be too easy for him? For Yang Hao, this is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only does it disgust you, but it also benefits him. Wang Ying was fanning the flames, but as she spoke she suddenly had a new inspiration.
My sister can.
Then my best friend should be able to do it too, after all, she has the buff.
Don't men all like their girlfriend S or wife S best friends? Yang Hao is now a wealthy man living in Jiangzhong Garden. Isn't he the man I have always wanted to find?
Even if you can't succeed in getting promoted, it's not impossible to be her lover. It's better than finding a man who earns 18,000 yuan a month and has to pay off a mortgage.
Wang Ying's brain is really flexible, and she came up with new ideas in an instant. Despicable.
I didn't expect him to be so filthy. Maybe he started to take notice of Tingting when we were still together. So every time Tingting came home, he would arrange for her to go out for a big meal just to please Tingting.
You're a dirty-minded bastard.
Sun Jejia didn't notice anything unusual about her best friend. She kept cursing and complaining about Yang Hao, and also reviewed everything Yang Hao had done in the past.
Sometimes people are like this.
Once you have a conclusion, if you reason backwards, it seems that everything follows a certain path.
Jia, I don't think Tingting is that kind of kid.
It's impossible for her to get involved with her ex-brother-in-law.
However, you still have to remind her, and even keep an eye on her if necessary. The current Yang Hao is different from before. He has a lot of money and there are very few women who don't fall for it.
Wang Ying's reminder seemed to be well-intentioned, but in fact, she had her own plans in mind. If Yang Hao's progress with Sun Tingting was not smooth, it would naturally be more beneficial for her to implement her own plan.
Chapter 53, Poor People Play with Cars, Rich People Play with Watches. Garden in the River.
Yang Hao was opening a package at home. It was the Rolex watch he got from the primary blind box. Yang Hao didn't know much about watches, but Rolex was a well-known luxury brand, and entry-level watches cost tens of thousands. He had never dared to think about it before. After all, with his income, buying a watch worth tens of thousands was too extravagant. Now, with the help of his father, Yang Hao also owns his first Rolex in his life. Moreover, this watch is a Rolex Deepsea, an 18K gold version, with a blue Cerachrom ceramic bezel on the dial. Yang Hao checked the price of this watch on the official website, and it turned out to be 450,000.
A watch is almost as good as his M9.
No wonder there is a saying among the rich that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Yang Hao put this Rolex watch, which cost as much as an M9, on his wrist and looked at it carefully under the light for a long time, but he did not think it was special. The value of 450,000 is simply outrageous.
He can even buy a house in his hometown.
Yang Hao couldn't help but think of a line from a movie, not seeking the best, but seeking the most expensive.
It seems that I really need to change my poor thinking.
Yang Hao sighed silently in his heart. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang a few times.
Someone sent him a WeChat message.
Yang Hao clicked on it and saw that it was his CC, whose nickname was Ace.
I went to take photos today. Brother Hao, can you help me choose a few?
They were taken by a female photographer. He CC first sent a text message, followed by a series of picture bombardments. The scale of these so-called photos is very large. If uploaded to social media platforms such as Weibo or TikTok, none of them will pass the review.
This is not asking Yang Hao to help choose photos, it's pure seduction.
Yang Hao carefully appreciated the photos for a while. All the photos were carefully retouched. With the help of technology, these photos of Hisisi looked as good as those of Chin Euro. They were so good that otakus would have to prepare tissues after seeing them.
TSK. This is the life of rich people.
Poor bastards can only look at pornographic pictures on the internet that have been passed around countless times. While Yang Hao was lying at home, a beautiful woman took the initiative to send him a large-scale limited edition. After appreciating these pictures, Yang Hao sent Hisisi a like emoticon. People have taken the initiative to give you private benefits, so you should give them a thumbs up.
But that's all. Yang Hao didn't say much.
He knew that Hisisi, this gold digger, was just coveting the balance in his bank card. There will be more and more women like this in the future, and there is no need for Yang Hao to take the initiative to maintain the relationship.
If you are in a good mood one day and want to exercise, just send a WeChat message and the other person will be there. But Yang Hao didn't have any idea at the moment.
He had just finished 2 rounds of sparring with the beautiful young woman Suyushua during the day, so he needed to take a break. After all, he is a 30-year-old old man and is completely different from when he was 20. Seeing that Yang Hao was not interested, Hisisi was tactful and stopped harassing him.
The next day, Yang Hao slept until he woke up naturally. However, looking at the time, it's only a little after 7 o'clock.
Damn the working schedule of cows and horses. Yang Hao sighed and covered his head with the quilt again. His long life as a cow and horse has formed a biological clock for him, and he basically wakes up before 7 o'clock. It's so difficult to even sleep in. After struggling in bed for a while, Yang Hao still couldn't fall asleep, so he simply got up and took a morning run around the park.
In the past, I was busy making a living every day and had no time to think about health issues.
Now that he is rich, Yang Hao feels that he should exercise more and reduce his beer belly. Well, I'll find a gym to work out when I have time. As Yang Hao was thinking, a familiar figure came towards him.
Xiao Yang, do you also have the habit of morning exercise?
The beautiful mature woman Guan Sui greeted Yang Hao with a smile. At this moment, she was wearing a gray Fila sportswear and a pair of white Hermes jet sneakers. The logo of this pair of shoes was not very obvious and people who didn't know it couldn't see it at all. A pair of seemingly ordinary sneakers actually cost more than 10,000 yuan.
I love the smell of the morning air. Yang Hao was pretending to be cool even though it was just his first morning run.
Then you got up a little late. The air is better after 5 o'clock.
Should I ask you to join me next time I get up for morning exercise?
Guan Sui asked kindly. Unless the weather is extreme, she goes out for morning exercise at 5:30 every day. Jiangzhong Garden is only separated from Jiangcheng's south largest park, Riverside Park, by a road, so Guan Sui East goes to Riverside Park for morning exercise every day. After hearing what Guan Sui said, Yang Hao felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to slap himself in the face. Why are you pretending to be so cool for no reason?
What do you say now?
Bite.
Discover goals that can help. Name, Guan Sui.
Note, basic information will not be prompted if it is not the first time to help the target.
Current demands. Need a morning exercise partner.
Together for morning exercise for more than 30 days.
Helping girls for fun reward, skill card 1. Note, skill cards can be randomly exchanged for a top-level skill.
Just when Yang Hao was thinking about how to refuse, Guadi's voice rang in his mind again.
Skill card? This is unlocking new props.
Yang Hao was overjoyed and said to Guan Sui with a big smile on his face, Sister Guan, thank you for your help.
I was worried that I couldn't hold on alone.
What's the trouble?
Then how about starting from tomorrow?
In fact, Guan Sui really wanted someone to accompany her in morning exercises, because she would always meet strange men who came to chat with her during morning exercises, and some even followed her. With a tall and strong morning exercise partner like Yang Hao, she is no longer afraid of being harassed by any creepy men. Yang Hao didn't know the real reason why Guan Sui needed a partner for morning exercise. At this moment, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to the other person's collar soaked with sweat. Guan Sui's sportswear is already very close-fitting, and coupled with her extraordinary assets, the effect of sweat directly presents a very shocking picture there. Yang Hao swallowed subconsciously, and sighed in his heart, morning exercises are good, you have to persist in morning exercises. As she had been the focus of attention so many times, Guan Sui was quite sensitive to this aspect. After noticing Yang Hao's gaze, she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands, feeling speechless in her heart.
I wanted to find a bodyguard, but it seems like I ended up letting a wolf into the house? Why are men so interested in them?
Guan Sui felt helpless. Many times, she didn't want to look so different.
But God has given me this gift. Go back upstairs.
Yang Hao dressed up carefully because he had an important task today.
Meet Qin Yuro's parents.
Before completing this task, Yang Hao still had one thing to do, which was to pick up the car. The time he agreed with the staff at the Bentley 4S store was 9 o'clock in the morning. At 8:45, the staff who delivered the car arrived at the gate of the community. Yang Hao originally thought that the other party would drive over directly, but it turned out that they drove over on a cart. The Bentley Bentayga that was a reward from his father was covered by a transparent cover made of hard plastic, and it was decorated with some ribbons and balloons, giving it a sense of ceremony. Yang Hao had seen similar pictures on TikTok before, which usually had messages like happy birthday or confessions posted on them.
However, this was obviously not necessary for Yang Hao.
Chapter 54, It Feels So Good to Be Licked. The two people who came to deliver the car were employees of the Bentley 4S store, one male and one female. Both of them were very good looking and dressed very appropriately. Compared with the sales staff of ordinary 4S stores, their external qualities were indeed much higher. Although the delivery location was not a 4S store, the two people's service was still attentive, and they even suggested that an outdoor delivery ceremony could be held. However, Yang Hao simply skipped this fancy process. He also had to drive to pick up Qin Yuro and the parents of his contracted girlfriend, and didn't want to waste too much time on such meaningless things. In the past, if you bought a new car, you would have to take some photos and videos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off, but now Yang Hao has no such desire at all. There is a saying that goes, the more a person shows off something, the more he lacks it.
This is a common psychological reaction that applies to most people.
The so-called the poorer you are, the more generous you are actually stems from this mentality. Because he is poor, he does not want others to think he is poor. Therefore, when he is outside, he will try his best to act generous and even do things to pretend to be rich. When you go to a high-end restaurant, you will definitely take a lot of photos and post them on your moments to show off. For truly wealthy people, going to high-end restaurants is just a part of daily life, just like ordinary people ordering a takeout of braised chicken and rice. So, would you specifically post a photo of this braised chicken rice on your moments to show off? The answer is naturally no. At the moment, Yang Hao is not short of money at all, so naturally he doesn't need to show off his luxury house and car to increase his presence. I got a Bentley worth more than 4 million. Although Yang Hao didn't post anything to show off on his moments, he was still very excited when he sat in the car and looked at the small wing logo on the steering wheel. It's a Bentley after all. Top luxury car. A symbol of status. Before, Yang Hao never dared to imagine that one day he would be able to own a Bentley. He heard that this car was good in every way except for one drawback: the passenger seat was too hot. The girls who sat on it all said they were wearing too many clothes. This shortcoming has yet to be verified. However, when waiting at a red light, Yang Hao first felt the feeling of being seduced by a female salesperson as the owner of a luxury car. The female salesperson who just delivered the car to Yang Hao took the initiative to add him as a WeChat friend using her mobile phone number. This kind of private connection with car owners must be prohibited, but it is useless to prohibit it. Most of these female salespeople who sell luxury cars or luxury goods will develop a hairy crab rope mentality. The so-called hemp rope for tying hairy crabs mentality means that the hemp rope used to tie hairy crabs has always been sold in bundles with hairy crabs, and over time people think it can also be sold at the price of hairy crabs. Little did people know that without the hairy crabs, it was just an ordinary hemp rope. However, few female salespeople in the industry understand this truth, or even if they know it, they are unwilling to face the reality. After selling luxury cars for a long time, people will subconsciously look down on ordinary people and feel that they should find a rich man who can afford luxury cars. But there are no fools among those who can become rich, and it is almost impossible for them to marry a car salesman. Therefore, the best ending for these female salespeople is probably to become the lover of a rich man, make some money while they are young, and when the rich man gets tired of them, the relationship between the two will end. But even so, the female salespeople still continue to rush in and daydream, always thinking that she is the one who can really make it. Little do people know that this chance is even lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. A wealthy man like Yang Hao, who has a good appearance and is young, is naturally the first choice for these female salespeople. According to data released by Bentley headquarters, the average age of Bentley owners worldwide is 50 years old. Therefore, as a 30-year-old Bentley owner, it can be seen how valuable Yang Hao is. The female salesperson who took the initiative to add Yang Hao as a friend on WeChat was named Chen Yao. The reason she added Yang Hao was that he could consult her about any problems with the car. He also tentatively sent a message saying, "I don't usually send harassing messages so as to avoid misunderstanding by my sister-in-law." Yang Hao, who has already let himself go, does not mind being corrupted by this bad atmosphere. To some extent, this is actually a necessary lesson for the rich. In the future, Yang Hao will definitely have to deal with all kinds of women. Cici and Chen Yao were both good tools, and he can use them to practice. Therefore, Yang Hao replied directly, "I just got divorced. Since you want a lick, I'll give you a chance to be a licker." As expected, after the news was sent out, the saleswoman named Chen Yao suddenly became excited. She first hypocritically comforted Yang Hao, saying sorry and shouldn't mention his sister-in-law, and then directly stated that she was single. However, Yang Hao did not respond and just replied coldly, "I'm driving." Chen Yao gave him some caring advice like, "Have a safe trip, brother." Yang Hao smiled and put his phone aside. He now understood why some women like to keep men who licked their boots. It feels so good to be licked. Hongshan community. Qin Euro and CSCU standing on the roadside attracted the attention of passers-by, especially men. When they passed by them, they would involuntarily take a few more glances at them. Some even walked far away and looked back reluctantly. Why hasn't Brother Hao arrived yet? If he doesn't come, I'll be late. CSCU was preparing to go to work, but when she learned that Yang Hao would come to pick up Qin Euro to go to the high-speed rail station, she decided to get a ride so that she wouldn't have to squeeze into the subway. Today she was wearing a pink Nike sportswear, with a shoulder bag slung across her chest, which made two towering peaks appear. While speaking, she looked around inadvertently for the shadow of Yang Hao's M9. You can also choose to take the subway. Qin Euro rolled her eyes at her best friend who complained about getting a ride, then subconsciously checked the time. The time they agreed to meet was 10 o'clock, and there were still 10 minutes left. You feel bad for your boyfriend's gas money, don't you? Tisk. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning your elbows outward. CSCU pouted, then she suddenly pointed to a place not far away and exclaimed, "Wow, that car is so cool. It looks like Bentley." Hearing the exclamation, Qin Euro subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger, and then saw the brand new black Bentley. The car paint is as bright as a mirror, shining with a deep luster in the sun. The whole car exudes a mysterious and noble temperament, giving people a feeling of calm, grand, and heroic. Hey, why are you heading towards us? You're not here to chat up. Well, he must be attracted by our beauty. TSK, a rich man driving a Bentley took the initiative to chat with us. What should I do? What should I do? Should I add WeChat? Seeing that the Bentley was getting closer, CSCU pulled Qin Euro's arm and muttered. Chapter 55 I have a boyfriend who drives a Bentley. Xiao Rou, you have a boyfriend. Well, this kind of thing should be avoided. Forget it, let me take on this damn entanglement for you. Who said we are besties? CSCU put on a righteous attitude. As she spoke, the black Bentley really stopped beside the two of them. Seeing this, CSCU subconsciously took half a step back. It was obvious that she was a talker and didn't dare to rush forward when the time came. Qin Euro didn't expect that the Bentley would really stop beside her. She frowned and was thinking about how to reject the other party's approach. She saw the privacy glass of the Bentley's co-pilot fall down, and a familiar face slowly appeared in front of her. Get in the car. You. Qin Euro opened her mouth in surprise. She never expected that the person sitting in this Bentley was Yang Hao. The boyfriend I hired under contract with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Oh my god. What kind of domineering plot is this? I randomly picked up someone on the subway, and it turned out to be a wealthy man who drove a Bentley and lived in a 200 square meter flat in Jiangzhong Garden. This is simply the plot in the short play reflected in reality. Brother Hao? Ah. Is this Bentley yours? CSCU also saw Yang Hao, and she exclaimed without any reserve. Then, she turned around and complained to Qin Euro again, Xiao Rou, you are really amazing. You knew that this was your boyfriend's car, but you didn't even say a word. You really wanted to see me embarrassed, right? From CSCU's perspective, her good friends Qin Euro and Yang Hao have been dating for more than a month, so it is impossible for her not to know that this Bentley belongs to her boyfriend. Qin Euro also came back to her senses at this time. It would be unreasonable to show surprise in front of CSCU.
She calmly opened the passenger door and got in. Siyu is going to work and wants to take a ride. No problem. Yang Hao nodded, then waved to Siyu, who was still standing stupidly on the side of the road. Siyu, get in the car. Okay. Siyu agreed excitedly, quickly opened the back door and got in the car. Brother Hao, is this Bentley also your car? After sitting down in the back row, Siyu immediately asked curiously. Yes, newly bought. Yang Hao nodded. New? Siyu was shocked and asked in astonishment, didn't you just buy an M9 yesterday? Who said you can't buy two cars? Yang Hao asked back. Well. All right. I am too narrow-minded. The world of rich people is indeed not something that a poor person like me can understand. Siyu was stunned at first, then shook her head and sighed. Yang Hao, the rich man who had money the next day, smiled but said nothing. West Fitness Center. This is a relatively large gym in Zhangcheng. It has 4 floors. The first floor is the swimming pool, and the second, third, and fourth floors are the strength area, equipment area, and various classrooms. There is a small parking lot in front of the fitness center that can accommodate about 30 cars. It was still early and there were only about 10 cars parked in the parking lot, but one of them, a fluorescent green Porsche 718, was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, 2 men, one tall and one short, were standing next to the Porsche 718 and chatting. Brother Pang, you can definitely take down that little bitch surnamed Xia this time. There is no woman who doesn't like sports cars, let alone a Porsche. The shorter man said confidently. What if it still doesn't work? The tall man was obviously not optimistic, he asked with a frown. Brother Pang, don't worry, it will be okay. This is a Porsche. A fitness trainer named Xia, has she ever ridden in a Porsche? When she comes, just tell her you're going to take her for a ride, and she'll definitely get in the car with you. The short man said with certainty. Well, you help me cover for a while. After the matter is done, please go to Hanlangsha to have fun. The tall man immediately made a promise. He was a member of West named Gao Pang. On the first day he came here to work out, he fell in love with Siyu and started pursuing her. Unfortunately, Siyu was not interested in him and did not give him any chance at all. The reason is very simple. Gao Pang has a wife, but he relies on his little money to develop a PY relationship with Siyu, and Siyu naturally would not agree. Therefore, Gao Pang went to find the military advisor Huang Mo without giving up. Huang Mo, who claimed to be the number 1 sea king in Zhangcheng, told him that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. His weapon for picking up girls was a sports car. He helped Gao Pang buy a second-hand Porsche 718 from a second-hand car dealer, spending more than 200,000 yuan. He also asked him to order a large bouquet of roses, saying that women would fall for this. Now everything is ready except for the heroine Siyu to appear. Fuck. Bentley Bentayga. It's the latest model. Just as Gao Pang was silently thinking about how to start the conversation later, the dog-headed military strategist Huang Mao suddenly exclaimed. Gao Pang looked up at the roadside and saw a black Bentley slowly driving to the entrance of the fitness center. Brother Pang, if you have this car, you can take 10 CSCU, not to mention 1. The dog-headed military strategist Huang Mao sighed on the side. You don't have to tell me. This car is almost 5 million. A man like Gao Pang, who has some money, naturally knows a lot about cars. Looking at the imposing Bentley Bentayga, his eyes were full of envy. This is the highest configuration. After taking into account the purchase tax and luxury car consumption tax, the price is 5 million. Huang Mao nodded in agreement. The luxury car consumption tax is targeted at passenger cars priced at more than 1.3 million yuan, with a tax rate of 10%. Yang Hao's Bentley Bentayga is priced at 4.11 million yuan. The consumption tax for luxury cars alone is 410,000 yuan, plus the 10% vehicle purchase tax of 410,000 yuan. The tax alone is more than 800,000 yuan. If you factor in insurance and other miscellaneous expenses, the final cost would indeed be around 5 million. While the two were discussing how much this Bentley Bentayga would cost, it had already stopped in front of the gym. Then the back door opened, Siyu got out of the car, and waved at the driver's seat with a smile on her face. Is it Siyu? What's going on? Gao Pang was stunned. He had no idea when he had such a strong opponent. Brother Pang, come on. Don't just stand there. Although Huang Mao was also shocked, the heroine had already arrived and he couldn't just give up.
After being reminded by him, Gao Peng quickly calmed down, took out a large bouquet of roses from the car, and walked over with big strides. See you.
Stop. Stop it.
Before CSCU got out of the car, she saw Gao Peng and cleverly thought of a countermeasure.
She interrupted the other party's casting and said seriously, Mr. Gao, I have a boyfriend. As you can see, he's driving a Bentley. So please stop bothering me, thank you. While rejecting Gao Peng, CSCU pointed at the Bentley which had not yet gone far, with a hint of cunning on the corner of her mouth, and said silently in her heart, sorry, Xiaoro, can I borrow your boyfriend's car?